Yeah.
Vainglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick your can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
I'm affiliated.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah. On your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
It's the boy Swab about snapping off SVDL, Argument League, man. A whole bunch of Black Power shit, man. The AOI. Shout out to Bingo on the track, man. Strength to him right now. He's down with COVID. Make sure y'all send y'all prayers, strength, wishes, then whatever y'all got to. Bam. Shout out to Soleiman, the commissioner of the greatest debate league in the world. Solar Vision Debate League. The only debate league on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge Born Allah. Do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge Born Allah on YouTube. Don't have the t-shirt on right now, but you know, it's on that. Shout out. I can never seem to get this motherfucker straight. Like I feel the patch. Boom. Okay, that's straight. Shout out to Knowledge. Okay, shout out to the AOI, man. Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Wicked Radical, Ample, Pro Black, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, the King James 13, a non-profit organization aimed at preventing bullying by bringing awareness to it. Shout out to the judges. Shout out to the peers. And shout out to the reason we here, man. The people of SVDL is y'all hit that like button on y'all way in. Welcome to the Argument League. A9 in the building. Real Judah in the building. Free Spirit in the building. G Dap is in the building. Chris Flanoy in the building. Kiana Perkins. Frontline L. Green 101. B Billionaire is in the building with the eyes, man. And y'all Daniels saying how the fuck I give apology to 3 niggas and get ignored. Okay. That's what you get for apologizing. Yeah, another day, another way. I already know what it is, man. The link is out there. Let me get to the chat so I can actually pin it. And the Cash App link is out there if you feel like showing your appreciation in some monetary way. There's no minimum. There's no maximum. All is appreciated. Not gonna lie, some is appreciated. a lot more. When you see a motherfucker sending 10,000, you be like, whoa! You feel like you gotta say live forever. Man, I hope everybody feeling good. Hope everybody woke up with somebody they love, even if they woke up by themselves. I mean, love yourself. Love yourself. Yeah, man, it's the boy Swall Boss, man. I can't lie. It feels good to be me. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel say he apologized 3 times and didn't get it. Who did he apologize to? Because he say he's threatening us now. He's threatening us now, okay? And y'all Daniel is an habitual line stepper. He steps to that line. But he is loved and welcomed and missed in his absence. And I don't want him to turn into something that's not appreciated. I think he has a very formative place here. I hope he becomes a judge. Oh, I'm finna get my teeth whitened too, y'all. So I could be like the starter. My shit ain't really fucked up. They just not uniform. Nigga, you ain't apologize to me. See, now I can't take your word. Okay. I'm not gonna say I didn't see your apology. Okay. And maybe A9 and Domo didn't either. But I don't know what you're gonna apologize to me for. But if there is something that you felt you needed to apologize, I want to encourage you to continue to be the type of person who seeks to, solve things. So I accept your apology. I don't know what it's for, but yeah, I accept your apology, man. So 1 out of 3 ain't bad. That's that's better than the odds. Trust me. That's better than the odds. Yeah, man, it's another argument league day. We got debates. Let me see. Why would he kick me out? That's stupid. Okay, hold on. I got the debates right here. Shout out to Campgrounds TV, man. Twin brother from another mother and father. But boo boo doo boo 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 dope. I thought I opened it up. Hold on. See, they playing with me. I don't like when they be playing with me. They playing with me. I don't like when they be playing with me. Okay, here you go. Bow. The December scheduling tool. Okay, so today is the 23rd. Oh shit. Well, that debate won't be going down. A9 has hit the panel. Tomorrow, 24th, that's KLT versus Aqualock. Make sure y'all hang in there. It'll be a good one. Don't know what that title is. They don't do promo. Suave Boss versus Yahukanon is the 25th. I know what that one is because I'm Suave Boss. That is the biblical destruction of Tyre historically accurate, man? I say no. Yahukanon say yes. Make sure y'all come through get that. Also, I think Tanjan is supposed to come through today. That's what I think is supposed to happen today. The 26th, we got an interview with just me, a new debater joining the league. Congratulations to us. Congratulations and good luck to her. Then on the 27th, we got Domo versus Madon. It is what it is. I'm sure that's something about women. And then we have a gap, nothing on the 28th, nothing worth mentioning on the 29th. So we back in the building, man. Shout out to A9. You in the building. What's good with you? The floor is yours. What's on your mind? Shout out to J Cal and Sister Zakia in that chat PCR.
Yeah, it's all the way up. First off, what's good with you, King?
Man, I can't complain. It don't pay much. I'm good.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be no complaint. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. I ain't addressing this shit no more neither. Right? Now, I was sitting back thinking, trying to figure out if I could come back to this league and all of this. I'm good, fam. I'm done. All right. I don't give a damn about working behind the scenes and none of that. I won't be on your panels. I won't do none of that shit. Right? Sorry, Damo, mediocrity wins because these niggas want to be mediocre. How are you a leader, Melvin Jefferson? How are you a leader, Elder Yara? How are you a leader, Solar Mind? And you continue to do and antagonize and do the things that are pushing away the best talent. We've had issues with judging from the rip. We've had issues with trying to come up with right ways for judges to handle things with debaters off rip. People have made several suggestions. Sometimes you listen, sometimes you don't. You want to call people elitists. You want to call people divas. The only divas I see are the people who have the most power and don't know what to do with it. That's the problem. It doesn't matter if we had a conversations in private or public, it's the same thing. Once you get to the point where you say, okay, that's my foot down and that's all I want to hear, it's shut up and let me be the commissioner. It's shut up and let's be the judges. Shut up and just debate. You sound like them white people telling don't or telling LeBron, shut up and just play basketball. You get to shape the narratives, you get to shape how everything looks, you get to shape how people look. And then if we don't like it, oh, you bitching and complaining. But then you want to tell people to come talk to you. That's the definition of a psychotic, disruptive, abusive relationship. You don't know what you're doing. That's the problem. No one's telling people we shouldn't be working on making debaters better. We're telling you that the process of making debaters is flawed and has been flawed. But instead of saying, okay, let's immediately fix these things, it's once again ad hominem alley. I'm good, fam. So I won't be labor this shit. I won't be leaguer it. I won't be popping up. I don't want your condolences. I don't want you to give a damn about me. Don't say my name. Do say my name. I don't care, bro. Until you fix this, you're going to be wasting Suave's time. You're going to be wasting Domo's time. You're going to be wasting Moore's time. You're going to be wasting Chris's time. You're going to be wasting Yame, Blue, all the people who've been here from season 1, season 2, and even the new, you're wasting T-Duck's time, right? You're wasting Battle Axe and Akmalak's time. You wonder why you have so many issues and arguments with the top talent and you want to call them divas. Nah, nigga, they want you to do what's right. Why is a judge in the chat constantly antagonizing the debaters, but then if the debaters say something else, they gon' I'll give you that email. I'll give you that email. Use a sorry ass father in that situation. Use a sorry leader in that space. If you're telling everyone else, don't hedge debates, don't do this, don't do that in the chat, don't say this in the chat, but you steady poking at people who you know are putting asses in the seats. Yeah, it's good. I ain't even gonna put Suave in a bad position, right? I'm gonna jump off. I think I earned this right to get this off. I ain't gonna put Suave in no more bad position. Don't attack Suave. This ain't Suave's fault. He didn't know I was gonna get on here and say this. So it ain't Suave didn't do it. So yeah, I'm out. It's love. Good luck on the rest of the season. I'm good. No disrespect to Daniel Hayru and Judge Erica. I appreciate y'all for trying. In my opinion, those are the people who are really trying to do and be balanced on both sides. They trying their best to be balanced on both sides. And mark my words, you're going to find that out. They trying their best to be balanced. Hopefully that come out. Hopefully you'll see. But if not, man, it is what it is. Y'all be easy, bro. I'm out.
Yo. Shout out to A9, man. Hope everything good. Let me see. Dang, A9. Okay. I just said that yesterday. The changes are consistent and weird. This all sounds familiar from somewhere else a couple months ago, and I support it 100%. A9. Yep, as an observant, leadership is getting in the way, trying to exert control. Taz was right. Facts, Chris. Shout out to Scorpio Baby in the building. Respect. Made premium denim. Yo. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Cash, 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 cash. I swear he about to do something. Baby. Okay, baby, I love you. All right. Yeah, man. So another day, another way, whether it's greater or lesser. Got some debates coming up. Got some debates set up. I got to start working on my PowerPoint presentation for my debate against Yehukanan on the city of Tyre. I know Yehukanan, I believe his PowerPoint is done. I believe his PowerPoint is done. Hit that like button, man. Share it if you got that privilege right there too. You know, we appreciate it. Share us to your Facebook. Cash, what's wrong? What you keep barking at, man? What you keep barking at, man? Okay, move. Go sit down. Um, yeah. So that's where we are. I almost had to put the mask on. I almost had to put that mask on. But you know, motherfuckers retreated and did what they had to do. Uh shit, okay. I said that yesterday. Sister Kia got treated like a spectator, subscriber, not a customer. To quote business. Mm. Yeah. Well, I'm here to debate. I'm here to win this championship this year. Uh, like I say, man, I kind of, yeah, man. Like to tell the truth, bro, I don't really give a fuck, man. Like I'm trying to win this championship. I've been here 4 years. I've been putting up with shit that I don't appreciate for 4 years. Um, you know, some shit is uphill battle. Some shit ain't worth mentioning. Some shit I mention, shit get turned down. At this point, it's all good, man. I let people move how they need to move, and you know, I respect it. Motherfuckers, you know, I'm not here to I'm not here to be the thorn in anybody's side. Okay. When I had complaints, the way that things was handled, I accepted it. I assumed that other people saw me complaining and how it was handled because they was quiet. When I was complaining and I was saying this and that, niggas was hunky dory, laughing on the panels, having fun, doing a judge thing, doing a commissioner thing, doing a peers thing, doing a people thing. I said, fuck it. Motherfuckers told me basically shut up and debate. Work. Get better. That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. The reason why is because you're not good at this in the presentation. You're not good at that in the debate. You could be better at this in your PowerPoint. Okay? 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 So now, as somebody who feels, well, I know I'm the number one debater in this league. I just haven't been able to prove it consistently. Um, I'm the most logical. I have, you know, so I'm the most hardworking. most devoted, most passionate, most concerned, most loyal. And that don't mean shit. I sat back and I watched as, my peers complained, sent in emails, called Solar, and shit was moved for them. Shit was adjusted for them. Now, I didn't get in their way. I didn't ask. I didn't make any demands. I just respected it. I didn't assume it was because they were more known than me, had a bigger following than me, was more popular than me. I had my thoughts, kept them to myself, kept working, kept grinding. I added in where I could, and I accepted where I couldn't. Now, this is my 4th year. Nobody likes committing 4 years to something and not accomplishing the goal that they set out. So I'm kind of conflicted. A9 is cool with me. A9 has my number. And I answer for him. That's a plus. Domo is cool. Domo has my number. Domo answers for me. I answer for Domo. I'm real careful about what I say concerning these brothers because I value our friendship, our camaraderie, our partnership, and I let people, move how they move because the way that I choose to do things, I think is beneficial and it pays off best for me. I'm not a confrontational guy. I don't see the value in a pointless confrontation. Now, if confrontation is needed, I don't got no problem with that. I'll confront something. But needless, pointless confrontation, I don't embrace that. That's not the energy I put out there because that ain't what the fuck I want to receive. If somebody comes to me in a confrontational manner with something of substance, I don't care about the fact that it's confrontational. I want to get to the substance. Not gonna lie. Um, I respected people's lanes. I respected when people were crowned things, when people were titled things. I respected when people was giving props and promo and pats on the backs and this, that, and the other. I respected when they got scores. I respected when I got scores. And I have an issue with lack of skills, comprehension skills, designer skills as far as the PowerPoint, skills to be honest and truthful, skills to be right. Y'all heard it last night. I don't mind motherfuckers getting up here. But it does frustrate me when you're wrong, won't accept correction, no matter how much is proven to you. Stuff like that it wears me thin on patience. A9 and Domo Black Power, Psychopathies. And this is where the confrontation comes. And I don't mean to undermine anything outside the debate league. A9 has a real life. If he quit because it's real life, I commend him for that. I don't got no problem with that. Domo has a real life. You know, if he can't do post debate shows or certain things because his real life, I commend him for that. I don't commend the complaining. I don't commend the concerns being brought, being expressed toward the bum debaters, and not giving them power or post debate shows. Complaining about the judges and how the judges is moving. I don't know how to accept that because I sat back and Domo and A9 is at the top of the list, always at the top of the list. I watched A9 go undefeated one season. I believe he went 8-0. If he didn't, he went 6-0 or 7-1. You know, I watched Domo come in, ignore his opponent's premise, set up a premise, murder that premise, and get awarded for it. Now, I'm watching Domo and A9 attack the league, attack the judges, attack the commissioner. And I can't rock with it. I'm not in a way. Like I say, I respect it. I don't want Domo talking to me crazy, putting me down. I don't want A9, talking to me crazy. But I just got to be honest. It's like the niggas at the top is always the one, but it's always like Chris, and I can't say Domo, but it's always the niggas at the top. So a lot of the times I'll be feeling like shit. Maybe the reason I ain't at the top because I don't complain about everything. Because when they complain in that fashion, shit moves. Then I complain in my fashion, and it's like, man, y'all niggas complain too much. So I'll be like, is it because I don't get on this motherfucker and say, y'all motherfuckers need to start and bullying and start barking at motherfuckers because that ain't how I did. But last year, it was the people at the top complaining. And I'll be like, you at the top. When you do your debates, you get good scores. And anything that inconvenience you is not affecting your scores. See, to me, the things that was conveniencing me was affecting my scores. So it was like I had to be more like A9. I had to be more like Domo. I had to be more like Chris. Stop complaining and put in the work. Find the format. Because to me, my format was perfect. But it's like, no. So when I look at the people who I said I gotta get like, feeling unsatisfied with the mechanics of the league, I have to try to not get. I have to not get discouraged, even though those are very point reasons to get discouraged. Now, respectfully, because I believe in my heart, and I've witnessed things with my eyes and my ears, and to lead me to believe that it's a little bit more than just the structure of the debate league. I want to respect that, you know, because certain shit, just as a man, that ain't my job to come to you and question you and another man. It's just not. If we talking about pure shit, if we on the field, we on the field. Dirt can get kicked my way, and I can kick dirt in any direction. But some of this is not on the fucking field. And to tell the truth, with Domo, I don't really get to the point where it's like, well, if you ain't gonna do post-debate shows for everybody, don't do post-debate shows. Clearly, to me, that's okay. I'll do post-debate shows for everybody. But it's like, I'm gonna say, fuck it then. You do them, nigga. And I just want to give strength to my brothers. I don't want to grow into that part where I'm like feeling bitter or angry or frustrated or thin on patience or even misunderstood. I think both the brothers should stay in the league, kick ass, and lose to me. I don't know I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. You know, when we got the champ, not just quitting, but snapping and quitting. Calling the commissioner bitches and bitch ass niggas and hoe ass niggas and pussies.
Who quitting?
Ain't not.
Nah, he not coming back.
Ain't not just expressed that he quit.
But he just expressed that he coming back.
When?
He just said it in the chat. He said, here we go. He said, y'all Daniel apologize. Oh, it's all love. Y'all Daniel, you good, bro?
Hey, y'all Daniel, we didn't see your fucking apology neither. I think he said, yeah, I ain't gonna front. I'm gonna come back just to make the assholes kick me out. Most of the judges and commission don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's not coming back. You know what I'm saying?
That's coming back, bro.
And then he got on a panel after that and expressed to you, yeah, you know, big dog, mediocre gonna have to win because he's not coming back. You know what I'm saying?
He came on the panel and said that?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Man, you know. But it's still days. No matter what he say, it's still some days. Bright face.
What'd you say?
What you call me? Black Power. He said Black Power.
Yeah.
Black Power, man.
Yeah,
Man,
put up the face.
maybe out the camera before you make me knock Katrina up, man. Baby's always making nigga want a baby and shit.
Shit. Till you have him. Shit, it's hard to be like, boy, I ain't having no more kids, nigga.
Hey, nigga need some god kids or some shit, some grandkids.
You know what I'm saying? Somebody else, nieces and nephews, some kids. It's like, oh, they so cute. Yeah, go to your mom.
About the Jersey Marie. Look at all the women. I want one. I want one. No, get your own. Yeah, that's
I got this one.
Yeah. Better not ever, nigga. I'll report your ass as clean as a moon.
Nah, but I'll say this though, bro. I'll admit I took it a little because I talked to Sully. I took it, and I told Sully too. I took it personal, bro.
Yeah.
The post debate show, that's my shit. You feel me? And I am one of them niggas. It's just like, bro, like I'm like, let me do it the way I do it, or you can take it. You know what I'm saying? And right now, I think it's really just better for Solar to handle it because it's like niggas is trying to. I mean, I I get what niggas is trying to do. You feel me? I get what niggas is trying to do. I think that I think that everybody don't know how to do it though. Because let me say this. Let me say this. I'm not trying to and Angel in the chat. I apologize. I kind of came at you sideways, Angel. If you watching, I
You
do
came in
apologize.
Angel Skyways, man.
Well, yeah, because people taking my frustration like I don't think that we should have. I don't think we should have rules, and that's not true. Or like people thinking I'm saying we shouldn't have order, and that's not true. You know what I mean? Um, I think that my particular issue is getting caught up in the larger elite versus the regular niggas. I ain't even gonna call them bums and shit. I ain't gonna call them lower tier. It's just the elite versus the middle of the pack, right? The rest. You feel me? I don't think that my complaint isn't about because like you know how you be saying get this nigga out my league, this, that, and the third. I don't feel that way.
Absolutely.
You feel me? I think some niggas are more marketable than other niggas, but everybody should, you know what I mean? How they like everybody got their place or whatever.
And that's
But
that please.
I just like for me though, like the reason why I take it personal is because it's like a lot of niggas got a lot of shit to say, but ain't added nothing, ain't contributed nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like niggas like me, you, A9, like I done told this story before, bro. We was the niggas that got treated like shit. We was the
Yeah.
niggas that like niggas like because we stood on what we stood on, and because we was niggas that gave a fuck about the league as a whole and everything else. You know what I'm saying? That's why we still here. Because we wasn't running the Solar like Solar. Rob is kicking me off the panels, right? But even the niggas that's running the Solar now, them niggas wasn't running the Solar when Lex was kicking them off panels, when Solar or when Rob was kicking them off panels, when other niggas is kicking them off panels. That wasn't a thing. But now because niggas that's standing up and being like, we gonna set a standard for this league. Because we tell it, and that's what I'm saying. Like, for example, if you look at what happened with the Raptors guy yesterday, I'll say this and I'll pass it to A9. So I don't get long winded.
Oh, Rotterdam.
I tried to have a conversation with a Raptors. What happened? He cussed me out twice.
Yeah.
He cussed me out twice.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
And then the third time, he started talking about, oh, you niggas want to put on y'all capes and do all that. And that's disrespect for the women, period. Yeah. Niggas is off that. This ain't about caping. It's about being respectful. A9, come back. Because I was just about to pass it to you. It's about being respectful. Like, for example, Solar about to do a promo for all the sisters that's joining the league. When you got niggas like a Ratazai yelling at them, telling them they need to be silent, telling them they need to respect them, and all that other shit, that takes away from that. Why did that nigga just jump off of me?
I don't know. He probably having some type of technical difficulties. He was outside. His Wi-Fi might be snatching his ass up. Yeah, that's I mean, man, like I said, man, I'm kind of in you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to focus. And it's like, what does the winner do? What does the person that win the championship does? Do we be the hardest motherfucker who don't give a fuck A9 quit? And hope Domo loses his mind and run too? You know what I'm saying? Do I be the nigga that I'm raised to be? And I'm like, man, fuck that, man. The other shit, bro. At the end of the day, we here to build this. And it don't matter which way the trophy go. It's about the quality of parts you have dealing in the mechanics. So of course I'm playing out here. Taz here. Domo here. Asar here. It's just That's just elementary to me. But I can't help but be transparent with y'all as I've always been and saying, like I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be as fucking insulting because I know how it feels to be insulted, but I've been on this. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been on this for seasons. No matter how I look, which way the wind blew, I was like, hey, we got to take this sort of his debate league to another league, to another level. Hey, we got to, you know what I'm saying, format this. There's going to be things that's wrong. There's going to be things we can scrutinize, but there's also going to be solutions. And sometimes the solution's going to inconvenience some of us. I've been inconvenienced by the solution. I mean, think about it. I sat up here and, like, come on, man. Rob, I said through Rob being champion over me. Chris being champion over me. And at that time, them dudes weren't respectable.
Right.
They didn't give a fuck about the league like I gave a fuck about the league. Like Chris still got a video up saying Solar and them is some bitch ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't want to insult nobody, bro, but I deserve this. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I deserve this to be what we're working for it to be. What I'm working for it to be. I dedicated 4 years of my life for it to be. What Katrina went through, fucking trauma and shit, for it to be. And it looked like it's leaning there because we getting people behind it, and we got the money debates, and people are recognizing, okay, well, we need to get this monetarily. You know what I'm saying? Some type of fuel going through this motherfucker. And I'm like, okay, that's jiggy, but I want to be champion equipment, champion material, you know? And I just, it look like my way ain't working. Hey, now go ahead. The floor is on yours, big dog. What's good, family?
Yeah, no, I wanted to interact with you and Domo, but I know he jumped off.
No more jump back on. Yeah,
No, it's good. I understand where you're coming from, right? It's always gonna be love with us.
yeah,
I want you to understand this is not like this, and we had these conversations. So like this is a fed up situation though, because you also know what people have been trying to do for a while behind the scenes and shit like
yeah.
that. So it's one of these things where, for instance, like, so when I quit after season 1, right? Uh, it was the judges, and we know what happened with the judges. You win a playoff debate, and the judge tells you, "Oh, I voted for the other person because I thought the other 2 judges was gonna vote for you."
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a problem. And then the other judge says, "Well, I voted for you because I voted against you because you use your opponent's name in your premise." That's literally what knowledge told me. Not because Claim beat me, but because I said I'll address Claim in my rebuttal. These were the reasons I was told that I was voted against in season 1. Yeah, nigga, that's a problem, bro. When you invest in all that time. Came back. Season 2, my son got sick. Season 3, there was some obvious nonsense that happened. And I was told that there was obvious nonsense that happened. I'm not going to go into that. But there was obvious nonsense that happened. Now, the issue that I really had, though, was it wasn't even so much the scoring. I would have took my 112, right? I didn't complain. I didn't complain about my 112. A judge complained about the inaccuracy of the scoring. Then the judges came back and told me, okay, we're going to change the score. We're going to take you up a few points. All right, bet. I didn't ask for it. Appreciate it. Then I get told 2 days later, nah, we're going to take you back down because if we do, then it sets a precedent. Once again, y'all niggas is out of control. I'm good. I'll be back when you get your stuff together. Right? I'm consistent with this. And now finally, when we get to this space, Even when it came to the Taz situation, right? I made it clear. Taz has a point. I disagree with how he was handling it. Even though what he was saying was right. Yeah, well, nigga, you doing all this complaining and you ain't getting nothing done. I know you think that if I complain, I get stuff accomplished. I ain't got nothing accomplished around here. Niggas ain't listening to what I'm saying. Maybe now, maybe at the end, there'll be some changes. But what we get told, and I didn't just call the commissioner no B and all of that. No, it went up because he took it there. He took it there. And it's the same thing that happens always on here. And I think we got to stay accurate in how we revisit these things. Oh, you a quitter, you were this, you were that. No, let's keep all these things in proper context. People are constantly telling you your best talent is constantly telling you that there is a problem with how things are being ran. And even when we had a conversation in private, it don't nothing change. Only reason things change is when it come out in public and it turned into all this craziness. Damo was simply saying, hey, listen, bro, either do something to really bring these debaters up or bring in debaters that's going to ask for help, or don't bring these dudes around because it's not a good product. That's all I was saying about that situation. Nobody's saying, oh, they can't be in the league. Let's coach them up, though. Make them come and get some coaching. Now you an elitist. Now you a diva. Now you this and you that. But if I say you don't know what you're talking about when you're using quote mining, if I say it's obvious that you're wrong in your judgment because of this, and it only happens when you judge for certain people. Now I'm talking about your integrity. When I say you're obviously coddling certain people, now I'm talking about your integrity. Nah, bro, like that shit is canned. That's it. We done with that. We finished with that. We finished with that conversation. Right? If we really talking about building something and making it grow, we should have been able to be having these conversations, but we can't. And there's a common denominator with that, and I ain't gonna go into that, but we can't. And the people who are trying to fix it and make it better know why you can't. So with that being said, yeah, bro, like I literally I'm like right now, I'm messing up even just being here. That's how stressful and crazy things are for me right now. So, and I'm not saying ain't nobody else like that. I don't know everybody else's input in their life. I know everybody got stuff going on. I 100% got way too much going on to be playing around and wasting my time when I'm hearing comments like, oh, I hate you until you come back. Nigga, that's childish. Especially when a nigga's already heated and it's all the way up to the point where we yelling and cussing at each other. When somebody like Yara, who's supposed to be my guy, that's supposed to be my brother, you won't hear BSing. And behind the scenes, you BSing me. How I'm supposed to trust that? How I'm supposed to continue with that? How am I supposed to move in that space? I'm not trying to tear the league down. I want the league to be great. And it seemed like it's falling on deaf ears. Like, oh, you crying, you this, you that. My nigga, I don't gotta cry about nothing. I literally want to see this space do well. And now I'm questioning, do certain people really want that? Because it's more advantageous to stop poking the very people who are showing how much they care about the league. Because some of the judges are saying, hey, look, let's have that conversation in private then. Bet. But then the other judges are publicly antagonizing, publicly trying to cause problems, publicly trying to cause strife. That makes no sense. It's no cohesion. You can't follow that.
Like, I don't know who the fuck Melvin think he is, bro.
Facts, man.
like, like this nigga had the nerve to try to say to me, Damo, just all you need to worry about is debates. My nigga, we not here for the same reasons.
Facts.
If you telling me that all I need to worry about is debates, nigga, you need to understand why I'm a debater in the first place. I am a debater out of respect to everybody else in this league. See, niggas like Melvin is like, oh, well, I sit back and I don't do nothing, so I should be I can be a judge. Right, that's the easy thing to do. It's easy to just sit back and say, I'm going to be the person to tell people whether or not they win or they lost and what they could do better. Can you be the example though?
Right.
Nigga talking about privilege. Can you be the example? A nigga like me ain't seen no privilege since I've been here. Matter of fact, the privilege that I should have, because of my outside expertise, niggas try to use that against me. And I took that and said, cool, I'm gonna be an example as a debater. You showed up and said that I'm gonna be the nigga to tell niggas what to do. You ain't get it out the mud. You ain't get it out the mud, bro. Like you showed up after being a cheerleader for Chris Harris. You showed up after that and then said, okay, I'll be a judge. Hell, I judged semifinals and I judged both semifinals of season 2 and the final of season 2. So even as a debater, I've already did what you did. As a debater, I already did what you did. And I did
made a decision in the finals, might I add.
Oh, wait. I forgot. Oh, I just put Huey to sleep. Let me stop. I forgot about that. I forgot. I made my decision in the finals. I was able to say who I thought won against Yara and Chris. I did my job. Melvin and I have both judged one finals. My finals, I did my job. His finals, he didn't. So that's what he got. Then I could also say on another level, as a debater, I've shown niggas how to take L's. I lost to Moore. He still brags about it to this day. Everybody brings it up to this day. I don't undermine the system. I don't undermine his win. Even when Lex say he beat me, and Lex quit and shits on the league, I was like, yeah, you beat me because our judges said you beat me. And I respect the judges. Yes, our judges said Moore beat me. Cool. I will take that loss. Our judges said, you said Taz beat me. That's difficult, but okay. I'll take that loss. So the last thing I want to hear from a nigga who ain't showed no type of what I'm looking for. A nigga who ain't set no standard. Ain't set no standard. Can't do his own job. Ain't showed the ability to compete as a debater. But you trying to tell me what I need to be? You got me fucked up, bro. Period. This league gets more from me being a debater than they get from you being a judge.
That's just facts, bro.
You replaceable, my nigga.
That's just facts. And I know that shit sound messed up. It sounds disrespectful, but it's the truth, bro. Like we getting into the facts of the matter. Right? If somebody is taught, hold on. What you need? Hold on for a second.
Man, hit that like button, please. People, hit the like button.
And look, and this ain't even about like when I was talking like like I said, I take this shit personal because like I said, me and my wife go back and forth about the time that I give to niggas on this platform.
Facts.
So I do take it personal when I feel like I'm being slighted or something's being slighted. You know what I mean? Giving it, and so that's what I'm saying. Ain't no nigga who ain't invested what I put into this bitch go say to me, all you need to do is focus on debating. You got me fucked up. You ain't added what I added. I'm gonna hop off real quick. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. We do got a interview. I believe Tanshine interview tonight, joining the league.
It's hard watching Suave face. It's hard watching Suave face during this.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I get it, bro. And like I said, I ain't trying to put you in no hard position, but uh, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And so if it's not gonna get fixed, like if I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not messing my personal relationship up over this league. Right? I'm not messing up my personal life over this league. I'm not. I gave too much already to be told the things that I'm hearing and I'm starting to be told and hearing. You know, I'm not with it. I ain't throw my trophies in the trash. Right? If there was a time where I walked away, I explained why. And it wasn't just, oh, I'm bitching and complaining. Right? It's no. Some of this shit is administratively incorrect. We have so much time that we dedicate to this. It's too much time. Look how long Suave puts on here. Look how many hours people are on here to say, oh, it's your job to just be quiet and debate. No, nigga, you be quiet and judge. Be quiet and make sure that the league runs. Be quiet and stop calling people divas and understand what they're asking to make the league better. We actually compete in it. Like, we're the ones that actually compete in the system that you're creating. Think about that. We are your quality control. We are the ones that are giving you the feedback on how it works. So if we say something like, yo, it's hard to know how you're judging the shuckle or not, or the rapid fire. It's difficult to understand how you're judging the rebuttal. We don't understand your overall conversation or explanation on the PowerPoint judging. And you say, well, you're just not listening or you just don't get it. You're not reading the rubric. Well, sorry, sir. If you read the rubric and I explained to you how one debater didn't follow the rubric, nothing happened. Where is the cohesion in that? See, that's what I'm saying. You don't really want to have a conversation with me because I went through all the channels. I did what I was supposed to do. And I'm still watching nonsense, bro. So I ain't gonna. Like I said, I wanted to conversate with y'all. Obviously, we could do that in private. I can't do this shit, bro. I'm going to mess the product up more. I'm going to be more of a hindrance than a product than a production than production. Be more of a problem than productive. Nigga, I'm so angry I can't even get my words right. Right, be more of a problem than I will be productive at this state. At this state, there's no way. There's no way, because as soon as I hear certain people say one thing, I'm gonna cook you, and then you gonna get mad. You're not gonna like it, and eventually you gonna kick me out. I'm gonna get kicked out of nowhere, nigga. So I'm sorry that we conflicting you, Swab. I'm sorry that we
No,
giving
I'm
you
good,
excuses.
man. I'm good. I really don't. You know, I guess it's just kind of counseling for me, which really that's why I hate, because then it's like, okay, Suave said this. Like, I'm kind of accepting. You know what I'm saying? That's how I've been my whole life. Like, I just need to know what situation I'm in, and then I can shovel the shit out. You know what I'm saying? I know it's gonna be some shit though. This is not a shitless situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I mean, when I'm yeah, I'm not smart. I can't act like I'm smart. I'm just not. I don't know. I don't even know what word to use. I don't even know what word to use. As assertive as, whatever it is, because it's like, I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah. But I do. I
Just
think
don't
you got a good
know.
chance to win this year, especially since I ain't in your way.
Man, man.
But real talk, like, there is a conflict. I'm conflicted even right now in this conversation. I put too much time in. I got too much love for many of us because we know that there's a real brotherhood there, contrary to popular belief. But I also got no more time for games, bro. Like it's too much going on for me. If this don't make sense at this point, I gotta step off. So, but yeah, man, we'll be in contact, bro. Um, Go ahead, do your thing, protect the league, and keep cooking, keep pressing, man. Shout out to the league, shout out to the chat, and peace to the people who give a damn. To y'all that's gonna keep playing, like yeah, bro, yeah, you gonna get your end result. I don't know what to tell you. So, all right, man, peace.
All right, for sure. Anonymous Hebrew in the building, man. Domo said he's gonna come back. Shout out to both them brothers. Yeah, I just don't want to lose. Oh, why is it like that? Boom. All right. Something like that. What was it? Oh, hell no. 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 Let's not leave it like that. Shout out to DJ Black Charm in the building, man. Shout out to G Dub. I think I spoke to you, Reggie Banks. I think I read your comment. I didn't speak to you. Peace. Last call. Peace to you. Yeah, man. Boop, 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 doop, boop, doop. It's not for the league. Nah. Hey, that's what it is, man. But this is the argument league. Don't get it twisted, pointing in the wrong direction, misconstrued or fucked up. This is the place to be when the shit happens, man. We do have high value conversations. We do have a lot of different personalities, and it's minus the bullshit that you get with other channels. Uh, I'm the host of it. I'm very transparent. This is like a hangout. This is like a hangout, a live hangout in the back. Shout out to JJ, Jessica, Joel in the building. Like a live hangout, which is how it started. You know what I'm saying? People hanging out in the back chats on the hangout. And I said, why the fuck aren't we live? You know what I'm saying? I noticed that people talk a certain way when we not live. So I said, I want this to be my channel because I don't do the fake shit. You know what I'm saying? I have to do the whole shit, the promote shit. But I like when we talk right here, it's gonna be the same as if we was talking in private. You know what I'm saying? Of course, with the exception of personal information and stuff like that. But as long as it's about this shit, man, like a motherfucker calling me in real life talking to me about the debate. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird to me. A motherfucker calling me on my personal phone and we sitting at the crib talking about the debate. I'll be like, bro, let's go live. Why me and you just talking about this? Let's go live. Other people want to talk about this. Other people want to hear it. Yeah. Yeah, man. So I just want to be a good debater, good debater, good debater. I heard that song already. Y'all like that song? See, look, see, I'm trying to grow my goatee, but I can't. That kind of look kind of. I'm gonna have to trim my mustache. About this eye. So let me start on my motherfucking presentation for let me start on my presentation for you, Huguenot. That's what I want to do, but I gotta talk to y'all and entertain y'all. and everything, you know. Yeah, I mean to tell the truth, man, I'm not an apology type of nigga. I just watch your actions. Cause you don't gotta really offend me or insult me for me to not to fuck with you. I could just look at some of the shit you do and be like, nah, I'm good on that. You know what I'm saying? Like when we first got in the league, well, when Chris first came over here, Chris was the type of person I was like, oh, I can't fuck with a nigga like that. He had some bad introductions though. I give him that. Because he had a couple people come before him, Lex. And I was like, I can't fuck with that nigga in real life. Rob. Like, it's not the type of nigga I fuck with in real life. Then A9 came through. A9 was cool. A9 was hard to see what it was because A9 wasn't what he is today, right? But when Chris came in, they had a past. And Chris, A9 got a white wife. And jumped off the panel. I'm like, man, I can't fuck with that nigga in real life. But I will say this. Chris has made a conscious effort publicly to better himself. And that's what I want to incorporate. That's just that. You know, I'm never going to have to apologize for the shit he has apologized for. And I'm not trying to make him seem like the baddest guy in the world because he's not. But I just don't move in certain fashions. You know what I'm saying? And he blamed it on light skin, this and all of that. But all of that in itself is an attempt to be a man. Like, look, this is what it is. This is just what it is. Solar Mind is in the building, the commissioner. What's good with you, big dog?
What's going on, Swab Beezy?
Same shit, man. The floor is yours. What's on your mind?
Yeah, nothing really at this point. I mean, I'm not a person that constantly wants to rehash. I'm a worker, so at this point, it's just time to work. At this point, I just came over here. There's no issue with the argument league per se. I just think that it was just a disagreement between two factions of the debate league that it was unable to be resolved. And I'm hearing I'm hearing two sides of a thing. It's on the one end, these people are acting like weirdos, so we kick them off, and um, they have a lot of complaining, but they don't put in enough. I'm hearing that on one side, here on the other side. They don't like me because I believe this, and they kick me off because they have, their group of people that they mess with. They don't really mess with me like that. They don't like what I say. They don't like what I believe. So that's why they kick me off. So I'm hearing two of these things, and I was assuming that somehow, like minds or respectful minds can come to maybe a middle ground where things could be actually resolved and everybody's respected. But then it seemed to me that it was becoming even more toxic as it moved on. It began to get more of a bigger problem. So this isn't just around the Rabbi Lewis thing, but the Rabbi Lewis thing was constantly brought up as a talking point, and not from Rabbi Lewis, but from people that considered to be, of the lower tier debaters. Like, they don't even give him the post debate show, and they, so that's going on one end, and on the other end is like the reason why we're doing this is because they acting like this and they doing that. So there's no resolution. I'm commissioner of the Solar Vision Debate League. I'm not commissioner over the lower tiers. I'm not commissioner just over the elite debaters. I'm commissioner of the Solar Vision Debate League. So I have to take what both of these people are saying and see if maybe they could come to a resolution so we can maintain order. If order isn't maintained, then I have to talk to the administration, and then we have to now go in there and maintain order. So that's all that is. And so that's how we're going to moving forward just to resolve this issue. because like I said, it was just getting more toxic as we moved on, and we don't want it to get to the point where it's just extra crazy. So
Yeah, that's a fact. And I mean, I gotta say, as the players rep, um, I'm I stay out of that, right? Because I do have to equally represent, bro. I don't look at tiers. I'm the anti-elite dude. You know what I'm saying? But I do got people that I express get the hell out of my league. Um, that's not conflicting with them being in the league. If they in the league, you can hit the link. You know what I'm saying? You can get manager. You can move a certain way. You can keep those qualities, those privileges. But I can't sit up here and keep letting people on the panel to just be disgusted. It's not even about a debate. And then, like a Ratazar, he's now weaponizing, I'm trying to set up a debate. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, we not even set, we don't want to debate, do women, you know what I'm saying? And all of this other shit. And then niggas sitting up here spewing some dumbass shit. Then the motherfucker said, but I'm trying to set up a debate. I'm trying to set up. Bro, shut up with that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just simple as that, man. Niggas just move in a way that it's hard to fucking interact with them. And I don't got to. Now, I don't mind doing no pre-debate show. I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to say the pre-debate show, your name and the other person's name, you come through. I don't give a fuck. If Domo can't do the post-debate show, call me, text me. I'll do the post-debate show. But I got to be honest. Like 90% of the time, I'm not planning to do the post-debate show. So I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? I'm damn near in the bed and shit. But I will still do a post-debate show.
right.
So I mean, it's a way that you can express yourself about it. But of course, I don't agree with no tiers because you can be sitting at the bottom of the fucking chart all year, do your 8 debates, and go to number 1. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it has nothing to do with that, the point system, you know. But yeah, I ain't never been in the cool dudes club, man, and I don't need to be there now. I just want proficiency. Like that's what I want, man. I want entertainment. I want quality. I want debates and the conversations around the debates. All that other shit, man. I feel like it's another element that's picking its little head up. And I may not be privy to it because I'm not in a lot of the private conversations that's had offline. I'm not in the other chat rooms. I'll be over here. So if it don't happen over here, I don't be knowing.
Yeah, I'm kind of more like yourself. Like when I'm tuning in, is to the I got a couple of channels that I look at, but it's not involved with the YouTube shit. It's just regular information shit that I want to see. But I mean, when it comes to the community, I'm tuning into the argument league. So so yeah, it's a lot of shit, far as with what concerning that. But I think in terms of what is required here on the Solar Vision Debate League and the Argument League, it just turned into a whole thing because the streams last a long time. You know what I'm saying? These are like damn a half of a day of people talking. So there's a lot being said within that time frame, and it's hard to maintain a structure when it's like that long because it's like a lot of people, different people coming in and out. There's a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, that's something that definitely going to be still maintained. I mean, because I'm not with the all nighters. I'm not with the extra long streams. I'm not going over an hour and a half if I'm doing a personal stream. So definitely, I was envisioning at this point to for the debaters, since they like the judges' notes, we kind of relegate that, give it to the debaters, and they can bring it over here to the argument league to have a further discussion on it. I won't be reading the judges' notes on the actual SVDL channel, just giving the scores and having a post debate show. So that conversation can still be had. You know, that conversation can still be had, and which will result in the extra long conversations. But in terms of the um the role, because I think that ultimately the problem and where the problems occur is normally on the argument league, and some people feeling some type of way of how they've been treated, or on the other side on what this actual person is doing, and is doing to maybe in general and to other people. So um, yeah, I think that'd just be the best way of handling the situation moving forward, because it don't seem like either side is really bending to make um to meet the other end on a common ground. It's just more so it's like, no, they doing this, and no, they doing that, and that's that, and then and when it gets into that point, and like the finger gets pointed at the league as a whole as a result of that. So if that's the case, then that's going to force me to have to solve the problem. This is the best way I believe that can solve the problem as quickly as possible. So like I said, it is really no hard feelings from the relationships I have with the argument league, but it's just, I think it's just a necessary step in it to alleviate the current situation that's going on amongst the debaters. So
Well, I support it. I support it. You already know, man. I'm down, and whatever makes your job easier, fucking course, you know. So yeah, man. I appreciate the solution, and let's get it. You know, that's all I can say. We got Tanjan interview today.
yeah, Tajon is going to be in the building today. I actually checked out that Matrix yesterday too. Did you see it?
Nope. The new Matrix. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. I think I was waiting on a clear version or something because I bootleg everything.
Did you see Kingsman?
Kingsman.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Kingsman.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new movie that's out with I forget his name. What's the motherfucker that played Indiana Jones? I forget. I don't even know if he played Indiana.
Yeah, I saw the Kingsman original. Oh, it's a new one.
It's a new one. Yeah, it's a new one. Yeah, that Jones was actually better than the Matrix. Okay. I actually liked that movie.
Yeah, I don't even know what they're doing with the Matrix. For some reason, I'm not even.
Yeah, it was just like a type of deal. Like if he was like older, like as if he took the blue pill, and he was like this person that actually made this game really about the Matrix, which will make the Matrix like kind of mythology, and then it's like this whole connection with psychedelic drugs, which get you out of the Matrix, but we consider that to be death. You know what I'm saying? So that's the fear, But it definitely made me think, because I mean, like it's like a saying that people say, like, well, everybody who dies, they never came back. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's probably why, like, you're out of the Matrix now. Like, damn, all that shit wasn't real.
Yeah, like I heard somebody say something like they was dreaming the whole time. They tried to spin it like somebody just imagined the Matrix or something like that. I said that's crazy as hell. Oh, never mind. it was it was a never mind and shit. Like, nah, that shit ain't real. Oracle don't mean nothing. Pills don't mean shit. So I don't know. I wasn't drawn to it. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably still watch it.
It's good enough to watch. It is not like, obviously he can never do the first one, because obviously we know that they didn't actually write that. You interviewed Sophia Stewart, so she's the only one that actually could really make the Matrix as good as it was in part one. So
yeah, shout out to Sophia Stewart. Yeah, I'll probably watch it with Katrina. It's probably entertaining enough.
Yeah, it was good enough. It's turning more into a love story between Neo and his wife than anything, in my opinion. So
Yeah, they could have saved that shit.
yeah.
You watched that one shit, Squid Games, bro?
Squid Game. Oh, wait. Somebody sent me a joint about the Squid Games. Is that damn, what was it? What was that about? Some type of
Yeah, I didn't watch it because I hate trendy
no,
shit.
somebody sent me a just like a preview to it or something.
Yeah, it's like a Japanese version of
Oh yeah.
what's that one game called? Hunger Games.
Yeah.
It's like a Japanese Hunger Games, but with kid games.
Oh yeah. The Squid Games is when they got the games lined up and it's like a group of people in there and they get like a certain amount of people get killed.
Yeah.
For yeah. Yeah, I seen a preview to that.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't watch
Oh, you watched it?
it. No.
Is that a whole season? That's not just one episode. That's a whole season,
Yeah,
right?
it's like a couple of seasons, I guess. A few seasons.
And the Black Candyman. I liked the Candyman. I liked the new Candyman.
Yeah, I liked it too. And I didn't have any pre, you know, expectations out of it. And I think that was smart because I think, people that's fan of the original Candyman, they might not like this one. But it was cool to me.
Yeah, I liked it that, and I actually liked it that better than the Halloween. And Halloween was pretty good.
I watched Halloween too. I just watched that the other day. Um, yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I like the way they did it. It was kind of novelty. It seemed like they just brought back all the old people that was in the older movies when they was younger, dealing with Michael Myers and shit that survived. At least that's what I looked at it as in my head. Shout out to Just Me, man, joining that league. Got an interview coming up in about a week.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to interviewing that sister. But let me get up out of here. I just want to highlight you real quick. Shout out to Swab Beats. And I gotta set up my date for my presentation.
Okay. I mean, come on, fam. You got the manager. If I see you go live, I'm gonna shut this shit down. I'm announcing and shut this shit down.
Yeah, I want y'all to be in the building. I want you to be in the building for that. You know, me and you agree on most of the stuff. Our perspectives are similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can't have Domo in here. You know what I'm saying, with his
divisive,
his college education
program, educated. I got the answer in the envelope, vanilla envelope.
Yeah. You thinking like, oh, we're gonna get it together, and then Joe Biden is gonna save his bullshit.
Ain't it? Whenever you're ready, big dog. Like I say, I'll see you crank it up. You know what I'm saying? Even if you just send me a text, like it's gonna go down in half an hour, I announce it. We get to it. You already know.
Yeah, got you, no doubt. Shout out to the argument league.
For real. Shout out to the commission, man. You already know, man. Solo Miezo, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Solar Vision Debate League. If you ain't subscribed, get subscribed. My dog is kind of barking. Let me go see what the fuck. Okay, it was nothing, man. Yeah, hit that like button. Appreciate it, go Mizzle. Spoilers. Hey, that's hard, man. So, in the building. We are definitely in the building. Man, you can still get it. We don't watch it for the story anyway. You watch it for the visuals and stuff like that, I guess. You know, that's how I go. That's how I be. Insert picture, online picture. Man, what's up with y'all, man? Yeah, nigga. I said, okay. There we go. Cash. See, he barking at a dog that ain't even around. Okay. That should be Jiggy, right? That should be Jiggy. Oh shit, man. You know, I'm not gonna lie, man. It used to be fire, man. It used to be popping, man. We used to have like 12 motherfuckers down there, 20 motherfuckers on the panel, and niggas getting it in and conversating and going back and forth, and you know, it was it was cool. It was cool. Now, you know, that happens sometime. It's sporadic, but it sucked being just me. I ain't gonna lie. Shit, it sucked being just me. You know, I'll take that one. Did the city of Tyre get destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar in the way that the Bible said it did? Right? So I guess I could do that. Let me do this then. Since I have to. Didn't, 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 didn't. Oh, this is gonna bore the shit out of y'all. Oh yeah. But I guess I could put some information on about Tyre and or look, don't play with me, fam. I'm tired of your little garbage pail kid self. Yeah, what the fuck? It's really showing me like tire. There's some cool tires out there. They don't need air no more. Oh, that's what we could do. We could watch a Merkaba video. Y'all give enough of a fuck about that? Let me see. We could do that. Hmm. What should I do? Should I piss off the Muslims? You want to pick on some Muslims? Oh no. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Um.
first enslaved people in America were reluctant to accept the religion of their masters. Many owners hoped that Christianity
I'm
might make their
always
slaves more
tired, bro.
docile.
He said, I
Many
need to watch
owners
that
hoped that
stuff. Oh, no, you gonna get
Christianity
it.
might make their slaves more
You
docile
gonna get it.
and encourage them to convert.
On Sundays, niggas had to sit and listen to a white man's sermon. Obey your master. Be good servant. Can't tell you how many times I done heard that text preached on. They tell the slave that if he be good, work hard for his master, then he would go to heaven. They tell the slave that if he be good, work hard for his master, then he would go to heaven, and then he gonna live a life of ease. They ain't never tell him he gonna be free in heaven.
Trying to make sure I can still see y'all at the same time. I'm gonna have to use two TVs. Two TVs.
I am against all religion. I have both Christianity wrong, Islam as well. But I think that this video is needed because as I look to try to find this kind of information I'm going to be showing to you in this video, I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it anywhere. So this video is going to be it. I think that anybody who sees this video in its entirety will be done with Christianity. Now, I know any Christian or Hebrew Israelite or anybody who's watching this video is going to say, well, I heard it all before. Well, I've seen it all before. I've heard all the claims. But I don't think that there's no way you can refute what you're going to see in this video. It's just not going to be any way. This is it. This is it. You haven't seen this before. Trust me. Nobody has put this information out the way I'm going to put it out in this video. So you need to really seriously pay attention. Now, if you want to say Jesus is black, fine. I'll go with that. If you want to say, we are the true Jews and all that, okay, fine. Sure, I'll go with that. I'll go with any other thing you want to say about the Bible. I'll accept everything. But none of that proves the Bible is correct. It doesn't prove it's right. Now, after I show you what's in this video, there will be silence. There will be nothing else anyone can say anymore. It's going to be over. It's going to be done after this video. So if you like me and you don't believe in this book and you are sick and tired of hearing these hypocrites, I like to call them hypocrites because there's no way that there's a true Christian or true Hebrew Israelite walking around on this planet who is following the Bible because it's impossible to follow. People are delusional who are believing in this book. And I'm going to expose every prophecy in that book. Everything about Jesus dying on the cross, everything about Jesus coming back in the clouds, everything about what Jesus said, everything about all the rules and parables that's in the Bible. I'm going to expose them all. And I'm going to show you exactly what the Bible is, what Jesus is trying to tell you, and I'm going to back it all up with proof. I'm going to back it up with the scriptures because I know people don't want to believe any outside proof, but we're going to take a look at what's exactly in the Bible. And we're going to remember that Revelations 22, 18 and 19 says, do not add or take away from the book. And we won't do that. And I find that when a lot of people defend the Bible, they always defend it with the Bible. They always defend it with verses that they make up on their own. So when I show people a contradiction in the Bible, they'll go back and give me a Bible verse that says something else, not realizing that, dude, that's a contradiction. That's exactly what my problem is. It's a contradiction. Or they'll give me their own interpretation of what they think it's saying. And then I will reply, well, show me where that's at in the Bible. Show me where the Bible says that. And they can't do that. Revelations 22, 18, 19 says, do not add, do not take away from the book. So if you can't show me in the book something that can refute the contradictions, then you need to stop. Now, one of the things I see happening with my videos is this. One of the things that happens all the time is people will watch my video up until a certain point. And then as soon as they hear something that hurts their feelings or makes them upset, they'll leave a comment instead of watching the rest of the video. Now, this video is going to seriously hurt a lot of you Christians, a lot of you Hebrew Israelites. It's going to destroy the very foundation of what your religion stands on. It's going to completely wipe it out. And it's going to do it with proof and facts. And there's no way you're going to be able to deny what it's saying. So your feelings will be hurt. So watch the video in its entirety before you stop and leave me a comment. Don't leave me an ignorant comment saying something because your feelings are hurt. Watch the information, listen to it, take notes, write it down. I know a lot of you are saying, who the hell is this guy? He ain't even got that many views. He don't got that many followers. There's no way he can know what he's talking about. After this video, you will be convinced I know what I'm talking about. Nobody has put this information out here. Nobody is not talking about this. Nobody is not showing you this proof and exactly what the book is. Now, one of the reasons why most of you people can't give up your religions, you can't give up your Christianity, you can't give up your Islam, it's because of the world today. It's because of history. So all of you believe because this is such a popular religion. We have a pope and, it's so many people who are Christians, and it's been going on for a long time. There's wars that have been started because of this Bible. And none of you can fathom that none of these intelligent, smart people would not have figured out what we figured out. So it has to be right, because these intelligent, smart people who run in the world, who are, major celebrities and who are people in power, they are smart enough to figure out what that book is saying. So who are you to understand what the book is trying to say? And you're nobody. They would have figured it out on their own. This is one of the reasons why people stay in religion, because they just think there's no way it can be wrong. And people like us, we just, we're crazy. We just cuckoo. We just, we're Satanists or we're demons or something like that. The proof is out there. You have to understand that people who are in power, who are perpetuating this whole religion thing, are behind the religion, and they want you to fall victim to it. But as I said plenty of times before in previous videos, there's something else in these religious books that's not for you. And I'm going to show you what that is. There's something else in these religious books that they don't want you to know about. It's not for you. You are to learn the surface religion, what the book is talking about, straightforward. You're not supposed to know what I'm about to show you in this video. So I'm not going to talk so much. I'm going to go right into the information and we're going to get started. So let's dig into something that people just don't want to realize. They just don't want to read it and understand exactly what it's saying. So let's look at 2 Timothy 3:16, King James Version. It says, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instructions in righteousness.
Now, motherfuckers have their own interpretation of what this supposed to mean. But nigga, this mean it was given by inspiration of God. Like, I could be inspired by God to kill somebody. I was thinking, how did we get here? God created us. That's an inspired thought. Like, it doesn't mean like God came down and gave you any information. And it's profitable for doctrine. I think that's self-fucking explanatory. For reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Shout out to wonderful wheat bread. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, for doctrine. Yeah. To control your people, because it's to make laws. Doctrine basically law. And a belief or set of beliefs held and taught by a church, political party, or other group. A stated principle of government policy, mainly in foreign or military affairs. So it's a political, military, government policy. Damn.
It does not say that God told men to write this book. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say God just said poof and the book fell out the sky complete. It does not say that God came down and whispered in some man's ear and said, hey, this is what I want you to write. It says inspiration. And you know what inspiration means? Inspiration. Okay, let's take a look at the definition of inspiration. Inspiration. The process of being mentally stimulated to do or feel something, especially to do something creative. A sudden, brilliant, or timely idea. This is the definition of inspiration. It doesn't mean that God came down and gave you a message. Doesn't mean that. If God can create the whole universe in 6 days, he does not need to give a man a message to write a book. Now, forgive me for being a little condescending, but I know for a fact most of the people who are defending this book don't read this book. I know they don't read it. There is no way you can read the Bible. I'm talking about seriously, really read it, analyze it, study it. There's no way you can read the Bible and come out believing what it says. It's just not possible. Somebody has to interpret to you what they want you to believe the book is saying. This is how they get you to believe because they are telling you what to believe. There's no way you can read this book for yourself. I'm going to tell you what happened. Somebody went into the Bible and they gave you a chapter and verse and they kicked some fly stuff to you and it sounded real good and they made it make sense. It made sense to you. So you bought into it and you've been going to church ever since. And every time you try to pick the book up and try to read it on your own, guess what happened? You don't understand what it's saying. You don't understand it. So you go with all of the other stereotypical, the norm of what people are saying about the Bible. And you go along with it because you heard something that inspired you, but it doesn't make the book correct. Now, if you're a person who's watching this kind of video or this kind of information for the first time, I guarantee you, I'm going to explain it in a way where you can really understand it because we're going to deal with facts. I'm going to do something that somebody is not doing in your church, and that's using a lot of common sense. We're going to use a lot of common sense in this video, people. We're going to really go into common sense hard, but we're going to stick with the scriptures. But first, let me get back to what I was saying. So, if the Bible did not fall from the sky, if God did not whisper in a man's ear and say, hey, write this book, what does that tell you? It tells you exactly what the Bible was saying. Men wrote this book. This book was written by men. Now, what do we know about the men who wrote this book? Nothing. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they came from. We don't know what their agenda was. And another thing I like to say is, let's just say for argument's sake, God did tell a man or whisper to a man, an angel came down and told him, the Holy Spirit, whatever, came and told a man to write this Bible. I want you to write this book. How will we know that it's the truth? How will we know if a man came to us and said, hey, here's a book, God told me to write it? If you're not there, if you wasn't there to hear or see God give this man this message, how can you believe what he's saying is true? How can you go along with something like that? You've never seen God before in your life. You've never seen any angels or anything like that ever before. You never even heard of a person saying or coming to you saying, hey, I walked down the street with angels last night. They came over, ate dinner with me. You never heard that before. Nobody said that. So, or maybe somebody said that. I don't know. Christians say a lot of crazy things, but you never heard that before. So if a person came to you and say, hey, God gave me a message. He told me to write it down. I put it in this book.
Hey, there you go.
How can you?
Hey, he warned y'all.
That? So
he warned y'all. Look, this motherfucker said, "Oh, God hater. I can't be listening to this madness." How you see? That's what I'm saying. Why we gotta hate God? Why we gotta hate God? And he didn't read the book several times, took trips to the sites. He went through all this work to get all this information. Cause he liked the information. He loved the information. And he see what he could do to use the information to help other people who don't have the information. And he gotta hate God. I am before this world, that's how I know. Okay. Okay, I hear that shit. I don't know what's up. Ain't it? Your Matthew, Mark, Luke's, and your Johns. I am before this world. That's how I know. I mean, yeah, stay in that world. You got to talk like that, man, and go over there. The Bible has rules and laws our ancestors have since come up with. So much fighting amongst the tribes that had to develop laws to deal with these everyday problems and people. We should be doing it now. But good luck, big dog. Good luck. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the dude is credible, man.
We don't know who wrote the book. We don't know where it comes from. We don't have the original books of the Bible. So, what do we have? Let's get into that. Now, I hope we all understand that the Bible is comprised of many different books. There are 66 books in the King James Version, but you have to understand that there were over 500 books that were going to be comprised to form the Bible. Now, what we have of these original books, we have copies. All of those books that were used to go into the Bible, first of all, we don't have all of them today, but the ones we do have are copies. We don't have the original. So we know Mark is the oldest gospel. We don't have, originals of Mark. We don't have originals of Luke. We have copies of copies of copies, and there are thousands of them. The thing about these copies is when you compare them, they all have mistakes. They all have errors. They have things added and things taken away from it. I'm going to show you this in the video. I'm going to prove this. But there are a lot of mistakes and errors in the Bible, which, in these manuscripts as well, which all goes back to what I was saying, God didn't obviously write this book. God didn't obviously, put a spirit on a person to get them to write the book because it would be perfect. It would be perfectly done. There wouldn't be no mistakes. There would not be errors, but there are. There are thousands of errors, thousands of them.
Dang, I'm sorry, and I'm gonna continue to. I'm trying to remember to mute out so it don't be an echo. And that's what I was saying. Like, how you got books like Cyrus, Hebrew, Roman, but you ain't got no African titles? No African titles. And it's supposed to be the book of God. If the book of God came to me and that shit was called Gwillip, nigga, I'm never gonna change the name. I don't give a fuck what language we go to. Nigga, Gwillip is what the creator of the universe came down and told me. I'm not translating it. Like, how simple is that? How do you translate God's word from a language? Nigga, if this is the language and the script in which God gave you the Bible, this is the language and the script of which the world shall speak. You don't lose that. You don't divert from that. You shouldn't be able to. And if you can, then I said one from God. That's just it. Yeah, so the lack of African terminology throughout the book just was like, man, what is this?
How do you get your Bible? How do we get the Bible we have today? We all heard of the Council of Nicaea. Everybody knows about the council. We know about what was going on there and what supposedly had happened there. But what they don't tell you is
that council. Well, fuck, that nothing happened at the council of Nicaea. That shit ain't real. And they're like, man, they put a whole bunch of books on top of, like, where did you get that information from? The canon. The canon
behind what happened at the Council of Nicaea. You don't read about this kind of stuff. So when you had all of these hundreds of manuscripts that were going to be comprised to create the Bible, they had to figure out which ones to use. So a master plan was devised to create the Bible, to figure out what was going to go in. It was a master plan. It was genius how they figured out how they was going to get all these books in the Bible. This is what they did. Check it out. They said, we're going to take all of these hundreds of books of the Bible that are supposed to be the inspired word of God, from God. We're going to take all these books and we're going to put them under the communion table. And then we're going to leave. And when we come back in the morning, whatever books are on the top of the
And then that's all y'all could do. Y'all try to come up with a logical reasoning. Nigga, I never claimed, I didn't know I was African. I never claimed to be African. When I came up out of here, my name was Charles. That's it. We're talking about the name of the Bible that came from the creator of the universe, God, the ruler who don't even have to snap his finger from less than a thought, devour all existence. Like, come on, bro. You don't translate that. You don't have me walking around here talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Roman, Hebrew, Titus, and that's not what God came. This is not me naming my kids. This is the creator of the universe telling you what shit is. I can name my kids whatever I want. How did these non-African titles get into this motherfucking book? If the book's supposed to came out of Africa. Answer that.
table, those are the books that we are going to use to put into the Bible. That's how they came up with your Bible. So, how do we know this is true? Because they wrote about it. Council Papias wrote in the Synodicon, which is like a letter or decree to the Nicene Council. He wrote that having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion.
Now listen to what he said now. Listen to what he said.
Council Papias wrote in the Synodicon.
Council Papias wrote in a single decon in a letter to the Council of Aristius.
Just like a letter or decree to the Nicene Council. He wrote that having promiscuously.
I said Council of Aristius. I'm sorry, Council of Nicaea.
Nicene Council. He wrote that having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion table in a church, they, the bishops, besought the Lord that the inspired writings might get upon the table, while the sparse ones remain underneath, and it happened according.
Now he said, according to the Council of Nicaea, the dude they took all these books, hundreds of books, put them under a table, closed and locked the door, and said God would reveal what he wants us to be put in the canon by placing that book on the table. This video can be found on the Merkaba's channel, The Real Merkaba. Spelled right there, The Real Merkaba. This is one of the series called That's Game, the Bible and Christianity Finally Explained. Or you could find that over there. Listen.
Under a communion table, he wrote that having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion table in a church, they, the bishops, besought the Lord that the inspired writings might get upon the table, while the sparse ones remain underneath, and it happened accordingly. So, this is how your Bible came to be. This is how they figured out what books are going to go into the canon.
KLT, you gonna die in that chat, boy. You might want to stop typing. He says some of our people was in Greek culture and spoke their language, so some prophets or African speaking or foreign language would some nigga. All of the Bible is foreign. I'll understand if some Greek name, how is it zero African terminology in there? Zero. 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 No Ishmaelites, Harites, nothing. How was there not a book of Nubia? How is there not a book of Bantu? How is there not a book of anything African. All the books is Matthew. Matthew is not Greek. Mark, Luke, John. Those are not Greek names, bro. So even you said some prophets or Africans speaking a foreign language would have foreign names, but all of them, look, and then he run because African is made up. African, all this shit is made up, dummy. I'm sorry. All this shit is made up to categorize something. They categorize the things and people that's on that continent as African. That don't make the people made up or their culture made up. All words are made up. Somebody made the word up and applied it to something to communicate an idea of something. So that's a redundant point. Why is nothing about Africa and why is none of the books African? Speak to that point. That's how you know you don't have an answer when you got to say, well, what did you eat yesterday? Well, yesterday was another day. Well, tomorrow will be the nigga. The question is, why is there zero African terminology in the books? The books aren't in those names in the books. Africans have you speaking of a translated book. That's not even a real sentence. That's not even a real sentence. The books aren't in those names in the books of Africans have you speaking of a translated book. Okay. Yeah, try to reestablish that thought and we could, engage
Well,
further.
just want to go into your Bible. So the whole thing is this: if you have a bunch of books that are supposedly the inspired words of God, because this goes back to the question I posed earlier. If somebody comes to you and says to you, God gave me a message to write a book, to write, a gospel, how do you know if God gave him that message? How do you know that? How do you know? So here you have all these books together, all piled up on the table. How do you know which ones are supposedly inspired words of God? How do you know which ones is bullshit? There's no way you could know that. So they took the books, put them under the table, and say, you know what, we're gonna let God sort it out. Whatever books are on top of the table when we come back are the inspired words. But they don't say who came in there later or who had the key to the church. Nobody talks about that. So this is how your Bible came to be. So let's look at what happened once they put these books together. Now, first, we all have to agree. We gotta agree that is a pretty.
My bag about to echo. I gotta remember. Now remember, this is recorded. The Council of Nicaea said they put hundreds of books under a table, a communion table, closed and locked the door. And as they told it, God put the books that he wanted to be canonized on top of the table. Now, y'all know that ain't what happened, right? Y'all know that ain't what happened, right? Y'all know these people picked these books, right? Okay, let's go.
To put these books together, books that are of such importance for you to leave it to some kind of I don't know, game or some kind of chance, or for them to do it the way they did it. That should be enough for some people to just say, just from based upon what you've seen so far in this video, we just started. But that should be enough for you to be like, I'm not accepting this book. I'm not going to take this book into, my everyday life, my heart as, the foundation of my livelihood, the foundation of my existence is not going to come from this book. Based upon just what you've seen so far, you should be done with it. But I know that's not enough, so I'm going to keep going. But you have to admit that's kind of crazy. Now, something else about the Council of Nicaea that was written about, you have to go take a look. So Bishop Sabinus of Heraclea, he was one of the bishops who was put in charge of what was going on at the Council of Nicaea. So he affirms that one of the bishops who was put in charge of what? So Bishop Sabinus of Heraclea.
Bishop Sabinus of Heraclea.
He was one of the bishops who was put in charge of what was going on.
one of the bishops put in charge of what was going on at the Council of Nicaea.
The Council of Nicaea. So he affirms that besides Constantine the Emperor and Eusebius Olympius, these bishops were a set of illiterate, simple creatures.
Now, besides, where is it at? Besides Constantine the Emperor and Eusebius Papulus, these bishops were a set of illiterate, simple creatures that understood nothing. He said, one of the bishops at this place said, except for Constantine and Eusebius, the rest of the bishops were just illiterate motherfuckers who understood nothing. Not the language, not the history, not the culture. They were just happy to just be there, being included, given this false ass ranking, being told they dealing with something that God is manifesting. They told these stupid motherfuckers, we locking this door, we taking this key, and nobody's in this room. And they came back in the next day, saw the books on the table, and these stupid illiterate motherfuckers said, look what God did.
Creatures that understood nothing. What was going at the Council of Nicaea. So he affirms that besides Constantine the Emperor and Eusebius Olympius, these bishops were a set of illiterate, simple creatures that understood nothing. This is what a bishop wrote by a bunch of other bishops, because I guess he figured out this whole process was retarded. It was stupid. What are these people doing? Most of them couldn't read or write. Some of them they didn't even know why they was there. You know, if you go on to read a lot of the things that was written about what happened at the Council of Nicaea, you'll read about the buffoonery, the unbelievable things that the people were saying and the things that they thought should go into the canon. So, this is something that your preacher is not going to talk about. Nobody's going to tell you. You have to go research on your own. But it's too many other things in your way, too many other things that you are worried about to go do this research. But you will put your whole life, you will put everything that you believe in based upon this book. And you don't even know how it came about. That's something you need to think about. So, another thing you have to understand is they burned a lot of those books that didn't go into canon. A lot of those books got burned. When they first took the piles of books and they was throwing them on the table, it's not crazy they did it. When they took, like, let's say you took a pile of books and you set it on the table, right? Whatever books fell off the table, they was burnt. It was done. They say, you know what, this ain't one of them. It's going in the fire. This is the process that was used. You can go ahead and read about this. It's serious. This is some of the things that they did to bring these books together. Now you have to understand that a lot of these manuscripts that are being found, or that was found later on, some of these books are before the Council of Nicaea. Like, they didn't go, they wasn't there that day. They wasn't on the table. So a lot of these papers and a lot of these manuscripts they're finding wasn't even at council. So they wasn't even included in what you have today. They wasn't even considered because they wasn't there. And some of the books that were saved, because of course a lot of the bishops took some of those books home with them. A lot of them having private collections. So a lot of those books did get saved, but some of them got burnt and they gone forever. But some of the books or manuscripts they're finding later on wasn't even at council. Wasn't even there. So again, if that wasn't inspired word, let's just say God didn't inspire this word. Let's just say he did. If that was an inspired word of God, why would you not put it in the book? When do you think God would want you to hear it? If he inspired a man to write it, when do you think he would want you to know what he told that man to say? These are things you have to think about when you use common sense for us, because it wasn't there. The Dead Sea Scrolls, guess what? They are not in your Bible. It wasn't included. They weren't found until 1947. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, if it was an inspired word of God, why is it not in your Bible? Why is it not there? So these are the things you have to think about, and they're not going to tell you about these things because they don't want you to know. But a lot of these books, a lot of these manuscripts that are found later were not even there at the Council of Nicaea. It wasn't found until years later. So once you got all these books together, once you figured out what books you're going to use, just going to go into the canon, go into your Bible, Now you have to translate them. You have to translate them from Hebrew, translate them from Greek or Syriac into Latin, because that was the first language they translated them into. So we got to translate these books now. So let's translate them into Latin, one. And then now you have to make copies. Now, all of this was done by hand. There was no copy machine, no printing press. Printing press wasn't invented until the 1400s. So they had to do this all by hand. And guess what? When you do something like that by hand, there are going to be mistakes. There are going to be errors. So here, the foundation book of what your Bible you have today is based upon. The foundation book. That's all these manuscripts that they decided they was going to put together is based upon the copy of these books. Errors, mistakes are going to happen. So of course, the Bible you have today is from errors.
Damn, man, my bad. I keep forgetting to fucking mute out. He said he needs to do more research. The same laws we refuse to use could be the same to judge American high. What the fuck that gotta do about research? What does that have to do with finding the records that at the Council of Nicaea, they picked what was going to be canonical from putting the books under the table, locking the door and saying, God put the books on the table. From one of the bishops that was there, recorded to be in there, saying besides the two main, Eusebius and Constantine, the rest of these niggas was imbecile. What the fuck do you have to say about that? He has to do more research and you show none? And it's not in your Bible. It's not in the King James 1611 Bible. It's not. It wasn't found to the 1940s. Shout out to Cole Wicked in the building. Peace to you. But whatever religious tendencies you need to use to make yourself feel better about lying to your people, about the creation of the earth, judgment of our souls, why we in the position we in, and why whatever make you sleep better from lying to your people, misleading your people.
Now, before I go any further, I want to address a couple things real quick. I know how Christians think. I know how you religious people think, and I know what I've shown you so far has not even sunk in. Some of you got your own scroll saying,
Exactly.
I got my faith on those books that made it onto the top of the table. But I'm going to show you where these books came from. As I said earlier, you don't know where these books come from. I know where they come from. I know where they came from. And other people know where they came from as well. And I'm going to show you where they come from. I'm going to show you exactly where they wrote. Let me show you this. So if you got your hope set on those books that made it to the top of the table, I'm going to destroy that hope, unfortunately. Okay, now, long before the Council of Nicaea ever convened, long before that ever even happened, we have two books we got to basically discuss. We have to discuss the Septuagint, and we have to discuss the Peshitta. Now, the Septuagint is basically the Old Testament translated from Hebrew into Greek. Now, this is a big, highly debated book when you start doing the research. Now, first of all, the Septuagint, we obviously we don't have the original Old Testament. We don't have the original Hebrew version of it. Remember, Moses is supposed to be the one who wrote the Old Testament or wrote the 5 books of Moses or whatever. We don't have those books. They don't exist. We don't know where they're gone. So, how do you create a Septuagint? How do you create a Septuagint when we don't have the original 5 books of Moses? We don't have the original Hebrew version of the Old Testament. We don't have none of these. So how do you create a Septuagint? This goes back to LXX. Now, LXX is Roman numeral for 70. So we got L is 50, X is 10, X is 10. Septuagint means 70. So what is this whole thing about? Now, LXX is basically speaking about the letters of Aristeas. Now, the letters of Aristeas are ancient documents that talk about 6 elders who were taken from the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, these 6 elders were supposed to go to Alexandria, Egypt, and translate the Old Testament Hebrew into the Septuagint, which is Greek. Now, of course, you're going to ask yourself, how did they do this? since we do not have the originals. Now, understand that this is the only proof that we have that one, this whole thing took place and that these people had the knowledge of this information or anything like that. This is the only proof that we have is basically this LXX, this letters of Aristeas. We have no other proof. This is all we have. So basically, proof out of nowhere, we get this Septuagint. So we basically have 6 elders from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. Now that's 72 elders altogether. So Septuagint means 70 and LXX is 70, but in actuality, it was 72 elders. So, that's one weird thing right there. And I know, of course, you are asking yourselves, how in the hell did these 72 old men translate the Hebrew version of the Old Testament into Greek if we did not have the original copies? How did they do that? So supposedly the story goes like this. Ptolemy II Philadelphus, he was urged by his librarian to translate the Hebrew law into Greek. Now, they had a vast library of books, supposedly, and they wanted to add a Greek version of the Hebrew law to that library. We don't know if they had actual Hebrew versions of the Tanakh or the Torah in their library. It doesn't say. We don't know what they had. We don't know what the elders who was coming there brought with them. So Ptolemy II Philadelphus, he spent all his money. The letters go into detail about what he gave to Jerusalem and all that, and he freed some slaves or whatever. So the letter goes into detail about what exactly he did to get this done. So in any case, they got 6 elders from each of the 12 tribes of Israel to come to Alexandria, Egypt to do this whole translation. Now, we don't know what the elders brought with them. It doesn't go into detail on that. We don't know. So we all know about the Tanakh. The Tanakh is the whole 24 books of the Old Testament. The 5 books of Moses is the Torah. The other 19 would be the writings and the prophets, which will give us the Tanakh, 24 books. Now, we also have our oral Torah. So, people knew the Torah by heart, they can recite it, and people knew the Tanakh, by heart, and they can recite that as well. So these elders, they knew their stuff. So we don't know if the elders came there and recited the whole thing or what, we don't really know. But for some reason, they wanted this copy. And this is how we get the Septuagint. Now, they supposedly completed this whole task. 72 elders completed this task in 72 days. So this is how the story goes. But almost every scholar is in agreement that one is something suspect about the whole thing. They don't agree on the date of this letter. They believe this letter was written after the time this whole thing was supposedly had happened. And they believe they know who wrote the letter, but they believe the letter basically is bogus. So, they believe the whole thing is bogus because of some questions that you ask yourself when you start doing the research on this whole thing. Now, to be fair, do we have any Greek translation of the Old Testament dating before Christ? And yeah, we do. We have the Aurelian's Papyrus 458. It's dated to 150 BC. Now, the whole thing about that is it's just a small piece. It contains Deuteronomy 23 through 28. That's it. No more, no less, nothing else on there. So that's all we got. So do we know if this little fragment of Aurelian's Papyrus is from the whole event that the letter is speaking to? We don't know. Scholars believe it's a copy of a copy. We don't know if it came directly from that time. But what you have to consider is it's dated to 150 BC. The whole thing supposedly had took place with the 72 elders doing the translation, supposedly took place at 250 BC. So we're talking about 100 years prior. Now, these guys were elders. So we're talking about 150, 160, 70 years old they could have been. So if they was 170 years old doing this translation at the time, that's highly unlikely. But another thing is this. It would have been almost impossible, and every scholar is in agreement on this. It would have been impossible for anybody to find 6 elders from all 12 tribes of Israel. One, because nobody knew who the hell the 12 tribes of Israel was back then.
Damn it. I gotta get better at this. Okay, thank you, Shalisa. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to KLT. That's a lie. You have no proof. You can't prove it. There's only one testimony talking about the Hebrew and the Greek, and that's the letters of Aristeas, and they be proven to be false. I'm the Bible. That's a stupid sentence. I want everyone to know that I'm not an Israelite nor other religion. Congratulations. I'm a spirit that has a brain. That's what's up. We are the ones who translate in Greek. That's a lie. Is there such thing as Israel dark? Never heard of that. Hebrew law and the Greek? Yep. Nope. Shabo Peace. Haven't seen Moonflower. You can't debate him because you have no info. You haven't rebutted one thing he said. Nothing. You said stuff like, I am the Bible. You can't debate somebody saying, I am the Bible. This is interesting, and that's what makes me want to ask this question. He's showing the pictures of the Greeks, of the Hebrews, the Greeks. Please tell me these are not black men that you see. No. They got all the documents in the vault. He's made up a vault, and he's made up some documents and ignored the documents that they have in public. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it. I was putting together Kid Motorcycles thinking, what the fuck are we listening to? 2015 Sonata LOL. Sonata fucking Wish. Oh shit. Okay. Here we go.
Who knew such a thing? They didn't know who they was. Two, most of the Israelites were scattered all over the place. They were scattered everywhere. They've been enslaved. They've been through wars. Yeah, we would have been hard pressed to figure out, one, who the hell was a Jewish person or Israelite. You would have been hard pressed to figure that out. So to actually find 6 elders from the 12 tribes of Israel, to actually find these people would have been an impossible task. Now, another thing we have to consider, we have to remember that every Jew knew that the official caretakers of the scriptures, of God's law, was the Levites. Moses himself put the Levites in charge of the scriptures. They was in charge of that and the Ark of the Covenant. Nobody else would have touched the scriptures except for people from the tribe, from the Levites. They wouldn't have done that. This was known. So when you go and you look at Deuteronomy 17:18, look at Deuteronomy 31, 25, 26, Malachi 2 and 7, it's kind of speaking towards this whole thing. So nobody else would have touched or revised these scriptures or God's law. Why would these Hebrews do this? Why would they do that against God? They would not have done that. So that kind of like destroys the argument, or doesn't.
No information refute that, right? That's in the vault. The fact that the Levites was the only ones that isn't it true that the Levites are the only ones who could deal with the script? But yet we have these non-Levite so-called, Hebrews or whatever the fuck. Come on, man. Come on. Address some of these points.
It takes away the validity of the letter as well, and scholars are in agreement on this. So first of all, another thing is the
Afro-Asiatic, Jew is the terminology that they use for a long time. Hebrew is a newer thing. Like, y'all gotta just stop saying shit. Jew is the wrong language or term. We have recordations of the Jews going back thousands of years. Show me where you have a recordation of the Hebrews. Come on, bro.
The Jews, they were supposedly God's chosen people. The Israelites was God's chosen people. They were set apart from everybody else. They was unique. They was different. They was very proud of their Hebrew language. So to translate that language into Greek, into something for the Gentiles, it's something highly unlikely they would have done. They would have died before they had done it. That's a fact. Now, another thing is this. You got to remember that Jesus, he told the Gentiles, he said, he told the Jews, stay away from the Gentiles. Don't go in there. If you look at Matthew 10, 5 through 7, Jesus is telling them not to go the way of the Gentiles.
Eber is not Hebrew. Why did you just do that? Eber is not Hebrew. Eber is Eber. How can you say Jew is the wrong language or term? Hebrew is more added. And then you say Eber. Why you just didn't say Eber is the specific term? The brother ain't proving nothing he giving the sermon. He proved that the Council of Nicaea was the actual council. He proved that the Council of Nicaea put books up under a table and left it up to God to put on top of the table. So somebody's lying. He proved that the bishop, one of the bishops that was there, said that the rest of the bishops were illiterate. That's not just giving a sermon. Reiterate some of them points. But you can't. But you can't. I've had communications with this brother. I've also emailed him. I've also had communication. Are you in communication with him now? No, you're not. Can you call him? No, you cannot. I don't even know why you brought that up. I don't even know why you brought that up. Rebut some of the information.
And to any other cities of the Samaritans, enter ye not. So this is something that's highly unlikely. They would not have done it for riches. They wouldn't have done it for nothing. They would have died like most of these Jesus was dying for their God. They went through hell believing in his God. So for them to, just go against him, go against everything Moses taught, go against their people and do this for the Gentiles is something highly unlikely and it's suspect. So let me bring this whole thing together for you in case you're kind of confused. You gotta understand this. If Moses never existed, if Moses never wrote any laws or anything like that, if the Levites never wrote any laws or copied any laws or whatever like that, where did this stuff come from? So if you're trying to create a manuscript or a book based off of these things that were never written by Moses and these Levites, what do you have to do? You have to make a connection somehow between
He's a dang, bro.
what you have and Moses and the Levites, or Moses and the Gentiles writing these books. Because the whole question is going to be, where did these things come from? So if you're sitting here today with a copy of the Septuagint, and you're thinking to yourself, well, where did this come from? Because supposing it should be coming straight from Moses, straight from the Israelites. Where did it come from? So the job of these people who are behind this religion is to make some kind of connection to where we can find out or figure out the inception of the whole Old Testament. Because without that, it's just a book out of thin air. It's just like, okay, basically what I'm saying and what other scholars are saying is they just wrote this shit up from somewhere. That's what we saying. We saying that shit ain't never happened. Moses never existed. These people never existed. So y'all just made this shit up from somewhere. And I'm gonna show you later where they got it from and where they wrote it at. So I'm gonna show you exactly where they got it from. Now, so that's what we are basically saying. So they're tiptoeing around it, coming up with these bogus ass letters, coming up with all these stories. Say, oh no, this is where it came from. This is how we got the Septuagint. This is where the Septuagint came from. This is what they are doing because they have to somehow explain where the hell did this book come from. Now, understand today, the Septuagint or the earliest version, I mean, we basically have that fragment. We got fragments of things. That's what we have. Little shards of paper. I will be showing you. And, we got small stuff. So if you take all of this, these are like basically your first books, supposedly. You take this and you bring them all to the Council of Nicaea. All the little scraps of paper we had, all the other books, all the stuff comes to the Council of Nicaea finally and lands on the table. And we got, basically at the end of it, we got so many copies of copies of copies. We don't know what's real. We don't know what's the real inspired word of God. It's a big fucking cluster fuck of papers. This is the truth. This is what they had. They didn't know nothing. They had no clue. There was no carbon 14 dating back then. So understand, this is where your book came from. It came from a bunch of doubt. Truth has no doubt. Truth is truth. Truth is just there. You read the Bible. If you read your Bible, you understand what kind of God this book is speaking about. Do you honestly believe the God of the Bible will allow this to happen? Do you honestly believe that God, who is a jealous, vengeful God, will allow such a thing to occur where his word that he put so much work into. I mean, look at all the stuff that went on in the Old Testament. So much work went into this. So for him to just let all of that go to shit, I mean, do you honestly believe that that guy would allow it to happen? Because we obviously see the flaws in the Bible. We obviously see that it's a lot of issues, and we're gonna go through all of it. We're gonna break apart the Bible completely. I'm gonna break down every single prophecy that you have been told in church, and we're gonna expose it all. Everything gonna get exposed. Now, okay, that's basically the whole Septuagint right there. There's a lot more to the story. And like I always say, please go do your own research. Look into this yourself, please, especially if you're a Bible believer and you're a Christian or Hebrew Israelite. Go look into the story. I mean, really do the research and figure out what the hell is going on. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. There is no way, listen to me, there's no way you can do research on the Bible and come out still being a Christian. I'm sorry. That's just the facts. There's no way. You're delusional if you do that. There's something seriously wrong with you if you do the actual research. I mean, the real hard work, and you really read. Don't just get to a part, start reading until you see something you don't like, and then you stop. Oh, I'm going to find somewhere else. Really do the research. People run, religious people run back into the Bible. They run back into the Bible to prove that the Bible is true. How can you do that? How do you run back in the Bible to prove the Bible is true, based off scripture? You can't do that when the whole book is in question. So, okay, you don't have to believe none of this stuff that I'm saying, none of the research that I'm showing you or going to be showing you in this video, because I'm going to go into the Bible later on and we're going to tear that thing apart. We're going to go right in there and I'm going to show you exactly what it is. So, again, please do your own research. Now, the other book that I was speaking to is basically the Peshitta. Now, in Peshitta, if you read Acts 11:26, it says Christianity began in Antioch. Where is Antioch? It's in Syria. And they have the Syriac Orthodox Church of Antioch in Syria. It's one of the oldest churches on the planet. There you will find the Peshitta. Now, the Peshitta is basically, they took the Old Testament Hebrew, translated it into Syriac, and this is how we get the Peshitta. Later, they took the Greek New Testament, translated it into Syriac, and put it in the Peshitta as well. Now, the Peshitta was supposedly written around the 2nd century. It's another 2nd century AD. It's an old book. Now, the thing about the Peshitta is this: when they first was translating the Peshitta, the New Testament part of it, it didn't include certain books. Now, it didn't include 2 Peter, 2 John, 3 John, Jude, or Revelations until the 5th century. So we're talking about a couple hundred years after the whole Council of Nicaea, they finally put Revelations, which is a major book, into the Peshitta. And that's a reason for that. Now, so we take all these books, we take these manuscripts, and you have to understand that it was people making copies. People, when they had these, religious sects or religious groups, when they got their hands on a manuscript or, one of the books, they wrote copies. So, wars was going on, a lot of stuff was going on back then, and these copies was being destroyed. Some of them was, turning up later on, and, Council of Nicaea took all of these copies. They had what they had when the Council of Nicaea convened, and they put it on the table. So we have to get into the books that was basically produced from the Nicene Council. But before we can do that, you have to realize that there were other books before the Nicene Council. Now, understand, the Roman Catholic Church began between the 1st and 5th century CE. Now, we know that they was probably using the Septuagint around that time. In the early stages of the Roman Catholic Church, they were probably using the Septuagint and using other, manuscripts that they had. But at some point they begin using what is known as the Vetus Latina. Now, the Vetus Latina means Old Latin in Latin. Now, it wasn't written in Old Latin, it was just called Old Latin. It was written in New Latin. Don't know who wrote it or when they wrote it, but what it basically is the Latin translation of the Septuagint, from original Hebrew and Greek to Latin. The problem with the Vetus Latina that the church had was it wasn't really a faithful translation of the original Hebrew. Now, we don't know who actually did the translation of the Vetus Latina. It actually popped up in the second half of the 2nd century in North Africa and Gaul. Now, Gaul is basically north of Rome, in between Spain and Germany. So this book popped up. We know that the Roman Catholic Church was using it because we actually find smaller ones. So basically, the clergymen had them as like little Bibles around that time, and they was using this book for a while. But as I said, it had issues. It wasn't a real faithful translation of the original Hebrew, and they had to change that. So in 382 CE, Pope Damascus I, he commissioned Saint Jerome to go ahead and revise the whole Vetus Latina. So Saint Jerome gave us the Latin Vulgate. Now, the Vulgate basically is a revision of the Vetus Latina, but Saint Jerome, he added and he changed a couple things, of course, because he felt like, and this is one of the weird parts, he felt like the Septuagint itself was not perfect. It had issues and flaws and things he needed to change. So understand, Saint Jerome was not told by God. Jesus didn't come down and tell Saint Jerome to do this. The Pope told Saint Jerome to do this. So understand this is one of the books that your Bible that you have today is referencing. This is one of the...
Now you got Jerome being ordained to take the Venus Latinus and make the Latin Vulgate, not ordained by God or some spiritual way, just politically change it so that it's better.
Somebody is adding or taking away from the book. But St. Jerome basically pissed a lot of people off with a lot of the translations he did with the Vulgate. Now, another thing you got to pay attention to is the date. Think about the date, 382 CE. This is after the Council of Nicaea. So what books did the Council of Nicaea produce? If the Latin Vulgate, if the Vetus Latina, I should say, was obviously before the whole Council of Nicaea. So if the Vulgate was being translated from the Vetus Latina, what books did the Council of Nicaea produce? And that's what we're going to go into next. Okay, so finally, this brings us to the 4 great unsealed codices. Now, unsealed simply means they was written in all uppercase letters, all capital letters, these manuscripts. So we have the Codex Sinaiticus, the Codex Vaticanus, the Codex Alexandrinus, and the Codex Ephraem Rescriptus. Now, they will tell you that the Codex Sinaiticus is the oldest complete Bible manuscript. Oldest complete. It is just the oldest complete one. It's not the oldest. The Codex Vaticanus is the oldest. Now, the Codex Vaticanus was supposedly written in 325 CE. It's the same year the Council of Nicaea took place. Now, the Sinaiticus was written 5 years later in 330, and the Alexandrinus was written in 400 CE, and the Ephraem was written in 450 CE. So we're talking about between 325 and 450 CE that these codices were supposedly written and put together, taking place after the Council of Nicaea. So whatever happened during the Council of Nicaea, over this next period of time, these codices, these manuscripts were put together because of what went down at the Council of Nicaea. Now, these codexes, these manuscripts was written on vellum, which is lambskin. They was written in scriptio continua, which basically means words started on one line, continued on the next line. There was no spaces. Everything was bunched up together. And it wasn't until Eusebius, the Eusebius canon, he came up with basically like a reference system. And when you look at these manuscripts, you'll see like Roman numerals next to them. And they came up with like a reference system where you can reference certain things. It was not as detailed as the system we know today, where everything is numbered, book, chapter, and verse. We didn't see that until 1382 when John Wycliffe, when he hand wrote his Bible in English, he came up with that system. Well, he didn't come up with the system. He used that system. And it was the first time we seen that system in the Bible. That was John Wycliffe. Now, these manuscripts, the problem with them is they are all completely different, totally different. Now, remember before when I said they will tell you that the Sinaiticus is the oldest complete Bible. And the reason why they will say this is because the Vaticanus has issues. It's the oldest one, but there are problems with it. We are missing things. Now, the whole problem with the Codex Vaticanus is scholars can't figure out whether or not these things that are missing was in there or not in there. You know, were they just pages that was torn out, or were they never in there in the first place? And the only way they came to a conclusion that they were not in there was to compare them to other manuscripts and see if they wasn't in those as well. So when I say to you in the other videos that Mark ended at 16:8, it's because Vaticanus it doesn't have 9 through 20 in there. Neither does Sinaiticus. The earliest manuscripts that you will find, all the earliest copies, Mark ends at 16:8. That's it. Now, you find a lot more things like this when you start researching these manuscripts. So let's look into Vaticanus. When you look into it, these are basically chapters and verses that's not in Vaticanus. So, take a look at them. You got Matthew 12:47. As you can see, I put Mark 16:9 to 20. It's not in there. Mark ends at 16:8. It's consistent with other manuscripts. Now, again, the whole story of Jesus taking a woman in adultery, that whole thing about let he who was without sin cast the first stone and all, that whole story is not in the original manuscripts. It's not in Vaticanus. It's not in Sinaiticus. It's gone. It's not there. So we're talking about John 7:53 all the way to John 8:11, not in there, gone. Now, there are also other things that are not in Vaticanus, not in Sinaiticus, that are in later manuscripts. It's a lot of phrases, a lot of words that are missing. Now, when I'm giving you references. Understand here, I'm saying things, I'm naming stuff, I'm giving you references so you can go back and check this stuff out for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. I have a lot to show in this video, so I can't go through every single thing because there's a lot I have to show you. So, when you go and do the research, you'll see it's a lot of phrases, a lot of verses that's not in these earlier manuscripts that are in later. I'll give you an example. Luke 23:34. When Jesus say, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do, that's not in the earlier manuscripts. That was added. Now, two major things about these manuscripts. This is two major things about the manuscript that I find absolutely unbelievable and crazy. First of all, one, you should know something. The book of Revelations was not added until the 5th century. It wasn't added. It's not in the Septuagint. It's not in the Peshitta. It's not in Vaticanus. It's not in Sinaiticus. They later added them to those manuscripts, but you should know that Revelations was not added until much later. Now, they will say that they didn't put it in there because it was like too much controversy and a lot of people didn't agree on Revelations or whatever. But myself and other people who research this, other scholars will tell you that we believe, one, that Revelations is much older than they say it is, because they say it's between 60 CE and 90 CE that it was written, something like that. But we believe it was much older because it's not in the Septuagint. It's not in Vetus Latina. It's not in the Vulgate. It's not in the Septuagint. It's not in any of these older Bibles or any of these manuscripts we're finding. We're not finding Revelation. So we don't really know how old it is. That's something you need to take into consideration. Now, the other thing was Matthew 27:49 in the Vaticanus says something totally different. Now, when you go to that verse, that's where, they put the vinegar on Jesus' head. And then, the next verse it says he gives up the ghost. What originally is in there, what they changed was, you go to John 19:34, where he gets the spear. When the soldier hit him with the spear, stabbed him with the spear, and then he dies. This originally was Matthew 27:49. That's where it was at before. Now, if you go there and you look at the verses, it fits perfectly in there because it has them, to give them the sponge of vinegar. And then supposedly what's supposed to happen is he gets stabbed with the spear in the rib, and then he gives up the ghost. That's how it's supposed to go. They took it from Matthew and moved it to John. And it's a major reason why they did that I'm going to get into later. And it's going to make so much sense why they did it. And I understand why they did it. When you start, getting into the Bible, you'll see why. It'll make a lot of sense why they had to move it there. Now, the Codex, Ephraim Rescriptus, it was deciphered and translated by a man named Constantine von Tischendorf around 1841, and he put a book out around 1843. Now, it just so happens that Tischendorf is the one who found the Codex Sinaiticus in 1844, somewhere around Egypt, somewhere in the shadow of Mount Sinai. He's in a monastery and he finds the Codex Sinaiticus, the oldest surviving complete Bible. So what does this mean? It means that when King James I, when he put together the Bible you have today, he did not have the Codex Sinaiticus. We didn't find it until 1844. So he didn't have it in 1611, obviously. So when you start looking into this whole thing, when you start realizing the manuscripts and the books that went into creating the Bible you have today, it is so much inconsistencies and controversies surrounding every last one of them. And it gets much deeper than this. It gets a lot deeper. So obviously, we don't really know what books King James had. And you have to understand that, from the 5th century on, until 1611, there were a bunch of manuscripts written about the Bible. So I mean, it's more than 4 codexes. Of course, we have a whole lot of different codexes. So we're talking about they took copies of the copies and made copies, and they kept doing it until, of course, the 1400s when the printing press came up. So we're talking about hundreds of years. We're talking about over 1,000 years that these people was handwriting manuscripts. So we're talking about from 325 all the way up to 1492 when the print press came out, that they was handwriting manuscripts, handwriting copies. So around the time when King James got the manuscripts, he had a bunch of copies, he had a bunch of fragments, he had a lot of errors and mistakes, and no way in the world you can tell me that this is the inspired word of God when you got all this mess. Now, as I said, it gets much deeper. The earliest, now I'm gonna tell you why Revelations wasn't in, why they didn't put it in there. Because guess what? When you look at the Codex Sinaiticus, when you look at the Codex Vaticanus, you won't find Jesus. This is Jesus' name in Greek. Take a look at it. This is what it looked like. Remember that. Now, when you go into the Codex Sinaiticus, you won't find that. You won't find it nowhere. It's Greek. You won't find Jesus' name. You won't find the word Christ. You won't find the word Jesus. You won't find the word Christian in these manuscripts at all, nowhere. And of course, you're going to say, oh, well, what? I'm going to have to prove this. So, of course, I'm going to show you. Okay, so we are at the website for Codex Sinaiticus. Now, you can go online for yourself. You can look at this manuscript, and you can go through it. But I recommend that you know some Greek, because if you're just going to go here and accept what they're telling you, then you might as well just read an English translation or a King James Bible, because if you don't know any Greek, you're not going to realize how many mistakes and errors are in this manuscript, especially if you're one of those people who believe this is the infallible, inerrant, without errors, infallible word of God, which we know it's not. So you should definitely know some Greek before you just take their word for it, because they lie. Now, right off the bat, we can see that it says the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ. This is Mark. I chose Mark because Mark is our earliest gospel. It's the earliest gospel that we have. It's Mark. So Jesus Christ's name should appear in here. But as I said, you won't find Jesus, you won't find Christ, you won't find Christian. What you will find is basically their abbreviation of Jesus Christ. So basically, if you spell Jesus Christ in Greek, Jesus would start with an I and with a U, start with an X and with a U, or it can end with an O or an S. I've seen it end in different things. There's different ways you can write Jesus Christ. But what they did was they basically put the I in the U and the X in the U, which will look like Y's. That's what they put in the manuscript instead of Jesus Christ. So if you don't know about Jesus Christ, you would not know that that was his name. I'm going to explain to you later why his name is not in here and why they put that bull crap in here. So, let's get into the manuscript, but you got to understand that this was written hundreds of years before the English language was invented. So way before English even came about, they wrote this thing. So a lot of the letters you're going to see, they're not what you think they are. This is way before English. What they basically did with this manuscript was they took high quality photos and they digitized the whole thing and put it online. And I believe it's the only one of the four great unseals that you can actually go through and look at online. Now, started off Kata Markan. Kata, according to Markan. Mark. So right off the bat, we missing a H. It will be an E, but it looks like an H. That's not here. It's already a mistake. So we got A. This is a R, not a P. This is CH, not an X. This is a E. Looks like an H, but it's actually a E. TOU. Remember, no Y's in Greek. This is also a E. Now, this is an E, this is a E, but they make different sounds. This is epsilon, this is iate or iatai. We got a U, we got an A, G, G, two G's, E, L, I, O, U. Stop. This is where Jesus Christ's name should be. But as I said, they put basically a I, U, X, U to abbreviate Jesus Christ, which I think is weird. So, it says the beginning of the gospel of supposed to be Jesus Christ. Weird, because you're supposed to be able to call out in the name of Jesus. Jesus Christ this, Jesus that. So to not put his name in here is weird. It's weird, suspect. We're going to explain that later. But let me go through this manuscript a little bit more and show you. Because in some cases, you won't find this. Where Jesus' name is supposed to be at, you won't find nothing sometimes. Or you won't find this at all. So their excuse that, it's just an abbreviation is suspect, especially since we know English was written hundreds of years after this, couple hundred years after this. So all you would have to do is when you create in this English version was make sure the translation fits with English. So yeah, that's basically what they did. Now, people will tell you that they did it because they didn't want to make a mistake when they was writing the name of Jesus, or it was like real spiritual and holy not to write his name, even though today we write his name all the time. And of course, later they wrote the whole name out. But the thing is, with the whole abbreviation theory, and believe me, it's so many books that's written about these letters. I mean, they wrote hundreds of books about IYXY that you can go look into it and find. They go in it because this just blew people away. And the thing about it is, if you abbreviate, Jesus Christ, I mean, if you do it, this is supposed to be all uppercase letters, no lowercase. Now, if you do it lowercase, it would look different. It would be different from what we see here, but this is all uppercase. Now, if you go look at, because I translated this thing for you so we can see. Now, this is what it says, Jesus Christ. This is how Jesus Christ should look. Now, if you write it the normal way, Jesus, as we know, ends with an S, and it can end with a U, Christ. I mean, like I said, Jesus can also end with a U as well. This can end with an S as well. So basically what they did was you have the I, and it should be an S, but you have the U. So we can leave it right here. So we have IU, what they have, IU. Then we have XY, or XU. So this is what they're saying. Even though it's a lot of different names, you can spell it. Now, verse 2 starts here. Now, verse 2 is, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet. I'm going to start off with that because this is all, kind of screwed up. This is wrong right off the bat. Now, written as it is, written will be right here. I mean, it's almost correct, but it's wrong. Written in Greek will be grapto, or be graptos. And this is a G, R, A. This is a P. Now, this is off right here. It should be TOS here. We got the TAI, but graptos will be written. But when it connecting words, sometimes it's wrote different, but the scribe messed up here is already, it's mistakes. Now, this don't make no sense here when we got Isaiah right here. Now, this is another mistake. This is supposed to be in all capital letters, this entire manuscript. It's written in scripto continua. It's called scripto continua. All capital letters. Some words can start on one line, end on another, and that's basically what that means. So, believe it or not, if you spell Isaiah with a capital I and everything else lowercase, it would start with an H. It will look like an H or E. So remember I said E is Aya Te or Aya Tai. So you got Aya, Isaiah, Isaiah. But it looked like they tried to put a lowercase, maybe a lowercase S here, which should be here since this H is here, not an I. And they got the A, it should be A, another S, but the S is not missing. But they tried to put Isaiah, so I'll give it to them that this is Isaiah, but it's wrong. This should be TOU again right here, but it's not. This is actually a lowercase o. These are lowercase o's, which are not supposed to be in this manuscript at all because it's supposed to be written in scripto continua. It's supposed to be, it's an unseal, all uppercase letters. So mistakes. This is, this is prophet. They got that, look like they got that completely right. This is prophet, prophet, Prophete, prophet. Okay, so we can go to the next spot where Jesus' name's supposed to appear, which I believe is verse 9. So let's go there. The cool thing about this website, I mean, if you click on it, it'll just, it'll show you exactly what you're clicking on. Let's go down here to 9. See, it highlighted 9 for us to let us know we're there. I think that's kind of cool. But yeah.
Remember, you could do all of this yourself. You could go to that website, check out the Codex Sinaiticus. You see that the fact that Jesus' name is not in there, not once. You can see the fact that it was supposed to be an unsealed codex written in scriptum continui, meaning that it's written in all capital letters, no spaces, no punctuations. But once you go to it, you find inaccuracies, you find lowercase letters, which shouldn't be there.
So I see the word done, which this would be done in English, done, D-O-N-E. And, I typed this thing out so you can see what it should look like. And we obviously see that it doesn't look like that. See, we got Kai. The only words, those days almost match up, but you can see the HME, P, which would be an R actually. But, the ES, this is an S, an uppercase S. Not here. Jesus' name should appear around here, but it's not. Now, some people would say that this IC is the I that will be in Jesus in Greek, and the C is for Christ. So this is supposed to be Jesus Christ. Bull. Not when you just told us that this is the abbreviation. So, what's going on here? It's not in here. So we're going to go to Acts. And I'm at the end of Acts chapter 6, actually. And this is one of the places where you will not find Jesus or Jesus Christ at all, where it's supposed to be. Now, you'll find this a few times all throughout this manuscript. You'll see things like this. So a lot of the excuses I get from some Christians who actually study the codexes is, oh, well, they abbreviated his name, and that's what Jesus Christ's name was supposed to be, and they just abbreviate it, but you won't find it everywhere. It's just missing in a lot of places. Or you won't find the IYXY. You'll find something else there. So it's like, how many abbreviations can you abbreviate Jesus Christ? I mean, it's just weird. So, we go here, we find that Acts 6:14, for we have heard him say that this Jesus, right? So, let's click here. Make sure we're in the right place. Yeah, boom, it highlights. Now, understand this. verse is supposed to stop here. So 6:14 is all this right here. Then 15 starts right here with the Kai. So, if we click on it, boom, you see it a highlight right down here, 7:1, boom, way down here. So let's just, so you can understand where we at and where you should see Jesus Christ's name. It's not here at all. Nothing is here. This is all gibberish. I mean, you can barely make out words here. I mean, it's faded a little, but not that much where you should really be able to recognize the I, Y, X, Y. It's not here at all. No I see, nothing. So Jesus Christ's name should appear right around here, not here. I can make out this little faded part right here. That's A or an L, and that's a P, but nothing. His name not here. It's gone. Not in here. You'll find this also in Vaticanus. You'll find that if you start studying, when you start going through this thing, if you just take the manuscript, just go into the manuscript, I've shown you what to look for. Now, if you got time, if you really want to do this, don't waste your time. But I showed you what the name should look like, IYXY. Go through it yourself and see how many times you'll find it where the name Jesus Christ should be at. Now, sometimes it just says Jesus, like here, and it should be the IY. Now, I saw in Vaticanus where they do sometimes abbreviate it with the IY, that's it, when it just says Jesus. But same thing in Vaticanus, it's not always there. It's missing in some places. So you can go ahead and go through this yourself. But as I said, I'll explain later why they ain't put Jesus Christ in there. But as I said, his name is not in there, which is suspect since the whole religion is supposed to be centered around you calling out in the name of Jesus. So to not put Jesus' actual name in there in any way is weird. So you can't make out Jesus, can't make out Jesus Christ. It's not in here. So yeah, let's keep on moving. Okay, so understand, I do not agree with any of the dates having to do with Christianity or anything Christian at all. I don't agree with any of the dates with the manuscripts or anything. It's not just me. Every scholar has issues with the dates. No two scholars are going to agree on any of the dates because once you actually start doing this research, the dates just don't add up. They don't fit. They don't add up. When you think about the Roman Catholic Church, when they do anything, it's like if you're a celebrity. When you do something, it's broadcast. When you make a decree on anything, it's written down, it is documented. So you're going to screw up. When you have a lie, something this huge, you can't go back and change everything. Sometimes you're going to say something and the data is just not going to correspond with what you are saying. So I have a problem with dates based upon research, and it's not just me. Every scholar does. So understand, a lot of people had a problem with Jesus Christ back then. They didn't accept a lot of the things that the Catholic Church was saying about him being, divine and born a virgin birth and so many things like that. So if you've seen my video about Islam, I talked about Nestorius. Now, Nestorius was the bishop of the Syriac Orthodox Church in Antioch. He left that church because he didn't agree with Rome and what Rome was trying to do with the whole Jesus thing. He left. So the thing is, why did so many of these people have a problem with Jesus Christ? What was it? Now, if you look at Judaism and look at Jesus Christ, you can kind of see they parallel as far as the Jews worshiping the Lamb. Jesus was the Lamb of God, the blood of the Lamb. All these things we hear about when they describe Jesus. So people could see back then that Jesus and the Lamb was basically the same thing. So they took Judaism and just, made Christianity, and a lot of people didn't agree with it. Now, I want to read to you from a book called The Existence of Christ Disproved by Irrefutable Evidence. This is on page 95. So it says, the most ancient representation of the God of the Christians was the figure of a lamb, sometimes united to a vase in which its blood flowed, sometimes sleeping at the foot of a cross. The custom subsisted, meaning it continued, until the year 680 but it was ordained by the 16th Synod of Constantinople, Canon 82, that in place of the ancient symbol, which was the lamb, they should in future represent a man attached to a cross, which policy was confirmed by Pope Adrian I, and our churches may be seen this symbol upon the tabernacle or little press in which the priest enclosed the sun of gold or silver that contains the circular image of the God Son. I'm gonna stop there. So the proof of this, because you got to understand, like I said, the popes, they everything that they said, every decree was written down. So if the 16th Synod of Constantinople ordained that the lamb should be replaced by a man, Canon 82, you should be able to find it. So of course, I found it, and you can find it in many places because they keep all these records. The stuff is here. Pope Adrian I already admitted to it and gave you the reference for it. So here it go. It reads, Canon 82. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to come down here. It says, we decree that the figure in human form of the Lamb who takes away the sin of the world, Christ our God, be henceforth exhibited in images instead of the ancient lamb. So it's telling you, we had the lamb before, now we want to put Christ. This is the question you got to ask yourself. If they decreed this in the 7th century, the late 7th century, and we already knew about Jesus in the 4th century, why are they now? Why did they wait till this time to go ahead and replace the lamb with Jesus? So let's go look at Judaism. Let's look at the lamb in Judaism. Jews, they sacrifice the lamb before the Passover. They eat the lamb the evening of that holiday. Jesus was sacrificed before the Passover. You eat the body of Christ in church. Remember, you go to church, the body of Christ, the body of Christ. You all been through this before. So you can look at it and see they basically gave you the same religion, they just changed it up and made it a man. So I mean, what is the whole ram thing anyway? When you go back, it goes back to Greek mythology. Ares, the ram, the lamb. What is the whole thing? Ares is the lamb. It is Greek god worship that they switched up, parabolized it, made it a parable, put it into the Old Testament, and that's what it is. It's Greek mythology. So let me try to break this all down for you so you can understand a lot more clearer. Think about it. If we had the biblical manuscripts, the whole Council of Nicaea supposed to have produced us these codexes. So, I mean, they date them back to 325, 350, 400, 405, all right, CE. If we had these manuscripts then, why did it take so long, one, for you to even put Revelations in the Bible, to even put Jesus Christ's name in the Bible, for you to even say that we're going to replace our old symbol of the lamb with a man? Why did you wait to the 7th century to do that? Another thing is you have to realize is, why did the Catholic Church not use any of these manuscripts? Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, Alexandrinus, any one of them. Why was those books not used? They instead used the Vulgate. You got to understand, they had these books all this time, but it wasn't until 1546 that the Latin Vulgate was officially named the book of the Catholic Church. So understand, Constantine actually ordered 50 copies of Codex Vaticanus to be made. So Codex Vaticanus actually sat in the Vatican Library up until 1475. 1475, it sat there, and they finally brought it out, and it was cataloged. So,
Hey man, you just gotta, some people ain't gonna take the information as information. You understand what I'm saying? To make them better, it's shaking the foundations of what they believe in. So when somebody's quiet through all this information, sourcing, actually showing the sources, and then they just say, "Man, bro, way off." That's anxiety talking. Kiana Perkins, I don't know what you was talking about. You said you just became a lifetime member of the academy. You talking about the Merkaba Academy? So yeah, man, he can't do nothing with none of this information. I've said it on the panels before. He ain't say nothing. Dude, show him what's up now. He ain't hitting the link and combating the information. Oh, that is hard. That's what's up. I hope you caught the sale. I mean, it's worth it. Trust me, it's worth it. I'm also a lifetime member, and these things that's free on YouTube, the stuff that he's releasing privately is more in depth and better. Has less, it's just good. And he creating the app too, the Merkaba Academy app. So a website or something, but it's going down. Oh yeah, congratulations, Kiana Perkins. Shout out to her. 150. You did not get the lifetime membership for 150. You got the lifetime membership for 150. That's hard. That's hard. That's hard. That's kind of hard. I paid 4 times as much as that. So shout out to you, man. That's what it's talking about. I already know what he's talking about, but he is off because he misinterpreted a lot of what he read. Whatever, man. I'm gonna just let y'all flail.
Why the hell would you go through all the trouble of putting together Codex Vaticanus to let it sit in the Vatican Library for hundreds of years? We talking about 1,000 years, actually. Why the hell did it sit there so long? Instead, they waited, let it sit there, and even after they brought it out and cataloged it, they still didn't use it. They kept using the Latin Vulgate. They kept using the Vulgate. They made it official that the Vulgate was going to be their official Bible in 1546. Now, that was the Council of Trent who made it official for them to use the Latin Vulgate as the official Bible for the Roman Catholic Church. But it goes back to what I was saying. You got to think about it. They did not agree on this New Testament. They didn't agree on the Bible as a whole once they put the New Testament together. They didn't agree on it. And a lot of stuff like that was one of the reasons for the whole crusade that took place in the 11th century. That was Pope Urban II. He was the one who, we got to get rid of all these people who are not believing in this Bible. We got to kill all these. I mean, they went out there and wiped out so many of these other churches and other people who just wouldn't accept this New Testament. That was part of the Crusades. They had to kill all these people to get this Bible and get this book and accept it. A lot of people had to die to get this thing into place. So when we look at why, think about this. We're talking about the Roman Catholic Church. If you wrote Vaticanus, if you wrote the Sinaiticus, if they wrote all these manuscripts that we found, I mean, how did these religious books get in such disrepair? I mean, Vaticanus it's called Vaticanus because the Vatican is the one who kept it. How did it get like that? How did a lot of these books get the way that they are? Tischendorf, he didn't find Sinaiticus until the 1800s. So Tischendorf found it way out near Mount Sinai somewhere. What was it doing there? So if these books are supposed to be so powerful, so highly revered in religious books, they're supposed to be the true word of God. How? Tell me how can the #1 institute for Christianity not have their hands on it? How can they not have them so long ago if they was put together so long ago? Why were they using the old Latin Vulgate in the 16th century? You gotta think about it. Come on. See, ain't nobody put this stuff to you like this, but I'm gonna make you think. You gotta realize something is not right, something is not fitting here. So I want to read to you from some sources, and I'm gonna give my sources as I read. And you gotta understand what was taking place back then, that these people did not agree until they didn't really officially agree until the 16th century on the Bible that they didn't agree on it. So we had so many different things was going on. And the 16th century was when they finally settled on to, okay, we're going to take the Vulgate, and later on, we're going to put something together that we can all agree on. So I'm going to read it. It says, from the 4th century, there existed anonymity in the West concerning the New Testament canon, and that By the 5th century, the Eastern Church, with a few exceptions, had come to accept the book of Revelation. See, they couldn't accept Revelation. Revelation was like, what? I mean, it's so much in the Revelation was changed more than probably any other gospel in there. It changed a lot. That in Genesis, believe it or not. And thus had come into harmony on the matter of the canon. Nonetheless, full dogmatic articulations of the canon were not made until the canon of Trent in 1546. That's where they actually said, okay, we're going to use the Latin Vulgate. This is going to be the official book now for Roman Catholicism. The Dialect Confession of Faith, they didn't accept it really until 1559. For Calvinism, the 39 Articles of 1563 for the Church of England, and the Synod of Jerusalem, 1672 for the Greek Orthodox. So these places are, the divisions of the Catholic Church, the divisions of the churches, who was finally accepting this canon, finally accepting the New Testament, and it was like agreeing on it. So here are the sources below. You can go and take a look at a lot of these sources and read some of these things and understand what actually was going on and how your book actually came about. Think about it. I mean, come on. They had this book, supposedly, in the 4th century, 325. But why the hell was they using the Vulgate if they did all this extensive research, if they did all this work to put together Vaticanus, which is the oldest of the 4 great uncials? Why was they using the Vulgate if they did all this work to put together Vaticanus, to put together Sinaiticus, Alexandrinus, and there's a host, there's so many other codex Bible manuscripts out there that you can go through. There's a lot of them. They had the Septuagint, they had so many other religious books, but they couldn't agree on this New Testament because the New Testament is where things change. So the Crusades happened. They wiped a lot of people out. They went on a tear getting rid of as much proof as possible, destroying manuscript after man. That's why this stuff started popping up later on, because people was hiding them. They was hiding them like crazy because they knew the church was trying to find these things and who had them and kill them. That's why they've been popping up for a long time. Now remember, the Catholic Church actually forbid people to translate these Bibles when they did have them. Then at another point, they forbid people to actually have a Bible. See, it was a decree of the Council of Toulouse in 1229 CE. It says, we prohibit also that the laity should be permitted to have the books of the Old or New Testament, but we most strictly forbid their having any translation of these books, meaning you could not translate these books. But then the ruling of the Council of Tarragona in 1234 CE said, no one may possess the books of the Old and New Testament in a Romance language. That basically means in Latin. So now before we saying you can have a Latin book, just don't translate it. Then they said you can't even have a Latin book. So that means you can't have a Bible. This is why people say that the Roman Catholic Church forbid people to have a Bible. You see how they played it. And it says, if anyone possesses them, he must turn them over to the local bishop within 8 days after promulgation of this decree so that they may be burned. Now remember, in 1380, 1382, it was John Wycliffe. He was the first one to actually write an English translation of the Bible, right during the time when they forbid this to be done. And when he died, they actually convicted him of heresy. And they had his body exhumed in public around a bunch of people, dug up his skeleton, crushed it, and threw it into the river. Then John Huss followed right after him, did the same thing. They burnt him alive for doing so. In 1536, William Tyndale did the same exact thing. He wrote an English translation. They got him, burnt him at the stake. So 10 years after they did that is when the Council of Trent said, okay, we're going to make the Latin Vulgate the official Bible of the Roman Catholic Church. But understand, this is 1546. The Vulgate is what they use when they already had Codex Vaticanus. We knew around this time that Sinaiticus existed, Alexandrinus existed, and Ephraim Rescriptus existed. So why in the hell was they so crazy about nobody translating these books, nobody doing anything with these books or even having these books, And why in the world did they not use any of the codexes but the Latin Vulgate? What was going on around this time? Now, to figure this whole thing out, we really got to go back and look at Roman history, not just the time when the manuscripts were being completed, but before that. Now, one of the things that's going to help you understand this is the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, almost every Christian who I talk to who really claim Christianity always point to the Dead Sea Scrolls being some kind of proof that Christianity is real or something like that. But they don't realize that the Dead Sea Scrolls are not even in the Bible that they have today. The Dead Sea Scrolls were not included because they wasn't found until 1947. So they wasn't at the Council of Nicaea. They're not in the Bible. So that is one of the major clues that we look to, because when you start to research these things, we realize that one, they was found in Jerusalem, right? Because you have to think, why in the hell did somebody hide these manuscripts? Why were they hidden so well? The Dead Sea Scrolls are basically 825 to 870 separate scrolls with multiple copies of the Old Testament. It's written in Hebrew and Aramaic. They are different from the Old Testament that you know. They include just about every book that's in the Old Testament that you know, except for the book of Esther. It's not in there. Now, there's also other prophecies of David and prophecies of Daniel that's not included in the Old Testament that you know today. But the question is, who put them there? Why did they put them there? Now, scholars differ on the date that they was put there. Some believe it's between 60 and 70 AD, and some believe it's as early as 30 and 70 AD. But the whole thing is, what was going on in Jerusalem, where they was found around that time? And that's the key to figuring this whole thing out. Jerusalem was at war with Rome. So it's like, okay, now we really got to go and look at this war and what was going on during this time. Now, if you go to Luke chapter 3, verses 1 and 2, it's talking about John the Baptist and when he began his ministry. Now, he began it under the reign of Tiberius Caesar, who basically ruled from 14 AD to 37 AD. Now, also between this time frame is when Jesus was supposedly crucified and killed. But the whole thing is this, and scholars find it hard to believe when you compare it to real history and what really was going on in Jerusalem around this time. They find it hard to believe that somebody like Jesus could be walking around Galilee or Jerusalem or anywhere preaching about turning of the cheek or mercy or love and forgiveness when Rome was occupying Jerusalem and the Jews hated Rome. They couldn't stand them. They wanted blood. They wanted to kill him. And as a matter of fact, during this time, they was already putting together a rebellion. Now, understand the doctrine of the Jews around this time that Jesus is supposed to be walking around preaching of love, peace, and mercy and all that. Their doctrine was that a Messiah would come, a leader, a warrior, a soldier would come and lead them to war and defeat the Roman Empire. That was their doctrine. So somebody like Jesus coming in there and preaching of mercy and love and peace and all this and that would not have been accepted, and he would have been immediately killed. Forget the whole crucifixion and all that. They would have killed him from the rip, because their whole doctrine was not about that. They was gearing up for a rebellion. Rome was occupying their home. It was a rebellion in the hearts and minds of the people around this time. Nobody would have accepted a totally different doctrine that Christ was preaching. And this is what scholars, this is what we talk about. We have a problem with this whole thing because it just doesn't fit in with the whole belief. And Jews are Jews to the core. There's no way you're going to take my doctrine that I got all my faith in and flip it around and tell me to just chill out. Me chilling out and turning another cheek means Rome stays in power. So they would not have accepted Jesus from the jump. So he would have been out of there, period. So we know 66 AD is when the whole rebellion began. So a man named Joseph ben Mattathieu, who we now know as Josephus. Josephus was the head of the Jewish forces in Galilee until he was captured by Vespasian Flavius. Now, Vespasian was the commander under Nero, who was the emperor at that time.
Remember what he's saying, right? Joseph, Arimatheus, of the Bible, right? And then Flavius Josephus, who was named because he was captured by the Flavians, Vespucci, whatever the fuck. But his real name is Joseph Bar Matthias. The same as Joseph from the Bible if you just take the B away, right? So we know that Josephus is one of the Roman historians. So he takes myth and legend and mix it with history, with political propaganda. But remember that. Remember that about Josephus, who we call Flavius.
He had a son who was also a commander until he was captured by Vespasian Flavius. Now, Vespasian was the commander under Nero, who was the emperor at that time. He had a son who was also a commander. He was a real good military strategist, Titus. Now, Titus was in Jerusalem conquering that place, while Vespasian went to Galilee. So when he captured Josephus, Josephus basically bitched up and said, "Hey, I'm a prophet. And the real prophecy is that you're going to be emperor someday." So, Vespasian likely heard, so he kept him as a slave interpreter. Now, anybody with any real intel, anybody that had any knowledge back then could have seen that Nero was on the way out. The Senate was ruling against him and everything that he wanted to do, and they didn't have any confidence in Nero anymore. He was on the way out the door, and it was highly likely, that Vespasian was going to be the one who would succeed him. So it was no big prophecy. Now, Titus went on ahead and he conquered Jerusalem. He destroyed the city. He went in there and ransacked the Holy Temple and took out all of the artifacts, took out all of the gold and everything. So Nero ended up killing himself, or somebody killed him. And Vespasian did become emperor. He did take over, but he only reigned for about 10 years. And then Titus became emperor and took over. He became the Caesar. And him and Josephus became close friends. Now, if you go to Rome today and you look at the Arch of Titus, everything I just said, you can find on that arch. The depiction is there of them bringing back all of the stuff from the Jewish temple. Everything is right there in front of your face in Rome, telling you what happened. So Joseph, or Josephus, was basically a traitor. He traded on the Jews. He later took on the title Titus Flavius Josephus, and he became close friends with Titus, actually. So when they brought back all of these manuscripts and all these Jewish writings, he helped them interpret it, he helped them translate it, and all that. So he was a major traitor. He later wrote a book called The Jewish War that was published in 75 AD, between 70 and 75 AD. So we're talking about right after they won, this dude wrote a book basically telling you everything that I'm telling you now. So definitely, you can get that book now.
General Yashar is in a building. Shout out to the big dog. What's good with you, big bro? You got an echo too. Big dog, you there?
Big dog, you there?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
But you got a hell of an echo. All right, maybe you'll come back in, man.
You should definitely get it and read it. So he was a traitor. Now, Rome basically realized what they already knew. They already knew that, one, they can control the Jewish people with doctrine. This is the key. They already knew this. How did they already know? First of all, you got to think about, where did that Jewish doctrine come from? Where did the original Jewish doctrine come from? See, because we're not going to really know what it really said. We can't read the Dead Sea Scrolls, so we can only go by that date and what we know occurred. So obviously, we know from some scholars who actually had a chance to look at it, what they tell us is it's not like the Old Testament that we know today. And it has a Messiah as well, but the Old Testament that we got, we think the Messiah they're talking about is supposed to be Jesus, but that's not what it originally said. So where did that doctrine come from? And this is where we really gotta go back. So we basically talking about Jerusalem. So we're talking about Israel. But let's take it back to Canaan. Now we know that Canaan was ruled by the Egyptians, by the ancient Egyptians. Now the whole thing is, who were the Canaanites? The Canaanites, we know later will become the Phoenicians or the Phoenician Canaanites. And the Phoenicians will be conquered by Cyrus, king of Persia, in 539 BCE. Now, this is important. We need to understand who these people is, because in everybody's haste to make the Canaanites and all these other people black, they're not realizing who they really are. Who are Persians? Persians are Persians, or Arabs. So when the Persians conquered the Phoenicians, they assimilated their army. Basically took the soldiers, or the people who they had, and they put them in the army of the Persians. They could not do that if they didn't look like them. They look just like them. Herodotus is one of the people who definitely attests to this fact in his writing. So Herodotus also says the Phoenicians or the Persians, the Egyptians, you could tell them apart easily because they are Arabs. If you look at the hieroglyphics of the Phoenicians, they look like Persians. They got the beards, the whole thing. So the Persians conquered Phoenicians. The Phoenicians.
Spenny Sparks in the building. Shout out to Spenny.
And we're going to get back into King Cyrus, because I can just end this whole thing with just him. King Cyrus of Persia is very important, and we're going to get back to him because he's in the Bible. But you got to think about what I just said earlier and think about this man is in the Bible. But we're going to get back to him later. Okay, so now, when the Phoenician Canaanites assimilated into the Persian army, they were strong enough to do what the Canaanites have been trying to do for a long time, and that's defeat the Egyptians. So in 525 BCE, Cambyses II defeated Pharaoh Psamtik III at Pelusium, Egypt, and brought about the 27th dynasty of Egypt under Persian rule. Now, in 490 BCE, they fought off an invasion by the Libyans, and after that, they went through basically a 63-year-long rebellion against the Egyptians themselves. So the Egyptians basically said, we don't care that y'all here, we don't care that y'all won, we're going to go about business as usual, and we're going to go ahead and fight y'all. So for 63 years, they fought against the Persians inside of Egypt, and it wasn't until 341 BCE when the Persians finally gained full control of Egypt. Now, in 336 BCE, Darius III, he was the last king of the Persian Empire. The problem with that was he had no skills, he had no experience, and none of the soldiers wanted to follow him at all. So they tried to poison him. He survived that. His cousin Bessius ended up killing him in 330 BCE, which weakened the Persian army, and it allowed the Greeks to come in there and easily defeat the Persians. So before Alexander the Great could even step foot into Egypt, his army had already conquered Egypt and handed it to him on a silver platter, basically. So now, I said all that, gave you that quick history because you got to understand that the Greeks had control of Israel, had control of Jerusalem. They ran it for a period of time. You need to understand this. This is very important for you to know that these were Arabs. These Jews was Arabs. If you've seen my video on Islam, you will understand a lot clearer. As I proved to you, I've shown you that before Islam, these people, as we know today, we can clearly see that they are Arabs over in the Middle East. These were Arabs. So understand that the Greeks ruled them for a period of time. This is how they got their Old Testament. But we got a little bit more history to go through first. So now, Greece has control of Israel. But beginning in 290 BCE, Rome would go on a tear. They would go on a fighting spree. They would go to the Punic Wars, the war against Syria, and they would fight the 4 Macedonian wars against the Greeks, ending with the Battle of Corinth in 146. So from 290 to 146, Rome went on a tear and conquered everything. They conquered Greece and began the whole Greco-Roman thing you know. So all of that I had to explain to you so you can understand that Greece held power over Israel. And when Rome conquered them, Greece still was there, but it was the Greco-Roman period. So now let's go all the way back to what I was saying earlier. Let's go all the way back to Titus invading the temple of Jerusalem, tearing it down, coming out of there with all the wealth of the temple, and coming out of there with the sacred writings and manuscripts of the Hebrew faith. Now we know that the Hebrews rebelled based on their doctrine. When he took it to Josephus, who was the traitor, to basically decipher the thing for them, this is what they came up with. They came up with these Dead Sea Scrolls that we know of today. The Dead Sea Scrolls is basically what they had. That's why they hid them, because they knew that Rome was coming in there and it was finding all of the manuscripts. They was taking everything they could back to Rome. So someone hid those writings, and it's a good thing that they did, because it's the link. It's that link that we needed to figure this thing out. So the whole question I asked before was, where the hell did those writings come from? And I gave you that whole history so you can understand that the Greeks were in power during that time. So now, to understand this, you have to remember Greece held power over Israel. This time is called the Hellenistic Age. And during the Hellenistic Age, Israel was going under what is known as Hellenization. What is Hellenization? That is the Greek culture instilled into Israel. During this age, this Hellenistic age, is where Hebrew came from. Plain and simple, Hebrew is Greek. This is where they got their Old Testament doctrine from the Greeks. The Greeks created it for the same reason why Rome created the Bible or the New Testament, to control the people. That's why they created it. The word Hebrew is the same in Hebrew as it is in Greek, except for in Greek, it means broad. So we always heard that phrase, I want to broaden my horizon. I mean, I want to own more land than I originally owned before. Broad. Hebrew is Greek. Now, you can buy Dr. Joseph Yehuda's book for $1,700. It's called Hebrew is Greek. You can buy the book, and it proves completely that Hebrew is Greek. So it's real easy for us to prove this, and it has been in your face a million times. But I guess people's mindset was, that can't be possible. So why would you create another language? First of all, think about it. Arabic was created for Islam. English was created for the Bible or Christianity. So Hebrew was created for the Old Testament, which we know was 400 years before the New Testament. It was created because if we teach these people Greek, what are they going to find out? They're going to find out, one, the Old Testament is based off of Greek mythology. It's not hard for you to put this together when you start reading it and comparing it to Greek mythology. Eve eating the apple, Pandora's box. We got Hercules, we got Samson. Now, when you start doing the comparison of Hercules and Samson, it gets crazy. So now, if you read Judges from chapter 13 to chapter 16, you'll find the story of Samson. So you compare that with the story of Hercules, the Greek mythology of Hercules. So Hercules has a story where he has to escape from the evil clutches of a symbolic woman named Pleasure. We know that Samson has a story where he basically has some issues with these harlots in Canaan. That's a similarity right there. Now, also a story of Hercules, where basically the Oracle of Delphi tells him that God wants him to perform 12 labors. The first labor was for him to kill a lion with his bare hands. Now, he basically put his hands around his lion's neck and he bent it back and he chokes it out. We know Samson has the same story, but it says in the Bible that Samson basically ripped the lion apart. But Josephus tells us in his book, The Antiquities of the Jews, that in the original Hebrew manuscript, in the original one, that Samson actually kills the lion the same way that Hercules does. So like I said, we don't have that. So we can only go by what scholars and people who actually read it told us. So this is what Josephus says. It's the same way. Also, another one of those labors that Hercules had to perform was he had to catch a live wild animal. And we know in Judges 15:4 that Samson catches a live wild animal. So you can compare these things. They're the same story. When you go through the Old Testament and start comparing it with Greek mythology, who we know that people want to debate that, the Old Testament came before Greek mythology. You can debate that, but we know here that it's a comparison and something that's suspect. But come on, which one is more likely? Which one is more likely? The Greeks had the whole Hellenistic age where they were instilling their beliefs onto Israel. So we know that it's more likely that they put their beliefs onto Israel than vice versa. So when you go through the Old Testament, we can find more of these stories that compare with Greek mythology. Now, we can also compare Noah's Ark, the whole Noah's Ark story, with the Greek mythology of Deucalion, who was Prometheus' son, and Phera. So the story goes, Zeus wanted to flood the world because the people was evil when they didn't worship the gods the way they were supposed to. But Prometheus tells his son Deucalion about the flood because they were supposed to be spared from it, and they build an ark. Same kind of story as Noah's Ark. The whole question is, which one came first? But like I said, it's not going to matter because when we finish with this video, everything is going to be done. But there's a more symbolic story or parable to the Old Testament than just these Greek mythologies. So now we see that the Greeks gave the Hebrews their language. They gave them their doctrine. It compares with Greek mythology. So what happened? The Greeks got them to believe in this doctrine so much that the Hebrews actually believed a Messiah or a warrior was going to come and lead them to victory against the Roman Empire. So when they rebelled and that did not happen, then what? We know that Titus went and tore down their temple, tore down their hope, tore down. Went in there, took everything out of there, including their religious writings, took it out. We know somebody hid the Dead Sea Scrolls, so maybe they hid some other doctrine as well somewhere. But we know Rome came through there burning everything that they can find, but they had those sacred documents. So with the help of Josephus, they had to give the Hebrews a new doctrine. And this is how your Bible came to be, or your New Testament. But they also revamped the Old Testament before they added the New Testament, hundreds of years later. Now, one of the main people you have to know when you're researching the Bible is Paul, especially when it comes to the New Testament, since his epistles dominate more than half of the New Testament. Now, Paul was a Jew. Now, we don't know if Paul actually existed or not, but we know that Luke is credited with writing Acts, the book of Acts, which speaks about Paul's life. Now, Paul was a Jew, and he basically was going through Jerusalem preaching against Christianity. So he was telling the Jews not to convert, when supposedly, he got a vision from Jesus and Jesus gave him a message or whatever. But in any case, Paul was arrested and he was taken to Rome, and he died in Rome under Nero. Eusebius actually says that he was beheaded under Nero, but we don't know what happened to Paul or if he even existed. Scholars debate whether he existed or not. And the whole weird thing about Paul is he wrote so much, and there should be so much more on him if he wrote this much of the gospel. Now, he also wrote, weirdly, the book of Titus and the book of Romans. Now, we know about Titus Flavius, Caesar, who's basically the one who I was telling you gave you your Bible or the New Testament. So it's weird that he wrote those two books as well as many other books in the New Testament. So when you think about that, think he wrote Titus. Titus was the Caesar, after Vespasian died after Nero. So you had Nero, Vespasian, Flavius. When he died, then Titus took over. This is the time that him and Josephus supposedly had put together this Bible with the help of a few other people. So it's weird that he would write Titus and put that in there. And it's weird that Romans is in there. This stuff you got to think about. So if the Romans and Greeks didn't write this Bible, if this book came from somewhere else, why did we have the book of Romans in there? We got the book of Titus in there. We got Acts talking about these people having something to do with the Roman Empire, with the Greek Empire. You got to put this stuff together. It's not hard once you start doing the research. Now, Paul is very important because when you start reading what Paul wrote, Paul basically gives it away. So it's hard for me to believe, one, that they would kill Paul. especially if he wrote all this and he knew all this information. So, what scholars believe happened if Paul did live or if Paul was real, scholars believe that maybe they did catch Paul, they interrogated Paul, got some information from him, and then they beheaded him. But it wasn't that, Paul supposedly, saw Jesus and was converted and started preaching good stuff and all of a sudden wrote all these gospels and everything, but he got beheaded for what? We don't know because they don't tell us why he got beheaded. So I believe, as well as other scholars believe, he was beheaded immediately after they interrogated him. Now, I'm going to talk about Paul a lot more later because, like I said, Paul is a key, but we're going to get into Paul a little bit here. But something you need to understand is one, remember I was talking about the Jews basically had their Old Testament. And the Old Testament said that a warrior was going to come and was going to lead them to a rebellion against Rome, and it was going to win. But remember, that didn't happen. They lost to Rome. So now that they lost, they like, okay, so what's up with the gospel? Is the gospel bullshit? What's going on? Now, if you are controlling the people by using the gospel, then of course, now that the gospel is not fulfilled and people may be losing faith in it, you got to give them a new gospel or a new covenant. Remember, they had the old covenant from Moses before. They need a new covenant because obviously whatever was said, because we don't have those old books, whatever was said in there was not fulfilled. So now it's like, okay, well, we controlled them before with a gospel. We got to give them a new gospel to control them with. Now, when you look at Hebrews 8, 5 through 10, it's talking about this. This is called Hebrews, talking to the Hebrew people, basically telling them what happened. Because see, Rome, they got to give them a new Messiah. They got to give them a new covenant. But they said, we ain't going to make the same mistake that the Greeks made, giving them a warrior and saying that a warrior going to come and this and that. This is why Jesus comes, and Jesus is, turn the other cheek, love thy neighbor, peaceful this, calm that, to calm the people down. Because we ain't going to tell them a warrior going to come because they might go crazy again and try to kill us. So we're going to give them nice, calm, gentle Jesus. And give them a new covenant and explain to them what happened and why it didn't work before, because they got to control the people. Now, when you look at Hebrews, let's take a look at Hebrews 8, 5 through 10. It's basically telling you, and it says, who serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things, as Moses was admonished of God when he was about to take the tabernacle. For see, saith he, that thou make all things according to the pattern shewed to thee in the mount. So basically what they're saying is what I was telling you up in the mount, what God was telling Moses in the mount about the laws and this and that, you're supposed to go about that the way I showed it to you. Now, he's going to explain to the Hebrews, what they're trying to explain to the Hebrews in this verse is, y'all didn't do that. Y'all messed up somewhere. So it says in 6, but now have he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is the mediator of a better covenant, which was established upon better promises. So he's saying that, okay, well, Moses basically is, the mediator of the Old Testament. He won't give it to y'all, this and that. But let's look what he says in 7. For if that first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for a second. So he's saying the first covenant from God to Moses was fault. It was a fault in it. Something was wrong, or they did something wrong. Now it says, for finding fault with them, he saith, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant. Something went wrong. Y'all didn't listen. And I regarded them not, save the Lord. For this is the new covenant, or this is the covenant. Basically, it should say new covenant. But this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, save the Lord. I will put my laws in their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. Now, what happened? Now, you got the Old Testament is basically Jews is the chosen people, set apart from everybody else. The Jews are special, set apart, the Israelites. Everybody else is Gentiles, and you got the Jews. But now that didn't happen. They lost the war with Rome. The whole Messiah thing was messed up. But here they're trying to convince the Jews in Hebrews, in the book of Hebrews, that it's y'all fault. Y'all didn't keep the covenant, something went wrong, so God got to give y'all a new covenant, and God basically turning y'all back on y'all, saying that I'm going to be a God, y'all going to be a people. So when people always ask that question, they say, well, how come in the Old Testament that God was coming down and he was talking to the people and God was doing this and he was interacting with the people. God was actually speaking to the people. How come that's not happening no more? But it's giving you the clue here. It's trying to tell the people that God's saying he just going to be God now and y'all just going to be people. So I'm not coming down and speak to y'all no more. I'm not doing the stuff that I did with the old covenant, helping y'all out with the wars and this and that. But we got to remember, this is all bullshit because the stuff never happened. It's just stories that they thought happened. So they also reading these stories saying that, God helped them with the war and, gave them this and that. And Moses and them had the Ark of the Covenant. So, God gonna get it to us. So, of course, a lot of the Jews will have doubts because they had this doctrine and the doctrine said that a Messiah was going to come and save them and all this and that, lead them to war, and it was going to defeat Rome, but that didn't happen. So, of course, you had a lot of the Hebrews, losing faith. So when the New Testament came out, they had to put the book of Hebrews in there and explain to the Hebrews what's going on, what happened. Y'all messed up. Y'all did something wrong. This is why we got to have a new covenant. So y'all got to follow this Christ. And he's talking about peace and all this and that. So this is why I said it's no way somebody like Jesus could have been walking around through Jerusalem during the time when the Jews were so geared up on their doctrine and ready for rebellion. That's actual real history that actually happened. They led a rebellion against Rome, and it was because of their doctrine. That's real history. So there's no way in real life somebody like Jesus could have been walking around saying, no, turn the other cheek, peace, when everybody is geared up for war. So the book of Hebrews is telling the Jews, y'all messed up somewhere and y'all didn't pay attention. Jesus was walking around trying to tell you. But y'all crucified them and, putting the blame on them, not making it look like Rome was to any fault, but y'all messed up. Y'all killed the man who was trying to save y'all. So now this is what he was saying. Y'all need to listen to him and pay attention to his gospel. So they had to throw that in there. But, back to Paul. Paul, I'm going to get into a lot more later, but I'm talking a little bit now. But Paul is basically saying, because remember, Paul started out preaching against the New Testament. He was talking against, converting to this whole Christianity. So it's hard to believe that Paul would just convert that fast. But Paul, when you read his writings, is trying to tell you, like, what are y'all doing? What's going on? What are y'all talking about? Now, if you go to 1 Corinthians 1, 20 to 24, I'm going to start reading from there. And he's basically saying in verse 20, he says, where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Have not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? Now understand that he's basically saying, where is your common sense at? Come on, think about this. Where's the wise people? Where's the scribes? Because scribes are smart. Where's the disputer? Why ain't nobody disputing this stuff? What's going on? And he said, had not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? But the God he's talking about is not God. He's talking about Caesar. I'm explaining that. Now, something you have to understand about Paul is he's a Hellenist. Now, remember, the Hellenization of Israel was going on under the Greeks. So when the Romans took over the Greeks, Hellenization would not only benefit the Greeks, but Rome as well. But he was a Hellenist. And if Paul was for Christianity and all that, his writings will definitely show you that he was not really for Christ. So, you just got to read it. Now, later on, I will show you what a lot of if you do read the Bible, if you do know what Paul's talking about, and you don't know the premise, if you don't know the key, the secret, the code, I'm going to explain that later because Paul is giving you everything you need to know. If you just pay attention to what Paul and Jesus says in the Bible, I mean, they go hand in hand. They basically telling you the same thing, but it's not what you think it is. It's not what is said on the surface. But I'm going to explain that later. We're going to get into that. But Paul's a Hellenist. So understand that first. Now, another thing is this. A lot of the times, I'm going to go through this later as well. A lot of the things you need to understand when they're speaking of God, a lot of the times in the Bible, especially in the New Testament, they are also speaking of the Caesar. Remember, the Caesar was by law to be called God. The problem was they could not get the Jews to call the Caesar God or worship him as God. But everybody who was under the Caesar was calling him God. So you got to know when they're referring to the Caesar or when they're referring to the God, to actual God. But that's hard to know when you read in the Bible because what God are they speaking of. But that's one of the keys, one of the clues to the Bible is to know who they are calling God. And the only way you would know who they are calling God is if you know these people, if you know about Josephus, if you know about Paul, if you know about the people who represented Rome. That's the only way you would know. And if you know what's really going on, you can figure out who they're talking about. So in some cases, they're talking about actual God, and in other cases, they're talking about Titus, the Caesar. So now let's go back. Let's look at this. You finish reading it. Verse 21, it says, "For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe." Now think about that. Think about what it just said. Now, who could he be talking about? It sounds more like he's talking about Titus, the Caesar, than actual God. I'm gonna read it again. "For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, but unto the Greeks foolishness." Think about that. "But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God." So now let's look at this again. Let me explain this, because when you know that he's speaking about Titus and not about the actual God, then this makes a lot more sense. So
How you know Ishmael look like an old make head, man? What? Where can I find this Ishmael? Oh shit! Shout out to Gold, man.
So when it says, "For after that, in the wisdom of Titus, the world by wisdom knew not God." So basically he's saying, if I told you who God is or what's really going on, the wisdom of it, you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't understand it. So I see that by the foolishness of preaching, that I can save you that actually believe in God by preaching it to you. This is going to make a lot more sense later, and we're going to come back and refer to this. So it's saying clearly, this is talking about Titus. He's saying, for after that, in the wisdom of God and the wisdom of Titus, the world by wisdom knew not God. So I can tell you all day what the true God is and what's going on. I can give you supreme mathematics and all that. I could talk to you about energy and everything. You wouldn't understand it. The people wouldn't know. But it pleased Titus by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. I'm going to make a lot more sense later. Now it says, "For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom." So, okay, I'm going to give the Jews a sign. I'm going to give the Greeks wisdom. because both of them are in the Bible. We're going to go through it later. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block. Because, come on, you can't go through this Bible and you reading it and then you just, you stumbling or what the hell is it talking about? Is he, it's the way it's written is so confusing, so many contradictions. It's a stumbling block. And unto the Greeks, foolishness. Because the Greeks look at this shit like, come on, this is the same stuff we told them back when we gave them the Old Testament with the whole Greek mythology. It's foolishness. But unto them which are called both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God, because it's both the power of God and the wisdom of God. And it's going to make a lot more sense later when I get into this whole part. But Paul is a major key. And I'm telling you, you're going to see later how much Paul reveals in his book. And Jesus as well, because Jesus keeps telling you, he's telling you 1,000 times to listen to him, but you're not listening to him. He's giving you the clue. He's telling you everything. So is Paul. But preachers have twisted it around, and you yourself had you didn't listen to Jesus and you twisted it around, and now you're all stuck in Christianity and foolishness. So I'm gonna break you out of it later on. And when you see what's really being said, you're gonna feel stupid, some of you, because it's right in front of your face. And we're gonna get into it later. So now this is gonna bring me all the way up to, because I have to show you that not only does the New Testament parallel the Old Testament, because we're going to go through that, but they had to figure out a way. You got to remember, they're making this stuff up. So they had to go and steal from different deities, which is why Jesus paralleled so many Krishna and so many other Greek gods and so many other Hindu gods and stuff like that, because they had to go and find somebody to create this new Messiah to parallel him off. So they parallel them with a lot of different people. So yeah, I just gave you a lot of history. I just gave you a lot of dates and a lot of events that you can all go and research for yourself. Research all of this stuff. But we still have to answer the question, why did Rome not give us Codex Vaticanus? Why did Sinaiticus not get found until the 1800s, meaning it wasn't included in the King James Version? Why didn't they give us Alexandrinus or Ephraim Rescriptus? Why did they sit on these manuscripts for so long? Why wasn't it until 1546 that the Latin Vulgate became the official Bible of Rome? Wow, what was going on? So I still have to answer that question, but I have to go into Kemet now. We got to go into Kemet because you got to understand, I got to continue the story about the New Testament, because you got to realize that the concepts of the New Testament, the concept of Jesus Christ, comes from Kemet. This is where it all is at for you Christians. This is what it's all about, what Jesus said, not being in sin and all these rules and this and that. This is what it's about. So these concepts, even going back to the Old Testament, when we look at the 10 Commandments, these concepts come from Kemet. And when you do the research, you'll see a lot of religions got their concepts from Kemet. So we know it was a lot of religious groups that worship the sun in different ways, but we know Kemet is where that started as the earliest place we can find the sun worship. And we also know the oldest religious texts are in Kemet. So I want to go back. I want to go to the first video of this video so far. I've been doing a lot of talking, but I had to give you that history. So I hope y'all still watching. But now we're going to go to the first video, and we're going to go to Aswa Kwesi, who's basically been taking people to Kemet, since the 90s. He was a student of Dr. Ben, and we just lost Dr. Ben like yesterday. And we're gonna miss Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben definitely was the first person I looked to when I started doing this research on Kemet, and comparing it to the Bible. So, rest in peace, Dr. Ben. We definitely gonna miss him. And it's a shame that so many people know who Cookie is. So many Black people know who Cookie from Empire is, but they don't know who Dr. Ben is. And that's crazy. I mean, a lot of people was asking me, sending me messages on Facebook saying, well, who's Dr. Ben, or who was this guy? You know, it's crazy. They didn't know. People don't know who Dr. Ben is, and he's done so much for Black people, and it's crazy. So, you know, rest in peace, Dr. Ben. But Aswa Kwesi been taking people to Kemet for years, and he been just blowing up the Bible for a long time. So we're going to go and look at some videos of Aswa Kwesi giving you, telling you, first of all, one, where Rome went and wrote their book. Because, like I said, we're going to find out where this Bible was written at. And we can go all the way back to Kemet, and we can find out they wrote it right there in Kemet. So let's look at what Aswa Kwesi has to say about that. So,
our story has been persecuted, and persecuted in a way that we look at it from a European perspective. And what I'm trying to say is that the pyramid right here in Giza, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, this pyramid is 7 million tons of masonry, 2,300,000 stones put in exact position. Why do I say that? Because we are told that the pyramids are made out of mud and straw. Now, you are right here at the pyramid. The outer casing of these pyramids are 5 tons each, and the inner casing are 50 tons each. This pyramid of Khufu is built in the 4th dynastic period. There were no people at this particular time called Jews who built the pyramids, and definitely not Macon Begin. Macon Begin is an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland, and he stood here right where you are now and said his people built the pyramids. But he's able to tell the world that because of the power that they have inflicted upon other people to force that story on other people. This is what African people have done. And even today, they try to figure out all kinds of means of how the pyramids were built. Even the Japanese came here, the Nippon Corporation, and tried to build the pyramids, and it collapsed. In fact, science called geodesics. Geodesics is the landmass of the center of the earth. You know, the pyramid is built right in the center of the earth on a perfect northeast, southwest direction due to the North Star. Now you can see all 3 pyramids. Now in the further back is the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, that our ancestors had astronomical science, astrology, where they studied the stars and so forth. One of the things that's been brought to astronomers' attention is that they noticed that the pyramid of Khufu and Khafra, if you notice right here, are in a perfect alignment. Okay? It's a perfect alignment. But the question is that why would such a perfect alignment and perfect structure where they built the small pyramid of Menkaure off course? Can you see it off course? Yeah. But what they found, though, is that our ancestors were building the pyramids in alignment with the stars, that they were in rhythm with the astrology and the astronomical science of the universe, science of astrology or the study of the stars. And what they found is that the star system Orion was the star system of Osiris. Remember, the king wants to become one with Osiris. So by aligning the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure with Orion, and that's why they built the pyramid of Menkaure slightly over and not in alignment, because the pyramids were built off of the alignment of the star system Orion. So you can take and put the star system Orion right over the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure and see why they had the alignment of Menkaure slightly over, because it fit with the star system Orion, because the purpose was for the soul to ascend into heaven, for the spirit to ascend into heaven, to become one with Osiris. And the star system Orion was connected with Osiris. Tomorrow, when you go into Saqqara, you're also going to see the pyramid of Unas, showing the first concept of ascension into heaven. Long before there was Christianity, long before there were little white angels with wings under, that we get a concept that we're going to go to heaven. Unas already had the concept of ascension into heaven, or a spirit going into heaven, known as astrotheology. So this is what our ancestors saw, the soul becoming one with the great god Osiris in the constellation of Orion, which was the symbol for Osiris. And the star system Ceres was for Isis. Powerful astronomical knowledge that our ancestors had, showing how in tune our ancestors were with the heavenly bodies. In essence, building heaven on earth. Even in the Hermetic text, it speaks of Asar is our father in heaven, and he looked down on his kingdom that he built. Oh, just before me. So let me show you something here. This is the kingdom. This is Asar in Orion's belt now. See Asar and Orion's belt looking down on his kingdom? In Amos in the Bible, it speaks of, seek of him who is of the star, the 7 stars of Orion. Right here, this is where it started. That was taken from the Hermetic text of your ancestors long before the Ptolemies got the Jews to write the Bible, and the first European Bible was written right here in Egypt. And it was Ptolemy Philadelphus who got them to write it for them, which they copied it from the pyramid text of our African ancestors. You have to go to your temples for proof and validation and research and see the temples. It says the carving from the temples of Ipidasut, Karnak is called today. Sahu Nepet, Orion was Lord of the heavens. So here we see that this is Sahu, this is Neb, and this is Pet. So our ancestors saw Orion was Lord of the heavens. They carved it on the temples, but why did they put it there? That's what we want to look at. They saw, as we go back to the scriptures, we're going to bring the scriptures in the court of law. Well, is it in the scriptures? Yes, it's in the scriptures. In Amos, chapter 5, verse 8, it says, seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion. Well, our ancestors saw that Asar, our spiritual father, and the Zep-Tepi, for our spirit to go back to him, to rise up our caress, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the constellation of Orion long before it was in Amos and the scriptures was even in existence. This is the Zep-Tepi, or the first time of creation. Our ancestors saw through the constellation, through the heavenly body, through astrotheology, through the cosmos, the first divine mother and father for them to live for eternity. A set represented Sahu, called Ceres today, and Asar represented Orion. Our spiritual mother and father that we carved on the temples. Here we see the earliest story of Asar, who had an evil brother named Set. Many versions of the story, who got 72 conspirators to crucify him. Here we see this is long before the Cain and Abel story. You got it carved on the temples. And although you see it carved on the temples on the outside, still on the inside, they're still beautifully painted black. It's through this story of the union of Asar and Asar's resurrection.
Then if you notice 72.
Here we see this is long before the Cain and Abel story. You got it carved on the temples. And although you see it carved on the temples on the outside, still on the inside, they're still beautifully painted black. It's through this story of the union of Asar and Asar's resurrection, through the union of Asar and Aset, they have a holy child. It's told on the papyruses where the name paper came from. We see Tahuti, we did not worship animals, but Tahuti, the divine nectar, the messenger corresponding to Gabriel in the gospel, announces to the goddess Aset that she give a divine immaculate conception and virgin birth. So here you had this spiritual story where Tahuti came, who was a spiritual law, said Aset would have a holy child. This is long before Gabriel, the angel of the Lord, came through the back door and told Mary that she was going to have an immaculate conception. Now, our story was more spiritual because Tahuti gave the call, and Amun came to Asar and said that your wife Aset would have an immaculate conception. Now, I don't know about you, brother, but if your wife came to you and said an angel of the Lord in the back room came and said that she had an immaculate conception, I don't know if you go for it or not. I don't know. But that's belief. On these temples, right here, Dendera, at the temple of Het-Heru, let's go inside these temples, brothers and sisters, and going inside these temples, here we can see an ancient spiritual story where Asar, here we see he's born in a manger. One of the things that I make sure of is that we get accounts that's not going to be revealed to tour groups who come through here. That's what I try to do. Reveal the information that would normally would be passed by and not even mentioned to many of the Europeans because it would conflict with their European Western world through their own European white supremacy thinks that everything started with them, or think that their whole European Christian concept started with them. This is a tour book. It's good to pick these little books up. And it's written by the Mormons. The Mormons who write these books. The Mormons. Okay. But the Mormons are heavily into Kemet. Now, this is a chapel. This chapel is where Heru was born, in a manger, at December the 25th. Okay. Now, Here's the book. Let me read it. You have the book? That's page 18. Here's the chapel right where you are. Is that the same chapel? Yes. Okay, you see where I have yellow in it, right? Okay, so let me read it. This court and chapel, from a special unit within the great temple, they were used for the celebration of the Day of the Child in his cradle, a festival commemorating the birth of Horus, which, coming as it did at the close of the Egyptian year, offers a curious resemblance to the Christian festival of Christmas. How could it be a curious resemblance when this predates European Christianity? What was the symbol of this temple right here? What zoomorphic form? The cow. Now, have you often wondered why the cow is always in the manger? This is Hathor right here with the cow's ears that looked over Haru in his birth at December the 25th. Here you see a pictorial version of their painting of the European Jesus wrapped up like the mummy that was called the Carissing, that we'll get into in the lecture series, showing you right here, why is it a cow? No one had never asked, why is the cow in the manger? Because the cow was Haru. And where Haru was born in the manger, this was his surrogate mother, the cow. That the cow symbolically plays the surrogate mother over the European pictorial versions of the Bible that we have right here. So again, you can see where it all came from. I know this is hard for some folks, but you have come back to see it. Not one group, by the thousands who come here, is getting this like you're getting it. Now you see the cow Haru over the king Horus that you see right here. That every king that was born, like Horus born in this chapel right here. Put this in your own mental court of law. Let's see all the evidence. And once all the evidence is presented, we can see where European Western version of Christianity copied from this. And judge it for yourself. You've heard their side of the story? Take time out and hear your ancestors' side of the story. We're not saying for you to believe it, but just like the court of law of Ma'at, let's put it on the Makaru. Let's put it in the witness stand of truth, justice, and righteousness on the square. And we want to hear the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And then judge it in this middle court of law. Our African ancestors, brothers and sisters, saw the matrilineal system. Keep in mind that all the kings had to come through the line of the woman. Is that right? What man can say he didn't come from a woman? Please step forward so we can understand where you came from. So our ancestors had no problems understanding that divine principle of that sacred womb where we all came from. That was the basis and foundation of the goddess principle and the matrilineal system in Africa. And our ancestors saw, in order for the king to rule the throne, like you have Ursa Ma'at right here, the goddess Sheshat. Here you see her in the tree of divine wisdom, giving the fruit of divine knowledge and wisdom in order for him to rule the throne. It had nothing to do with no tree of good and evil. The patriarchs who came from the north, the Hyksos and others who had a misogynistic nature, a hatred towards the woman, could not conceive of a woman nor a goddess giving a man anything. And that story was corrupted. The tree of divine wisdom and divine life was corrupted into the tree of what? Because here we have that they created in their biblical stories and the opening of the pages in Genesis that there was Adam and Eve, is that right? And they were not to eat of the tree of what? Knowledge of what? Good and evil. Now who was seduced by the serpent and ate from the tree? That's why, sisters, you got to watch and hear that sound. But anyway, here we see that she was seduced to eat the fruit, and then she seduced who? Adam. Now we are told that that's the reason for the world's sins of this first woman eating of the tree of good and evil, and that that's also not only the reason for the world's sins, but her monthly cycle is to remind her of that sin. This is what's taught in the church. Okay? Now when sisters start jacking that preacher up who's been equally spiritually enslaved himself, to tell that story, and that we were born in sin. There was no story whatsoever in the Kemetic Nile Valley that we were born in sin. So a few years ago, back in 1988, boy, time is fast. Seemed like I just got this yesterday. Brother and sister showed me. They said, "Hey, brother, Quasi, you see, there's a black Adam and Eve." Although they made a black Adam and Eve, that has nothing to do with our story. This is what we see: the evolutionists and creationists fighting each other, and they know anthropological studies that black people were first, so they put a black Adam and Eve, and gave Adam a jerry curl and gave Eve a weave. You know, they had to be looking good for each other back then, you know. But it had nothing to do with our story, brothers and sisters. Even though they make it black to make you accept it, this is not still an African story. The African story is the goddess Sheshat giving the fruit of divine life from the tree of divine life and wisdom in order for the king to rule the throne. What you see behind me is not a spaceship that landed and happened and didn't make it back. Okay, what you see right there is the pyramid, is the boat of Khufu. That is his solar boat. This boat is 140 feet long, longer than Captain Cook's boat. When this boat was excavated in 1954 in a pit, over 1,200 pieces, the boat was dismantled. And they reconstructed, took 1,200 pieces to reconstruct this boat of Khufu. Now, what was the purpose of this boat? This boat was called the Noone. What is the Noone? What was the Noone? The flooding of the Nile was called the Noone. Now, when the Nile flooded, it was Khufu who realized that he could take his solar astral journey through the Nile to the celestial Nile, that was the Milky Way, to take him back to his father, Asar. So the Milky Way was looked at as the celestial Nile, like the earthly Nile. So it was the Noone that took him back. That was the purpose of his boat. That later it was corrupted into Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark was taken from the Noone. This is where it came from. Nowhere are you going to find no Noah's Ark. If you were back at the time of 4,000 years ago, or during the time of Khufu, and you asked him about Noah, boy, what's wrong with you? You know nothing about no Noah. You see my boat here? This is where the story came from. The flood, the great flood. There were many floods. There was the flood of Zoser. It was Zoser during the time when he commissioned to Noone into Upper Kemet to let the flood waters of the Noone come back to flood the land, because here you see the drought took place, and Noone said, you have not given recognition to your homeland, the South, Upper Egypt. And then we see Noone let the flood waters open up. This is where we get the story. This information is not given to no one here but you, because you got a whole different reason for being back here. And that is to tell the truth. We want the truth and nothing but the truth. That's what we want here. You see? It's a new day. Something is opening up here. It's a spiritual consciousness. So you are looking at the Noone, where the Noah's Ark came from. The Noone. That's the origin. Now they got it encased in this casing here. That boat was a spiritual, symbolic boat to symbolically to take Khufu back to the celestial Nile. What was the purpose of the celestial Nile? The celestial Nile symbolically took him back to his spiritual father and first father, that was Asar. So here you see the inundation of the Nile connected with the Milky Way. This was called the Noone. The flooding of the Nile was called the Noone. And that was the purpose of Khufu's boat, was symbolically and spiritually was to take him back to his spiritual father. And that was during the inundation. So when the Noone took place, that spiritually told us that we would connect to the Milky Way. That Noone was corrupted to Noah's Ark. We got the boats, brothers and sisters. Here's the boat right here. If you went back over 4,000 years ago in the fourth dynastic period and asked Khufu about Noah, boy, what's wrong with you? I don't know nothing about those Noah. Here's my boat right here. Here's all the animals of the world doing the number one, number two, and everything. They just tell us any kind of stories. That's why they can only give you a picture of the story. But yet this flood was supposed to have taken place because we are told that God in the Bible said that he was tired, that because in Genesis chapter 1 through 6, the sons of God married the daughters of men. Is that right? This is where we were at fault in Kemet because we married foreign women on our African throne. Although we would never marry none of our own to the foreigners because they were goddesses. Here during the 5th dynasty, this African king is called Sahara. Now, here's the first time that we get a concept called Sa-Ra. Sa-Ra means the son of God. They were the sons of God in Kemet, marrying the daughters of men onto the throne of Kemet. This is where you get the concept in Genesis chapter 1, where the sons of God married the daughters of men was taken from ancient Kemet. Brothers and sisters, here we have holy texts, holy writings. We've gone into Unis's pyramid. We've gone into Teti's pyramid. Spiritual writing when the Sahu, the spiritual body, astral projected. This is long before biblical text was even in existence. As we mentioned to you, this is the pyramid of Teti. And although you see it in the dilapidated state at this particular period, they did not make the solid stone pyramid that you saw in the Giza Plateau at this particular time. And this is the first spiritual, as they call today, religious text. This is the prototype of it all. That's what we're going to witness down here on the ancient. At this particular period of the 5th and 6th dynasty, these are the only pyramids that actually have writing on the walls. So you are down into Teti's pyramid of the 6th dynastic period. As I said before, the difference of the old kingdom pyramids that you saw at the Giza Plateau, that you're equally going to see in Dajor, is that those pyramids have no...
And just think, the stories of the Bible are great stories. Millions of people at war. Important kings that did miraculous stuff, splitting the sea, walking on water, plagues. And we're able to walk right through Egyptian history like this, to walk through the structures, walk and see the original text. And there's none of this for the biblical narrative. None. People do not argue about this. We're the only ones.
Medunetter, no writing. But during the 5th and the 6th dynasty, we see the writing, what is known as the pyramid text. This is where the pyramid text came from. This is the prototype of the earliest religious writing. Without this, Kemet would not have Pergamum coming forth by day and by night. You would not have a Torah. You would not have a Bible, and you would not have a Quran. This is the origin of the earliest spiritual writing. We're talking about this pyramid is actually a book and stone. Now, we see Ursa Mahat, Rob, Kevin Rob, Mr. Romero, no practice you can say it too. Here we see that was his strong name, as they call Ramsey from Ramesu, is now under the ram, symbolized as Amen. 2,000 years ago, our ancestors worshipped Amen, and his symbol was the ram because the sun was in the constellation of Aries. I show this because let's go to Christian art, and you see the ram in the European Roman Christian art. Why is that ram in their Christian art? Because they were deifying and worshiping Amen. Is this animal worship here? If they had the animal ram represented Amen in their art, and it's not animal worship, why they come in and say animal worship and pagan and heathen and polytheism and all these other type of negative terms? Let's look at this. When you also go and look at and see the ram with a lamb over, as you see a Roman character of a Jesus here, it looks like. But when you look at that figure with the ram with a lamb over the shoulders, it was taken from Kemet when I showed you when the ram with the lamb in ancient Kemet, where the king became one with Amen and the Zoot type was the ram. But let's go over 4,000 years ago to the tomb of Meroruka. I'll show you here. As you see the priest with the lamb ram around his neck. But when we look at Leonardo da Vinci's artwork, You see Leonardo da Vinci's artwork with the lamp or ram around his neck. You can see where the origin of that came from. But this is carved in Meroruca's tomb over 4.
My bag about to echo. Like, come on, man. When we gonna quit playing? When? When we gonna quit playing? But remember, the Egyptians supposed to be evil. These Egyptians supposed to be wicked, cursed, punished by God. Pagans. Worship calves and all of this stuff. But all your game come right up out of there. And you don't even know it.
1,000 years ago, long before Leonardo da Vinci's European image of the Jesus. On this relief, brothers and sisters, you can see many concepts where they came in, as I said, like scavengers and picked different pieces. On this particular relief, you can see where the Western world, through Judaism, took a piece of a concept of the creation story from. You can see where the Greek philosophers took a concept of Greek philosophy from. And you can also see where Christianity took a concept, European Christianity took a concept from. So let's break it down. Again, carved in stone on the temple of Aset, right here on the island of Philae. It is here. It tells where the Western world literally came like scavengers and took various things to make up the Western world. And one of those things is we see that Hermes Trismegistus in Greek mythology, they literally took it from Tahuti. It is here that our ancestors had a study from the 42 books of Tahuti, representing science, law, and intelligence, who was represented as the Ibis bird that you saw. We saw those little white birds, we saw them over here. So our ancestors looked at nature. We didn't worship the bird, but it was an attribute of science.
And he's not reinforcing the tradition he's downplaying. He's destroying their tradition. Because remember, this is supposed to be stuff from the God. How did Egypt get it? This is supposed to be stuff from God. Your God given to you, promised to you, sacred to you. The Greeks got you right and the Egyptians got the artifacts. How the fuck that shit sound? You're not supposed to be practicing traditions of pagans, but yet all of the biblical narratives come up out of pagan religions, Canaanite practices, which are African Nubian practices. Like you're stealing from the Phoenicians. You're acting like the Egyptians. Y'all supposed to be a unique people with a certain code. It's like somebody literally copied your grandfather's shit. You never knew your grandfather. Introduced it to you, and then you fell in love with it. And then when you saw the original, your grandfather's stuff, you didn't have that same sentimental value to it. You say, Suave, you lying, you get emotional as fuck. You're getting emotional. You just typed out emotional as fuck. When someone shows biblical art, you have no biblical archaeology or artifacts, bro. You have none. And new, seeming like those two Hebrew characters, mean nothing. That means nothing. The culture is going to correlate because they stole it from Egyptian culture, Phoenician culture. So yes, it's going to correlate. That means the Bible is not credible. Not it's credible because the Egyptians had similar stuff. No, this proves that the Bible was destroyed. Remember, the Bible never points you to, it never even speaks of the pyramids. The Bibles don't even mention the pyramids. The Bible don't tell you to go to the Peret Imheru. The Bible don't tell you to go to the pyramid text. The Bible don't tell you to go to the walls of Egypt. You understand? You stole it. You stole it. And that motherfuckers caught you. And you think the primary evidence that that destroys your narrative, backs your narrative up. How desperate. And you've never showed any archaeological evidence of the Bible, of the biblical narrative. None. Shout out to Elia.
Attribute of intelligence. Tahuti writing down the deeds of our life on earth as we live here. This is where the Western philosophical thought, Greeks took their concept of hermeneutics from Tahuti, now called thought too. So we see Judaism took God canoe, fashioning man out of clay, and called him.
Of course, you're not Afro-Asiatic because you're trying to also wedge yourself in there. The Israelites say the Egyptians are evil. They're pagan. You can't sit up here and say nobody says the Egyptians are evil. No one teaches that the Egyptians are evil. Like, come on, bro. That shit is crazy. Reintroducing you to the primary stuff. These crackers didn't want you to know about this. That's why they went over there and destroyed a lot of it. With the Arabs. Washing the walls. Breaking the noses. The lips. Burning artifacts. Recordings. They didn't want you to know about this. They wanted you to think they was the primary source. That the person that's the Pope now is a direct lineage of ordained popes. And that the royal family that you got over there are the direct descendants of Jesus Christ. And here's the proof that they stole the stuff from older cultures. The Misha still out of I guess you saying that's some type of biblical archaeology. Show me how. The Meneptah stele. Show me how. Show me how that's biblical archaeology. You're just naming stuff. Look at this man. We got all these buildings, these walls, and y'all sitting up here. Well, it was a scrap of paper that may say Israel.
Noone, fashioning man on the potter's wheel, out of clay. This is where Judaism took a portion of this to make up their Genesis story with the Sanhedrins around 250 BC. From this relief right here of God fashioning man and woman on the potter's wheel. And they took other concepts of Atum from Heliopolis creation story or the city of On to make up their Adam as a man, when actually it was Atum the son. And we see European Christianity took from the goddess Isis and Horus and made it the European, again, let me express, the European version of Mary and Jesus. Copied directly from these Greek reliefs right here. So you got Greek philosophy, where they took from Tahuti and called it Hermes Trismegistus. You got the Jehovah Genesis creation story and the Bible, where they took from Canoe, fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay, and they turned it into making man out of clay, Adam out of clay. And you also got Christianity right here showing Isis lactating or breastfeeding the holy child Horus, who was born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. Three concepts just from this one relief. You see, all carved in stone. As you can see the line, one dark, one light, showing this temple was underwater. Nobody could come back and read this. And that's why over here, if you look against this wall right here, much of it, they tried to chisel it all out. But our ancestors wrote endlessly as though one day we would get our story. One day we would not know who we are. One day that the only thing we would put on our genetic memory bank would be an alien, a conqueror's story. In our mind, our story would not be told. And that's why Justinian in the 6th century came in and closed these temples down. Because they were copying Christianity, theological concepts from African people. We'll get more into that during the lecture when we have the lecture series this afternoon. I want to even go further to show you, sisters, that y'all sacred. You are goddesses. And that's the problem with the brother today. Because they took that concept out of his consciousness. That's why the rap groups around and call them the bees and stuff. Huh? Okay, now look. Isis is the of life. We know what the ark of life now is the symbol of her uterus, right? So here, again, I'll show you
showing where the Holy Child is coming from her womb. See the loop? That's why she holds it, because she wants the first Immaculate Conception, the first Holy Birth is going to come from her. So she's holding the ark for life. Can you see it? Not too much clarity, right? That's why the Europeans with Justinian and the boys Theodosius, they came in, they tried to chisel it out. Couldn't deal with the real Immaculate Conception, but they weren't talking about one Immaculate Conception. Our ancestors were telling us on these releases that every woman could produce an Immaculate Conception, provided she was on the spiritual level and the man was on the spiritual level. Both of them coming together produce Immaculate Virgin Birth, which means a clean birth. But notice they chisel out the top part of it because that represents the womb. But the other part they kept there to represent the crucifix. You see? That symbol that they didn't take or didn't chisel out was a symbol of the cross. They didn't chisel that one out. So this is another picture of Constantine. Constantine's vision of the cross, which he is pointing to the symbol Sec Vincius. In this symbol we shall conquer. Through this symbol we shall conquer. Supposedly, Constantine got the cross out on the battlefield. Another picture, but now that we know that Constantine came here, now we know where, in fact, Constantine got the cross from. Huh? Right off of your ancestor temple has nothing to do with, this is blowing here, has nothing to do with no crucifixion or human sacrifice.
And to like put this in perspective, sorry about the echo, I should have muted that. Put it in perspective. This stuff is here thousands of years before them. Remember, when they came across this land, they already had the pyramid there. When the Greeks came to existence, these structures was already there. The carvings were already there. That's like me sitting up here calling myself Biggie Pac, coming up with a song called The Humpty Dance and acting like God gave it to me through something. No. These are other people cultures who were popular at the time, right? We're dumbed down, so we don't retain information. We use too many tools to sit up here and really understand how to use the body completely. Now, you got people who got traditions that's passed down hundreds or thousands of years. This stuff is well known. It's well known. It's just like when you it's just like, you know how now they got the face app that you could put your face on popular movie scenes. That's what it's like. Then if somebody find your TikTok, they'd think you starred in Terminator. Then they will find the original Terminator and be like, damn. That shit is crazy. You cannot sit up here and talk about, oh, I got an immaculate story, and it's a popular story that's on the largest walls in the world, of the most famous city ever. Oh, God sent me a story of Immaculate Conception. Oh, God sent me the cross and the vision on the battlefield. Oh, God sent me all this stuff that the Egyptians are famous for. That's why they had to be cut off from that culture to even introduce this. That's why things like the Vaticanus was held in the Vatican for over 1,000 years. Because you can't come out with an album called All Eyes on Me and motherfuckers think you didn't get it from Pac. You have to hold that. Until the world is now not even, I didn't even know Tupac existed. Let alone he had an album called All Eyes on Me. So that when you come out with your All Eyes on Me, nobody even points them to the original All Eyes on Me because you're ignorant, but the rest of the world knew. Man, ain't this the same shit we got from the Kemetics. Same shit we got from the Nubians. The same shit that the Greeks tried to pull with Zeus and them. And Serapis and them. And Titus and them. Over and over and over again. Y'all think y'all so wise.
Europeans corrupted it. Now we have no understanding or meaning of what the cross means today. And chisel out the Ankh, which is a symbol for life.
Now look at this. You can see where the Western world church
got its design. Long before you had this, the Patah Silken Shrine was already there. For those of you who are just coming in,
once again, point out the similarities, right? Because it's still the same system. Just like you look now in the United States, uses the obelisk, uses the tobacco leaves, uses the sun disk, uses the beetle, uses all these Egyptian reasons, and you like, why? The pyramid on the dollar. Because this is where they got that shit from.
And now we are looked at as a European Madonna and Child, where the concept was copied. And here we see the earliest Immaculate Conception. Immaculate means clean. That means she has known no other man. No other man has entered her body. She will have a clean conception. It's the Europeans who corrupted the story. And now we are looked at as a European Madonna and Child, where the concept was copied from here. Keep in mind that the only person who mentions the Immaculate Conception is Luke. Mark doesn't mention it, and then also Matthew doesn't mention it, and John doesn't mention it. Luke mentions it only in terms of being clean. That literally means only one man has entered her body, and that is the seed of a star. It means clean conception. That's what immaculate means until later on at the conference of Ephesus, where our goddess Set was Yapicanized, where they brought on this whole immaculate conception of the European image of the Madonna and Child was copied from here. Come in and see the immaculate conception. This is called the Patah Silken Shrine, by the way. The Patah Silken Shrine. Many of the reliefs have been chiseled out. Fortunately, this one is here telling of the first virgin birth resurrection story, where the goddess Aset forms herself into a bird and descends on top of Asar's penis. Although you see the chiseling out of this penis, because many of the Europeans who were coming in during the Roman times could not deal with the sacredness of the body like Theodosius and Justinian and others. But Isis is going to take the seed from his body to impregnate herself. And this is the earliest concept of the Immaculate Conception, long before an angel of the Lord, Gabriel, coming to Mary and said she's going to be with the Holy Child. Look how the star is lying out on the bed. Look how the Romans copied the concept. Let's go to Rome. See the Pope lying out on the same bed, same head crown that the star is wearing as well. Same funeral beds, even got the lion heads that you see right here. Even down to the detail of the lion heads of the funeral bed. Now, the only difference is, instead of a bird perpendicular to the Pope, they have the white Mary and Jesus, the European Mary and Jesus. But here, let's take a put a set right above here. You've got the same story, the prototype of the Madonna and Child. She was known as the Theotokos, of the Mother of God. Then she in turn becomes impregnated, and she's in the form of, in this form, as the invented rock with the sacred baboon, because the baboon representing birth. You see her stomach swell up, but she also forms the zootype, okay, of the hippo. Why the hippo for the zootype? Because the hippo comes out of the water. It bursts out of the water, okay? And a woman looks something like a hippo. No insult, but they saw that symbolically shows that she's impregnated, and how the hippo comes out of the water is symbolically like breaking her water. So the zootype that they used was the hippo. So Aset is now impregnated with the holy seed of Asar that she had taken from him when she formed herself into the bird, as you see the falcon. You know it's Aset because that's her glyph for Aset. She is now impregnated with the Holy Child. Here we see the earliest Holy Child concept of a virgin birth story. Here's the prototype of it all. This was the origin when people would come in. These temples were covered in sand. After they took everything they wanted, then all was covered up. Time took them over. Now we're dug out to come back and see where the story came from. The earliest Immaculate Conception and Resurrection story. Unfortunately, you can't see her on the donkey, because that is too obvious right here. Go ahead, brother. That's right. My relative is that. the Grand Master himself, Ursa Ma'at Ra, September Ra, Ramesu Muriaman of the 19th dynasty. That's Ramesu II. Four massive colossals that you see him sitting on his Haru throne. Now the colossal that you see right here is fallen. Some say that was due to an earthquake. We're not sure because we know how the plungers have come through. Is that right? Here we see this facade is 100 feet tall, and the colossal statues are 65 feet tall. The Grand Master himself and one of the greatest structures that he built right here in Abu Simbel. Sinro the first. Here's an African here who set up the kingdom of Athens. Not only that, conquered into southern Russia, what is called Black Georgia. Often wonder that's why they call it Black Georgia, because of this African here, Sinro of the 12th dynastic period. Sinro the first, who conquered into Europe at this particular time. And this huge colossal right here going back to the African origins of civilization. Now, Maspero is my wife pointed out about. He's one of the top psychopathic races. Now, keep in mind, the Cairo Museum, people come from all over the world to read this. But first of all, before I read this, let me show you this man right here named Maharpra. This is Maharpra right here. The 18th dynasty giving praise to the great god Osiris, who the Greeks call Osiris, sitting in his canopy, just like the Pope sits in his canopy, right? This is where they got the concept of the canopy from. But everything to deny your history, this is what Maspero says about Maharpra. Let's read it right here. It says right here that Maharpra suggested that, Maspero suggested that Maharpra may have been the son of Thutmose IV and a negress. There were no niggers 3,000 years ago. At any rate, on the copy of the Book of the Dead found in the tomb and now exhibited on the wall of this room, Maharpra is depicted with his face black instead of the normal red. They were also the normal black. A detailed examination of his mummy, which showed that he died at about 20 years of age, also showed that he was Negroid, but not actually a Negro. This is psychopathic racism at its best. So Maspero made a point to make sure that he would plant in all people's mind he's Negroid, but not actually a Negro. What is a Negroid, but not actually a Negro? That's like saying he's Caucasoid, but not actually a Caucasian. Everything to deny the African story is told right here in the African Nile Valley. Negroid, but not actually a Negro. So I want to point this out to show you the forces that we're up against, the forces that we're fighting. As I said before, many years I've come here. And a minute hit the third, that you see right here, was in the front. Along with all the other Middle Kingdom pharaohs. And I came a year ago, and I noticed that he was missing. I didn't know where he was at. And it wasn't until I came back, after searching throughout all the museum, I find him in the back corner. And in this back corner, with pieces that you see are broken up, he is a major...
Like, peep game. And then look at the date of these things. Dang, it was... Okay. Look at the date of these things, right? We got a Amenhotep, Saratek, all these different people who's depicted. But then when it comes to the biblical characters, all you got is cartoons, no sculptures, no depictions, no bodies, no engravings, no sarcophagus, no tombs, no nothing. Of the greatest people ever. Moses was one of the greatest people ever. No tomb. Don't know what you did with his body. No depiction. No one carved it. Moses grew up in Egypt under the Pharaoh as one of the Pharaoh's children and still wasn't depicted, still wasn't carved. Ramesses was. Thutmose was. Come on, man. Like, look what evidence looks like. This is credible shit.
Pharaoh of the 12th dynastic period, a time of high literature, a time that it was known as the second golden age of Kemet. This is a brother who took and built the pyramids in Harawa. This is the brother who made the black capstone put on top of this pyramid that you just saw. But why is he in the back corner? But you're going to see Nefret and Rahotep, those two figures. Once you see them, you'll recognize them because you see them in all the books in America. That's who they show you, who were irrelevant, who were not pharaohs, who did not build major sites and so forth. And one even questioned if they had anything to do with this. But we got a question, why is Amenemhet the third all the way in the back room, in the back corner for no one to see him, where he's been systematically moved out of the way? And I'm saying that this brother built his pyramid, like I said, in the area of Harawa. He's known as building the labyrinth, which is a very elaborate structure. Many rooms were in this labyrinth. So all the things that he did, but the racism of the Western world, this is where we have Amenemhet III. But you see his nose has been knocked off. This is what we're saying. Like I said before, there's no one prototype that defines an African facial characteristic. Look among us, we have all types of facial characteristics, nose structure, and even color. This is what made us truly the people who we are, the mothers and fathers of the planet Earth. But systematically, the ones that got wide nose, thick lips, have been systematically trying to erase it from the public's eye. So now we see Amenemhet III is in the back corner with other relics, and we have to come back in the back corner. And when we get around to the other side, I'm going to show you where he once stood at. So we have to understand that there's a serious psychological, intellectual war going on. And it's a serious war that's just as vicious as having our children in the classroom where the psychological war takes place, especially when that educational institution is controlled by someone who does, or other people who doesn't have the best interests of our children nor our people at heart. So come on over here, Joseph. Listen, yeah, we've been doing this. Let Joseph come over here for a minute. Here's Amenemhet III living right here today, Brother Ken Joseph. Look at Ken Joseph here, and look at Amenemhet III. Go ahead, hold your head up high, brother. No, look at us. We know. All right, okay. Now you can get your shots in right now. Brother gonna charge you for that shot too. Now you can see the gene is still passing on. Yeah. We got to take Joseph down to Harawa one day and see that pyramid as well. The first thing that you'll see on Egypt, many of you have seen Rahotep and Nefret. Rahotep was not a king. Nefret was not a queen. They did not hold the throne in ancient times. But it seems as though they are in all of the books in Egypt. It's the opening of the page. Now keep in mind that African people are many colors. I've traveled throughout the African continent. There are many shades of color of African people. But the point that I want to specifically point out here is the fact that Nefret and Rahotep are the ones who stand out in all the books. So when you get the books, they have selectively gone through here and have, as we know in America, a thing called passing. So they have systematically passed certain colossal pieces and so forth and artifacts. So Rahotep and Nefret are the ones who stand out in all the books. But when I showed you Amenemhet III, who should be standing right here because he was a pharaoh on the throne, who made the world's oldest road, built a pyramid in Harawa. They were not pyramid builders. So I want to point that out to show you that when you pick up a book, even when you go upstairs and on your way out and you may pick up a book or just read through it, the first thing you'll see is Rahotep and Nefret. And you will not see some of the other African pharaohs that have been systematically taken out of the Cairo Museum. I remember back in 1985, he's no longer in the Cairo Museum. You see? Longer in the Cairo Museum. You see? He was there in 1985, but he's no longer here today.
This particular piece was found in a German workshop. It had no cartouches bearing her name, and it was found in the early 1920s by German excavators. But it looks nothing like this version of Nefertiti, which was found on the walls of Tel Armana, which was actually the city of Akhenaten. But yet this one has been claimed to be Nefertiti, meaning the beautiful one has come, and is supposed to be the most beautiful woman who ever lived. When in actuality, if we look at Nefertiti, this was the portrait of Nefertiti. Also, the daughters, notice the head on the daughters, and it's the elongated head. Well, many Europeans said that that elongated head was a deformity. But when we look at the sister from Zaire, we see she has the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Shanice. Let me cut my camo too. Still people that practice ancient cultures today. The elongating of the ears and the necks and the head. But they'd rather tell you these people was aliens. And this is what you see when you look at the depictions of these royal people, the elongated skull. And these people still practice this to this day. The Dogon still practice ancient things today. But then they want to sit up here and tell you, no, this is somebody else's culture. These people are savages. These people were rulers, not rulers, but mothers and fathers of many people that you would call a king and a queen. It's just mother and father. Zero white people elongating their skull. Zero white tribes living out naked somewhere. They weren't there when this was the culture. You'll look past all of this, hate them people, and then fall in love with some shit that you can't prove. No depictions, no carvings, no nothing. No nothing. You know how many carvings, depictions that should be of Jesus? He should be everywhere.
Shape in her head. It goes back to the daughters of Akhenaten. Some serious hair, huh? Looks just like the hair on our heads today. So if anybody tries to tell you that Egypt is a white civilization, you can point out this hair. So those of you who have your cameras, you want to make sure you take a good picture of it. But this is what Gaston the Pharaoh, an Egyptologist, said about the hair in the Nile in Egypt. He said the hair was inclined to be wavy and even to curl into little ringlets, but without ever turning into the wool of the Negro. But take a look at that hair. It looks like the wool. Looks like wool, doesn't it? This is a picture of the hair that's on a figure that was found. So you can see what the person looks like and what the hair looks like. I don't know any European that could claim that hair. And so you know you have to have a serious comb to get through something like that. But you know what, brothers, by the way, some hair curlers even were found in Luxor, where we're going to borrow dating back over 3,000 years ago. So when you see those sisters with that head full of hair curlers, she's actually practicing an ancient African fashion tradition. Okay. So come on up and get a good look at the hair. Okay, the word for earring is shaku. And so this is a style of earring that Tutankhamun and other Nubians wore. They came from Queen T, who popularized this style of earring. Now what's happening now is Liz Taylor's copying the same style of earring and making them part of her Egyptian style collection. But not just the earrings. Take a look in here because there's a bracelet that's called a minifret. And when Amos was crowned king, his mother, Ahotep, wore this bracelet. And so while he was the one who was trying to drive the Hyksos out of our land and preserve our culture, Liz Taylor is now trying to rip it off. And here's that bracelet. Making millions of dollars off of it. Never get it right. Taking everything we have.
Now you can see the grandeur of African people, brothers and sisters, like looking at this grand master right here, Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III was known in the 18th dynasty as the grand master builder during his time. And when we get into Upper Egypt, you're going to see the temple that he also built on too. You're going to see the lotus columns that he also built in Luxor. But as you look in the courtyard of Luxor, you'll see some toothpick columns that the Romans built. And when you look at these toothpick columns and you see the columns that Amenhotep III built, you'll see who truly was the grand master builder during his time was Amenhotep III. And I think it's only right that the queens, that my wife should speak on the queens.
This is a beautiful Nubian queen known as Queen T. She was the wife of Amenhotep III, like my husband just mentioned. And the woman, the sister, was such a beautiful queen that he took her by his side, put her into roles in the government. So the sister participated in the government in Kemet. And when the brother's health started failing, foreign diplomats corresponded with the queen. And then the queen even became the first secretary of state in Kemet for her son, Amenhotep IV, or known as Akhenaten, when he chose not to take care of governmental duties. Now the brother loved the queen so much that he built a lake for her, an ornamental lake, a mile long and a fifth of a mile wide, known as Lake of Tea. And built a temple for her in Nubia, showing the connection between her homeland, Nubia, and Kemet. So this is the beautiful queen known as Queen T. And if you notice on the top of her headpiece, she's got the double.
Shanard is in the building. Shout out to Shanard. What's good with you, big dog? The floor is yours. What's on your mind?
Got an echo, bro. You shouldn't even.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I keep forgetting to mute my mic. When I don't mute my mic and I'm sharing it through the Brave tab, it got an echo. So I just started doing this week. I got to get used to that. Thank you so much.
All right, so let me say this. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna host a show on SVDL. I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna start from the beginning, as far as like stocks and options. There's so much money to be made. You know how a millionaire becomes a millionaire? They don't become a millionaire because of hard work. They become millionaires because they shit on other people. Right? But there's people that, I mean, I'm not Yoruba, but in the Yoruba belief system, I'm sorry, no, not Yoruba, Igbo. I'm not Igbo also, but in the Igbo belief system, people that inherit wealth are not respected. Most millionaires inherited the wealth. Most banks in the U.S. inherited wealth. Most banks in the U.S. stole the wealth. The children of those people that were founders of those banks or were connected to it inherited the wealth. There's no respect for that. Yeah, if you know what I mean when I say that, then you know what I mean. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna do. This is the argument league for argument. You know what I mean? I look at SVDL as something for education. A lot of people have been saying that I don't take the league seriously. They want to clown me for it. I do take it seriously. because I learned a lot of stuff from SVDL and actually made me a better trader as far as predicting movements in the stock market, as far as learning about health, history, um, anything. I gotta stop saying I'm gonna say it again. The the stock market is a game. Money is something that shouldn't be taken seriously as most people think that it should. A lot of people work, you know what I'm saying? They work 9 to 5s, they work 6 to 9s, they do, you know what I'm saying, they do anything for money. And that's fine. You know what I'm saying? You can go out, anybody can go outside and do and be a what's it called, a contractor. You can do deliveries on DoorDash or Grubhub or anything, or you could, you know, take a contract for a company, design websites or anything. Even if it's just $100, turn that $100 into a 1K. Okay, you have that 1K. What are you gonna do with that 1K? Would you spend it, or would you reinvest in it? Or do you have that belief system that cash is king? You hold on to your cash, you save it, and then you invest it at the right time. You know what I mean, right? And I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tone down.
Oh, my
People keep
bad. I got
calling
this
me a
one.
troll. People call me a troll. I'm not a
Mm-hmm.
troll. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not. I just point out the bullshit. And
Well, shout out
then
to you, man. And those who want to see that, man, make sure y'all tune in to SVDL. Shanar will do a panel over there, man. And that's what's up. A lot of people been asking for it. And I'm glad to see you.
I'm not, listen, I'm not
Show
chasing
up.
no clout. I'm not chasing no clout. Someone said that shit. I don't have a channel for a reason because I don't care about a channel. I don't have time to manage a channel focusing on stocks. I don't. Let me tell you something. A person that, if you look on YouTube, there's plenty of people that have channels that focus on stocks. Those people aren't making money. You feel me? I'm not someone that will go to anyone and say, "Oh, give me $500," and I'll turn it to. No, I'd rather just give you the play. I have that money. I don't care about. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like $500. That's a lot of money. You can say that. But to a billionaire, that's like five. That's like not even 5 cents. I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not even a thousandaire, or even a tenth of a thousandaire. If you want to believe that,
Yeah,
anybody
that's
wants to believe
hard.
it. You
That's
feel me?
hard.
But
Yeah.
that $500 can be moved and turned into 5K, from 5K to 50K, and then from 50K to what else? To what?
I don't know. But I'm glad that you're willing to get that information up, man. I can't wait for you to do your presentation so everybody can soak that game up. And
I didn't even know. I didn't even know. My thing says King Money. I got to change that. That's. I'm not trying to be prideful about anything. I don't care about. Like I said, I don't care about people knowing that I can make money. I don't care about that.
Mhm.
I care about my people making money when there's money flowing around.
That's hard. That's hard. Anything you want to say about the video being played right now?
I mean, I seen some of the stuff earlier. I hopped out when whoever he was playing was talking about Christianity. I hopped
Uh-huh.
out and I hopped back in. I saw. I'm looking at an Egyptian goddess right now. I mean, that's not a goddess. Egyptian pharaoh. or someone who was revered.
Queen.
Statue.
Queen.
Right.
That's hard, yeah. And Afro-Asiatic, yes. Ty was an Asiatic. She was, well, I mean,
Queen Ty. Queen
for
T.
the terminology. Yes. We married foreign women onto Egyptians married foreign women onto the throne. He was showing that to show that the thing was we reverenced our women. See, when you look at the European, when you look at him, he's taking pictures with his sword or his gun or his horse or by himself. See, we did depictions with our woman, right? Because
Exactly.
you know that's that. I mean, that just speaks to power. You know what I'm saying?
That's
You rely on
that's
a gun
that's
or a knife
African.
or this, that, and the other, and the man and woman depended on itself because they understood that people are the greatest resources. People are the greatest resources. To a man, a woman is the greatest resource. To a woman, a man is the greatest resource. To both of them, the child is the greatest resource because that allows for you to come back through once you understand how being born and dying works.
But you
So
know
that
what?
was his point in showing that. Go ahead.
The
What
way
you
you
say?
the way you're talking right now, you already know that the feminist movement is African.
Is what?
I'm not actually no. Sorry, the feminist movement is European in foundation, but Africans have. I mean, we were the first ones to have African queens, African leaders, monarchs.
Uh,
The Europeans are the ones who are the real manosphere, and then you
uh,
have the black manosphere thumping that shit.
yeah.
And then you have that backlash from the so-called the black women's sphere because they think that that's how all black people think. It's not true.
Yeah.
The first
It's just
female
a
leaders were
collective.
African.
It's just a collective that
Now you have
addressing certain issues.
you see Queen Elizabeth. She's a queen because of African theology.
Uh-huh.
But they'll make it seem like, oh, you know what I mean? And I hate
Yeah.
when I see, I call them quote unquote divestors because they're not really divestors. If there's any divestor listening to this right now, you're not a real divestor. I know you're not because you're listening right now.
Oh yeah, I don't even get how we got into that conversation. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. Make sure y'all stay subscribed to SVDL so y'all can see Shenard's panel he's gonna do starting from the beginning about real estate and stocks and stuff like that, or whatever his interest is. Shout out,
It
shout out.
maybe next Saturday or this
Okay,
Saturday.
that's what's up. That's hard. That's hard. That's hard.
But
Upper and
everybody,
Lower Egypt.
hold on, real quick.
Now this
Everybody's channel, everybody will be successful.
Okay, thank you.
You know what I'm saying? This platform is a good platform.
I appreciate
You
it.
gotta get rid of some of these crabs, these Israelites. I'm gonna turn them into voodoo saints. I'm not gonna do that. The universe will.
That's what's
But
up.
all right, bro, I'm done. Done. All right, bro.
All right, for sure. Shout out to Shenard. Um, I mean, Ashwa explained already. I just explained. It's okay. Just living the reality you need to, man. You wasted a lot of time on that
brother
shit. I
saw a
understand.
sister equal to him. That's why they're on the same level here. So here we have Amenhotep III and Queen T. We're talking about over 3,000 years ago. That's right. That we have Queen T's with us today.
What is the Quran? The Quran is the house of light. And that would be equivalent to the present day hospital. And again, we're saying that the temples talk to us, and we bring the temples to life in terms of seeing the Grand Master himself sitting on the square Imhotep. Unfortunately, you cannot see his head because his head has been knocked off. And maybe that is because the world cannot see that Imhotep, this black man, was in fact the first physician. Long before some Hippocrates, as still our children are told that Hippocrates was in fact the first physician, but yet 2,000 years before Hippocrates, Imhotep was the first physician that he had his bowl to wash his hands. And look at the instruments here like scissors and needles and so forth. The same instruments that they use today, if you were to go into the hospital for surgery, you see the medical instruments right here of Imhotep. Okay. Again, we call on our spirit of our sisters who are got the Imhotep spirit. That means that they studied medicine according to that of Imhotep. I think when you took medicine, did you ever take the Hippocratic Oath? Okay, although you took the Hippocratic Oath, sisters, but that Hippocratic Oath was actually the oath dedicated to Imhotep. And although they told us that Hippocrates was a follower of medicine, but 2,000 years before Hippocrates was the father of medicine or physician, Imhotep predated him by 2,000 years. Now, unfortunately, you see Imhotep right here, and his head is now knocked off. So the world cannot witness this African of the third dynastic period, architect, grand vizier, physician, long before Hippocrates. Right. But look right here. You see scissors. Okay. You see suctions. You see needles. You see all the various. Now, are these the same instruments? You tell me. Are you familiar with these instruments here? Okay. Are these instruments that they use today? Okay, so you see that these instruments were known by African people thousands of years before the Europeans were studying medicine.
This is a prescription. Don't you get prescriptions? Here's the prescription that Imhotep had to give. All right? Right, so let's look. Yeah, balance the medicine with a little scale. Also, this symbol right here, the eye of Haru. But let's look at that eye. And you can see the RX and the Medical Association is right here on the temple. All right? Nothing new under the sun. As it even further, they say right here that the origin of the RX abbreviation, the doctors use all over the world. And in all languages originated from the eye symbol of Haru. Again, the eye symbol of Haru, the right eye of Haru, that was the all-seeing eye. There is where you get your medical symbol of RX from. Nothing new under the sun, brothers and sisters. So long before the Greeks, Thales, long before Hippocrates, Imhotep already knew about surgery, all these things. But yet, when we open up the books in the classroom, not one word is.
But they tell you who the father of medicine is. The discovery of surgery. The advancement of technology. We're regressed in technology. And we're separated in cultures and societies that we're in a country, and part of the country is way more advanced than us. Way more advanced. We got people still dying from lack of Medicare and people who getting cloned body parts in the same country. People that's dying from simple things and people that's getting robotic prosthetics in the same country.
He's mentioned this grandmaster genius of his time who knew about surgery long before some Hippocrates was even in existence.
And the African woman looked at herself as the personification of goddess on earth. And in fact, when we see the creator deity, known as Ptah, Ptah is standing on a rectangular form. This rectangular form is a plinth. It was known as Ma'at. And this was a sturdy base for which the deities and the kings used to set their throne on. Ma'at was the primary quality of the firm foundation. So in essence, The whole Kemetic society was based on an African woman known as Ma'at. And she was shown with her wings wide spread and the ostrich feather on her head. She was the symbol of cosmic harmony, and she gave balance and order to all things. And she represented the unwavering path of the order of the world. And this was exemplified by the stiffness of the ostrich feather on her head. It was affected by, but unaltered by, the winds of change. So, brothers and sisters, when we were in Abdu yesterday at the temple of Seti I, we see Seti I offering Ma'at to Amun Ra. And this is in order to ensure equilibrium would prevail in Kemet. And Ma'at represented truth, justice, and righteousness. In fact, she gives the best representation of the significance of African women in ancient Kemet. Without the African women, social stability would be forgotten. But not only was the African woman looked at as the foundation for Kemetic society, the African man looked at the African woman as the heavens. And she was embodied in the figure of Nut, who you see on many of the ceilings of the temples. Nut was said to give birth to the sun Ra every day and then swallow him at night. So out of the union of heaven and earth, Nut and Geb, came Asar and Aset, because our ancestors did not think that there was some white male, blue-eyed, blonde-haired God sitting up in heaven all by himself. Our ancestors felt that the deity ought to have a spouse, and they each had their own responsibilities. So here you see Asar, and he's sitting on the throne because he's in the spiritual realm. Behind him is his wife, Aset. She wears the throne on her head because, sisters, in order for him to rule, he had to come through her to sit on the throne. That shows the balance between the African male and the African female. He was her executor or agent, and she was the power behind the throne. Now, Aset had many names. She was considered to be mistress of the throne, the divine one, the queen of all the Neteru, queen of the south and north, lady of the great house, and even the green goddess. And as the green goddess, she was known as Mut Netchet. And what is Mut Netchet? None other than Mother Nature. And so you always see her with the throne on top of her head. We'll go to her temple in a few days, and that is the temple of Aset, Philae. And when we see it, we're just going to be looking at the skeletal remains of that temple. And we can just imagine how beautiful it might have looked in its heyday. But Aset was the one who possessed the words of power, and that brought Asar back to life, because what she said was delivered in such a certain tone, rate, and deliverance that none could resist her command. So therefore, Aset was associated with Seshat. Now, Seshat, we said, was the female scribe and historian. And this indicates that recording and vocalization of words were feminine functions. So even back in the day, brothers thought that sisters could really talk. And Seshat, we said, was the one who invented writing, while Tahuti was her counterpart, and Tahuti taught writing to the world. And you always see Seshat with her pen because she's going to record the deeds of the king. Scribes were called Sesh. They were named after Seshat. And here you have Amenhotep, son of Hapu. He was called a Sesh, named after Seshat. Her headpiece, this seven-pointed star, was called the Sefek Aubi. It means she who wears the two horns. And so her headdress was also her symbol in Medu Neter. And it was considered to be a magic wand. And the star was the symbol which represented the source of all creative ideas. So that was where Europeans got the idea of the fairy godmother with her wand. That came from the seven-pointed headpiece on the star of Seshat. So in Abdu, when we were there at the temple, part of it was even dedicated to Seshat. And we see her here with Ramesu. Sishat, as Ashra mentioned yesterday or the day before, was mistress of the House of Architects. So she helped to lay the foundation for the temples.
So we can see that they got a lot of the concepts from Kemet. A lot of the concepts in the New Testament as well as the Old Testament came from Kemet. We know that the pyramid text is the oldest religious text on the planet. The pyramid text in Saqqara. We know the pyramid of Unis is the oldest text. We also have pyramid text in Teti and Pepi. So when you go to Kemet and you look at these texts, when you look at the pyramid text in Unis, you can find the whole resurrection, the whole story of Osiris and everything. We know in Teti, we got the whole Cannibal everything that's in there. We can find a lot of the concepts in the Bible that they stole from that. So there's a lot of stealing in the Bible, but not just from Kemet. We can also go into Hinduism and compare the story of Krishna with Matthew and Herod wanting to kill the children to prevent the birth of Jesus. Kansa and Hinduism wanted to prevent the birth of Krishna because the prophecy was said that he was going to be born and basically kill King Kansa, which he did. We can also look at the three magi or the three wise men who were called magi in the Old Testament. Who are the magi? The magi goes back to Zoroaster, the creator of Zoroastrianism, which is the worship of Ahura Mazda. Now, when you look at Zoroastrianism, you go to Revelations, and Revelations is talking about 1,000 years that Jesus is going to rule. It's going to be 1,000 years of peace and this and that. That comes from Zoroastrianism. When it's talking about when the sun reaches the neck of Pegasus, there will be 1,000 years of peace. But also, Zoroastrianism is a major clue because remember before I was talking about Cyrus, king of Persia. Zoroaster was also a Persian. Now remember, it was the Persians who conquered the Phoenician Canaanites. It was the Persians who took control of Israel. So remember I said Cyrus, king of Persia, is in the Bible. If you go to 2 Chronicles 36:23, it's talking about God telling Cyrus, king of Persia, to build a house, to build God's temple in Jerusalem. Because remember, in real life, it was the Persians who had control over Israel. So you got to think about something because they threw that in there to throw you off, to try to add some validity to the Bible. So if Israel is supposed to be where God's chosen people is, how come in real life the Persians, who are Arabs, conquered Israel? That's not supposed to happen to the end of the world. It's supposed to be where God's chosen people are. How the hell did Arabs conquer it? That's why they threw that in the Bible so it can make it look like that Cyrus, king of Persia, was on God's side, like he was a Christian. But Cyrus, king of Persia, actually existed. This man was real. Him and Tiberius Caesar are probably the only two people in the Bible who actually are real, who actually existed. So they threw that in there because you got to explain how in the hell did Cyrus, king of Persia, conquer Israel? So you got to make it look like he is on God's side of the Bible when we know, in fact, he worshiped Ahura Mazda, just like Zoroaster. He worshiped Ahura Mazda, not the Bible, not the God of the Jews or Hebrews. He conquered them. So to add validity, they had to throw that in there. So like I said, I could have used that to just basically wipe out the Old Testament. But you can see they went to many different places to get the New Testament. And it's a lot more stuff that I left out, but we can see that this is like so many different things that they brought in. But we're going to also show the parallel and the comparison between the Old Testament and the New Testament. So now remember, the Greeks created the Old Testament. So when Titus and Josephus got their hands on all the manuscripts of the Hebrews, and they was going through it, when all the Greek scholars and everybody was going through all this information, they had to come up with a new Messiah. So when they was creating Jesus, he paralleled Joseph in the Old Testament in a lot of different ways because they just didn't know, I guess, how they was going to do it. But really, when you look at the Bible today, when you look at a lot of the wars that was going on between the Jews and the Roman Empire, what they did was switch it around and make it like the Jews won those wars. So basically, they was trying to make it look like in the beginning that when you worship in Jesus Christ, you also worship in Titus. So when we compare Joseph Old Testament with Jesus New Testament, check this out. So we see that Joseph he was a miracle birth. Jesus was also a miracle birth. Joseph was one of 12 brothers. Jesus had 12 disciples. Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of silver, and Jesus was sold for 30 pieces. Judah suggests the sale of Joseph. Judas suggests the sale of Jesus. Joseph started his ministry at 30, and Jesus started his at 30. So when you start looking at these, we can see what they was trying to do. They was trying to give them something from the Old Testament and bring it over to the New Testament, which is why Jesus parallels Joseph in a lot of different ways. But it's not just Joseph, it's other things we can look at. So now, when we look at the Old Testament, we can actually compare it to some of the things that happened to Jesus in the New Testament. So when we start to look at things like this, we see that in the Old Testament, the Jews, remember, they went from Egypt to Israel. We know that Joseph took Jesus from Israel to Egypt. We know that Joseph, he went to Egypt in the Old Testament. He also goes to Egypt in the New Testament. We know that Pharaoh tries to kill kids in the Old Testament, and we know that Herod tries to kill kids in the New Testament. We also know that the Israelites walked through water, they passed through water because Moses parted the Red Sea. We also know that Jesus passes through water when he is baptized. We know that the Israelites spent 40 years in the wilderness. 40 years. We know that Jesus spent 40 days in the wilderness. So when you start to look at the comparison, we can see that they are identical in a lot of different ways, more than what I just said. So we can basically end this whole part you just seen was my external view of the Bible. So I wanted to give you the history of the Bible so I can finally answer this question of why the hell did they wait so long to give us the King James Version when they already had Vaticanus, when they had Sinaiticus, when they were sitting on Alexandrinus? What was the wait all about? Long war that lasted all the way till 627 AD against Rome. So while the
Anybody want to refute any of that information from the first segment can hit the link.
Council of Nicaea was going on, while
Let me really hold on. Stop there. Boy. There you go.
that's their intrinsic nature. That's who
Hey, Afro-Asiatic, you should love this one.
was watching. Now, for anyone who happens to be Muslim, I expect to get thumbs down. I expect people to you got to see videos. This doesn't really get what this video is about. Those of you who have faith, that tells me you.
Jake in the building. Shout out to you, big dog. What's on your mind? The floor is yours.
What's going on, Swav? Thank you for having me to the panel. First thing I want to say, did he just say that who did he say? He said Titus and somebody else were the only two real people in the Bible. Can you go back to that part?
Oh yeah, who was it? Titus and it was two people. Damn, how did
Or
I forget the
Tiberius or
name?
something like that. What did he say? Can you can just go
It
back.
was it was Tiberius and hold on, let me see. I found it over here. Tiberius and somebody King of Cyrus, I believe it was.
Cyrus, King of Persia, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
All right. So
yeah.
so did Alexander the Great exist or no?
Um, yeah, but I think what he meant in there because that was an issue that I had too, and it lead me to the believing because I watched a lot of other videos. What he's saying is people that's only unique to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? That's not mentioned outside the Bible. Like these are the only two people. It was something to it, but yeah. Let me go back and get the extra what's it was something to
Peace,
it.
Swab.
Was good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, all that business. What you want, man? What? What you gonna call me, man?
No, man. What it do, big brother?
Man,
I
you
go,
already know, man. Hanging in that, can't complain.
man. He just said something kind of, well, that I disagree with. He said that the Magi were Persians. That's brothers don't be doing the in-depth studies. It's no way that the Magi, the Messiah, the Egyptian hereditary guard, that they are Persians. It's no way.
Why you say that?
The Egyptian records, because they're the Egyptian hereditary guard, the Magi. Their presence is strong from
The Magi from Christ's birth.
yeah, well, they come under that same title, but we can identify them in various dynasties. The
Yeah,
Magi.
but he's talking about the Magi of the Bible.
Yeah, but it's the same. He talking about them
It's
being the
not.
same group. Yeah,
It's
same
not.
group. Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is. Yes, it is.
You got
Yeah,
a block. I
Magi
mean,
is a title.
yes. Magi is what? Magi is what?
Magi is more of an ethnonym than even though it's connected to they
It's
connected
a
to
word, bro. It's a word, bro. The thing is, somebody got an echo. Who that Kennard or something?
yeah, it's
The
probably
thing, the thing is,
mine's off.
it's a tradition. Remember, like the people of India, they often look for the rebirth of Vishnu. So what they do is when they find him, when he's reborn, they send out three what they call magi, three
Yeah,
magi to take gifts to him.
yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the story and all of that. But that
No,
title,
that's the actual tradition in India.
yeah. But that's I'm talking about what he's relating to the Bible. We can find these titles in Kemet, and they are related to the Egyptian hereditary guard. They have a heavy presence in the 18th dynasty. Those are the ones who held Akhenaten down. That's why I just felt the need to speak up on that because they the ones who held Akhenaten down when he moved his administration to tell Amana. He just couldn't get up and do that. Without pushback because he basically told the rest of the motherfucking old administrations, to kick rocks. That was a lot of money. So people was
Mhm.
hot. They wanted them dead. But the Magi is who was holding them down. Just happens to be the same. It's the same title that they use in the biblical narrative too, though. But these are real people. They come out of the Eastern Desert, though. Africans, though, out of the Eastern Desert.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Those black folks,
Yo,
though, they ain't no Persians.
let me say something real quick. Real quick. Um, so I know from what's so powerful, that debate that Blackson had with Madon Kemet. He was talking about Fela Kuti. What was more influential, either Fela Kuti or um, Tupac? What was more influential to black people? I didn't even know. I remember my mom telling me that used to be she used to sing. She never told me anything else than that.
All right, what was we saying, man? Oh, the Magi. I mean, yeah, but that's I mean interesting information. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like you just heard a word and threw out there what you knew about the Magi. Oh, that's what I was supposed to be doing. Finding out what he said at that end.
2 years before he gets the person.
No, not
Wasn't until
not just
this man is in the
just a
Bible.
word.
We're going to get back to him later. Okay, so now what this man is in the Bible. We got to think about what I just said earlier and think about this man is in the
Cyrus.
Bible. And we're going to get back to him later. Just said to him because King Cyrus of Persia is very important. And we're going to come into King Cyrus. The Persians conquered King Cyrus of Persia, but we'll get back to him later. Okay, so now the Phoenician Canaanites assimilated into the time, and that's defeat the Egyptians. Defeated Pharaoh Psamtik III at Pelusium, Egypt, and brought about the 27th dynasty of Egypt under Persian rule. Now in 490 BCE, they fought off an invasion by the Libyan airlock. Said we gonna go ahead and fight till 340 now. In 336, the problem with that was he had no skills, he had no experience, and none of the
Okay,
soldiers
I
were.
believe it's Darius. Darius and Cyrus, I believe, is what he was saying. Yeah, them the people he highlighted right there. Yeah, man, I don't got it, man. I don't got it, man. Shout out to Shannara for trying to sober up, but the nigga just coming in here interrupting the conversation, talking about a debate about Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Like clearly he needs to start a panel. Shit. Yeah, that's it. Was there something else that you wanted to refute, Jake or Afroz? You had it?
No, well,
No, you see, I respect that, Swallow. I respect that. Let me just say this: I'm a mixture of Yoruba, Benin, and Igbo and Esan through my mother's lineage.
All right, thank you, bro,
Probably,
for that
probably.
information.
No, 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 no. Don't talk, bro.
Go ahead, Afroz. You had it?
yeah, bro, yeah. Well, in Kemet, we see the high value that's placed on the woman. Is very high for good reason. As it should be. But we see the same or similar we see in the Holy Quran in chapter 19 with Mary. Mary has an entire chapter dedicated to her. It's a pivotal woman. Mary is an Egyptian woman according to the scripture. So we kind of see similar takes going on within the scriptures, and we see aspect of Baset and Mary if we study. You know what I mean? We see aspects of Baset. Baset could be seen most prevalent in 22nd dynasty with the Bubastis dynasty, which is a black Berber dynasty. But we see aspects of the feminine, throughout the scriptures. It's suppressed, of course, more so in the biblical narrative than in the Quran, but it's definitely, it's suppressed. But a lot of it is similar when we get to the root. That's all I'm saying though. I just wanted to add that on though, Suavo. Peace to you, brother. But I couldn't let that Magi thing go.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, but yeah, the fact that it suppresses his point, you know, the fact that you got to scrape and look forward and make correlations and say, well, wisdom is a feminine. Like, no, we have very huge, equally in stature statues of our women as we do the men, and that's not popular in modern cultures, especially in the West. So Yeah, that was just something he pointed out for that reason.
Yeah, we can't accept the Europeans' exegesis. His exegesis got to go. That's really the problem. It's the European exegesis. It's not so much the books. It's that their interpretation of the books is
It's
so.
people following of the book. It's not the books. It's not their
No,
interpretation. They can write books and interpret it all they want. It's people taking it and then following it as
no.
if it's
Right.
true and accurate and factual. That's the problem.
A lot of it
I don't
is
care how
factual.
many books the white man make. I don't care how many ancient scrolls they translate. I don't care how many guns they make, how much crack they put in the neighborhood. It's us picking it up and utilizing it to be dumb and stagnating ourselves.
That's why
Escapism or whatever you want to
oral
put it in.
traditions are important. Right. You
So
have people like Asiatic, and I'm gonna sit up that debate that believe what the
Okay,
Europeans wrote.
all right.
That shit's sad.
I don't trust no Europeans. No, I ain't with that,
You
brother.
call yourself Asiatic.
I'd rather be a practitioner of
Why
voodoo.
you Afro? Why you Afro Asiatic now? I'm not even trying to argue with you, bro.
Yeah, me neither.
Some real shit.
But yeah, a lot of that is it's in the Quranic text, it's in the biblical text. It's just
Where did the term tribe come from? Who
displayed
created
there.
that term?
Huh?
Who created the term tribe? It's another
I
word for ethnic group. But white people don't want to say ethnic group; they want to say tribe. And they
you know
were
what a lot of the Yoruba are from the Near East. You know that, Shinar, don't you? You know that their blood go back to the Near East?
the blood goes back to everywhere in Africa.
No, it goes
Africa
back
is a
to the Near
continent.
East, brother.
The Near East is where it's part of what the Near East was chopped off out of Africa after so many years.
No, it's only
I mean,
really
if you look at it's like a puzzle piece.
it's
Go
a
ahead.
small waterway that separates the Near East from the Red Sea is small. It's minuscule.
Okay, what's your point?
No, I'm just saying if you're saying you're Yoruba, that you got Yoruba
No,
DNA or blood.
I mean, I've been told that I was Edo, Benin, Edo, but I
Okay.
know, I mean, I've heard plenty of stories, from my peoples that, I have, like my mom's, I mentioned Fela Kuti, but I know, I mean, I got kicked off. I don't even know what I was trying to say before. My mom said she was a singer. I don't know where she got that from. She used to tell me that she used to be very famous, a famous singer in Nigeria. No one outside of Nigeria knew about that. But I also knew for a fact that I do have Edo, I do have Yoruba, I do have Igbo, I do have Esan in my family.
Oh
Probably
man,
even more than that.
you a Hebrew by blood. Let me go ahead.
I'm
Do
not
you
a
start?
Hebrew. I don't claim
Well,
Hebrew Israelite.
you certainly have Middle Eastern blood in
That's
you.
the
If you got
problem.
Igbo, Yoruba, or Nigerian, or any of that in
Nigeria
you,
is a country. Nigeria is Nigeria.
yeah, that's a lot of Near Eastern DNA. I
That's
mean,
what
it's a
the
gamble.
white
Maybe
people
you do,
named
maybe you
that.
don't.
They named that country Nigeria
Okay,
as a joke,
right.
and that's why the smart Nigerians they're trying to rename that. The ones that are stupid they thump that Nigerian shit. I don't
Yeah,
claim Nigeria.
Mary does have aspects of Basset when we
I probably even have Fulani in my family. I don't know.
yeah, Fulani are Near Eastern too, definitely. Fulbe, Fulani, that's all. That's a lot of Near Eastern DNA.
Linguistics can point out where you're from.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, linguistics can do it. Yep.
I mean, because the way people speak, you can tell where they're from. I mean, if you look at um the people, I mean, just the way even you talk, not you,
Mm-hmm.
Swab talk. He's speaking a mixture of an African language, a West African language,
Okay.
that's mixed. That's it's like a pigeon of English, just from the slang and from the way you can see that in the Southern United States.
Mm-hmm.
Like even Queen Andy, the way she speaks,
Yeah, Sister Nandy.
that's a mixture of West African language.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, the phonetics, the
From
it's
Jamaica,
ours.
they speak patois. That's a
Yeah.
heavily mixed a mixture of an African language with English,
Uh huh.
or in with Haiti and French.
Right.
Haiti is more African than it is French, but
Mm-hmm.
you get what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Even the way I'm speaking,
Yeah, well, they got language from us anyway, so we could pretty
exactly.
much we could
The
do what we
alphabet. Where did the alphabet come from?
it's ours. It's ours. They ain't had no script, We had to teach them how to write and things like that. So
And you can see that
what that we taught them
where,
how to
where,
write and
where,
things.
where's the proof of that?
The proof?
Yeah.
Well, they tell us that they learn from black folks.
No, it's not. I don't care if they tell us anything. I'm saying, where is the proof of that?
Where's the proof of that? The Greeks coming into Kemet about 400
I respect that. I respect you.
400 BC,
So why you
coming
call
into
yourself Asiatic?
Avarus and
Why you call yourself Asiatic then?
why? Well, no, go ahead, man.
No, you go ahead.
Well, because a lot of our people, that's what we are. We got that blood mixed in us. We got our older markers, and we have some newer markers. We all mixed up, Shinar. You know, a lot of people that are in
The whole
sub-Saharan Africa.
world is mixed up. There's even white
No,
people in
not
the
quite like
South
us.
that have African DNA.
Not quite like
They're the
us,
most racist though.
because we got the basal DNA for
Imagine that. The most racist people in this
continental
country have
Africa.
African. Shut up, bro. Hold on, my bad. I gotta stop saying shut up, bro. The most
Go ahead,
racist
brother. Go
people in this
ahead, man. I ain't
country
mad
have
at you.
African DNA. Do you believe that?
What you say, beloved?
I said the most racist people in this world have African DNA. The most racist
Yeah,
white
that
people
they've
in this
been
world.
tricked. They've been tricked into being, because they ain't got nobody else to come from. They had to come from somebody. So a lot of them do have some genetic material from Africans. But when we go to the root of it,
They got it from the beginning. I'm talking
yeah,
about
uh-huh.
recent genetic admixture. Because
Hmm.
I mean, all these DNA tests only focus on a couple of 100 years, or
No,
say at
brother.
least a 1,000 years. Just
No,
like how you think you're from Asia,
they go back 100,000. They go back 100,000, 200,000. They go back, bro. The science is out.
2,000 years. Serious?
I said
So what
100,000.
about a DNA test done on an Egyptian mummy? Is that
Yeah, they got
possible?
those. They got some of those.
And why do they have those? Because the Africans knew how to preserve their bodies
Yep,
for thousands of years.
that's true.
And you know about invasion. You know
Yeah,
about people
Sheikh Anti Diop,
going to other lands.
he made the
If a
created the
tribe or
melanin
ethnic
dosage test.
if a tribe or ethnic group goes into another land, they're gonna
Hmm.
mix with that land.
Yep, that's what happened.
You see a beautiful woman, you wanna have kids with her. Doesn't matter where she comes from.
No, man, you don't just want to have kids with any beautiful woman you see.
But
Well,
that's
how
what's
you how
been
you
done
how you know if
throughout history.
y'all
That's what's
compatible or
been
something?
done throughout. You said what?
I said you can't want to have kids with any beautiful women you see. Just because they're beautiful.
Now, what'd you say, really?
I said we can't want to have children with any beautiful women we see, because how do we know if we're compatible? Just because she's beautiful. It's a lot of beautiful women.
But what if she's linked to voodoo?
You said that. You said you see a beautiful woman, you want to have a kid with her. I said no.
But I'm saying, what if she's linked to voodoo, but she's a part of a different tribe or ethnic?
Yeah, well, that's nothing
Does
wrong
it
with that.
matter then? Does it matter then?
That's our culture, bro. I'm
No,
not
whose culture?
nonsense.
Your culture or the European Asiatic culture?
Voodoo. Voodoo is black culture.
I'm saying, what if she is linked spiritually to voodoo, but she calls herself a different tribe.
Got
Or
none,
an
no problem with me. Where I'm at, it's a lot of Haitian women. I don't have no problem with that. You know, I don't run around trying to proselytize to them or nothing like that. But you know, it's a lot of Haitian women up this area.
someone in the chat accused you of some bullshit. You remember who that was?
Who that?
It was a little clown. Last name starts with an F.
Oh
But
no,
you
I
got
missed that, bro.
no, you didn't. Because you was heated.
What you talking about, brother?
Is that a person of a different tribe trying to tear you down?
Man, Shenard, you know, I don't see nothing in the chat. What you talking about, bro?
You saw it, bro, and you hopped in the panel and you called that clown a faggot.
Oh, I ain't call nobody no faggot. What you talking about, Shenard?
So
You doing you got a show coming up though, bro?
I'm not. It's not even a show.
Okay.
I'm calling it a show.
Or what, an expose or a presentation or something like
Not
that?
an expose. It's a presentation.
Okay, that's what's up, bro. Good luck.
I don't care about a channel, bro. I don't give a
Good luck,
shit
man.
about that.
Do your thing, brother.
I wouldn't even. I'm the type. Like I don't even. If I had 1 million followers, I'll look at it as one follower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be
Because
good. But just make sure
influencers are detriments to our community.
make sure you're teaching something right, bro. That's all.
I know influencers are detriments to our community. You believe that?
That's true.
Because they think that they idolize themselves. They think that they're better than God, or they're better than the Most High. They're better than all you know, the voodoo god.
Yeah.
Whatever language you want to say. I
Right.
don't deal with idolatry. I don't deal with none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the Christian Bible that I think you thump, it says not to engage in idolatry. And they got that from Africa. There's no point of that.
Yeah, Shenard, I'm not one of them Muslims that don't like Africa though, brother. So you know, you ain't
Oh,
gotta
you're a
put me in that.
Muslim.
You
You're a
ain't gotta put
Muslim.
me in that box.
Hold on, bro. You just said you're a Muslim.
Yes, sir. I am.
So then why didn't you say that from the beginning? I'm just getting information so I can cook you in a debate, bro. You didn't even know that.
Okay, you gonna cook me, man. You know, we gonna see. Whenever we get it together and get a chance to do it, you know.
So why you call yourself Asiatic? You're Muslim.
Hmm?
You know Muslims? You said Muslim, Muslims, whatever, however way you want to call it.
Yes, sir.
Invaded
Muslim.
Africa at a certain amount of time. Northeast Africa,
Mhm.
lower Egypt, northern Egypt. Right?
Right.
They were nowhere close to upper Egypt, which is southern Egypt, near Sudan.
Okay.
And that's the foundation of Egypt. But the Muslims like to claim Sumeria.
Mm-hmm.
Sumer people.
Black ones, some of them, yeah. Some
So
of them do.
why?
Well, Suma was black. You know,
All right. So if it was black,
Akkad was black.
what was that? If it was black, does that landmass?
Akkadian?
Is that landmass a puzzle piece?
No, it's not a puzzle piece. It's just geography.
Right.
You know, that's the problem. A lot of us don't study geography. You know, so we
That's
think
the
these places are further apart
that's the
than
problem.
they really are. That's the problem.
That's
Yeah,
the problem.
a lot of us don't know geography.
What about South America? Can't that fit into Africa? I mean, look at the way the African continent looks. Looks like a black woman. Why
Who?
does it look like a black woman?
Why do who look like a black woman?
Africa.
Because Africa is full of black people. Ain't nothing wrong with
I'm
that.
saying the continent, the shape of Africa. I'm talking about geography right now. I'm
Oh, you
talking
think
about the
it's shaped
shape.
like a black woman?
Yes, it looks like a
Okay.
human skull
I never peeped
with
that.
without the you can say dashiki on her head. It's a black woman. Why does it look like a black woman? Why does South America look like it's connected to the lower arch of that black woman? Why does the Near East look like it's connected to the upper tip, close
I
to her
don't know,
skull?
brother. I don't know, brother. Break it down.
Why do you think that? I
Well,
shouldn't
I
have to
think
break it down, bro. I mean,
it's
it's right
connected.
there. Look at a map.
Okay. Yeah.
Why does
Yep.
South America look like it's a looks like? Why does the whole world look like a puzzle piece, including North America?
I think because it was all one landmass at one time, but that's way, way, way
You
back.
don't know that though. You weren't there.
Way back.
You weren't there though. You don't know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they say.
Who's they?
Geographers,
Who
seismologists,
is they? Who is they?
seismologists,
Is it white people? Is
geographers.
it voodoo? Is
Voodoo?
voodoo a they?
You better you better make you some t-shirts, man. What you gonna make? Shut up, bro, or is voodoo,
I
bro?
don't
Which
do that.
t-shirts you gonna make?
I don't. I'd rather have someone sell it than someone else sell it. Give me some royalties.
All right. Better trademark it for somebody else do it.
So the debate topic. What's the debate topic you was mentioning in SVDO chat?
Oh, I don't know, bro. Oh, our sub-Saharan Africans. I'll take anybody on it, really. Whenever. But our sub-Saharan Africans, many of them actually basal Eurasians. That was the topic I had shot at you in the chat.
That's cool. That's cool.
It's cool though.
So I'm gonna hit up Solar. I'm gonna set up a debate
Yeah, that'd be
because
cool.
Anon ran from that debate.
What you and Anon was supposed to get in on?
If first century Christianity was influenced by
Good brother
voodoo,
Anon.
and he strategically quit the league, quote unquote, so he can run. And there's no respect for that. Now, I mean, if you wanted to quit the league, at least do the debate first, and then quit the league.
Bruh,
But you
you
quit the
know
league
Anon ain't running
before the
from you, brother.
deadline. For the
Stop it.
deadline to send
You
in
know
the
that brother
prince.
ain't no coward in these intellectual arenas, brother. Stop that.
So then why did he quit the league, quote unquote?
Well, he got his own personal reasons, Shenard. I don't think he
You
just
know,
left to avoid the debate, though. I think that's a little unreasonable, to think that.
in voodoo, if you say something, you gotta stand on it. I've been said ain't no stand on shit. He's an Israelite. You're Asiatic.
I am an Israelite. Yeah, you're right.
You are an Israelite. So you're a
Yeah,
Muslim Israelite. Yeah, I just
yeah.
cooked you. You cooked yourself. Why you
Well,
cook yourself, bro?
I'm not cooking myself, brother.
Why you
Children of
got
Israel.
red? Why you got red? Let me ask you this. Why you got red? Do you have like a red cloth over your camera?
Yeah, something like that. Something simple. It ain't sophisticated. It's just
What does
something.
that red symbolize?
What does red symbolize? Blood,
That
freedom.
red cloth that
What
you have on your camera. What
it
does that symbolize?
symbolizes what it takes to get free. That's what it takes to get free. Sometimes it takes blood, sometimes it takes light.
What
The
is the
real
what,
color of the
what is the
sun is
flag of Biafra?
who?
What are the colors of the flag of Biafra?
I don't know, brother. Teach me on it.
You don't know.
No, I don't know
You
everything.
really
Teach me.
don't know. That's a shame.
Go ahead, teach on it, brother. Maybe I'll catch on to something.
You, all right,
What's
let me take
Biafra?
that. Let me take that flag you have on your. You don't know what Biafra is.
Nah, brother,
What is
teach me on
Biafra?
it.
Are you serious?
I'm
You
dead
serious? I'll
ass,
teach
bro.
you.
Yeah, you can teach me on
You
that.
got
Go ahead.
red. You got a red cloth over your flag, over your camera.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have black or green on your camera. At least an RBG flag. You don't have that.
Right.
Why is that?
Red represents freedom. It's the real color of the sun.
You don't even know what Biafra is. You know what the RBG art? Yo,
The
I'm
red,
talking
black,
too
and
much right now.
green.
Right?
I
You
know
know what
what the
that
red,
flag
black,
is?
and green is. Yeah.
So, but you know that, but you don't know what Biafra is.
Peace,
Biafra.
Moonflower in the
You
building.
don't know
What's
what
good,
Biafra
sis?
stood for.
Peace, Moonflower.
Hey y'all,
You don't know what Biafra stood for. How you doing?
finding you.
I'm good. You don't know what Biafra stood for, bro. Why you mute your mic?
I'm waiting for you to teach me on it, brother. I'm looking. I learned too.
Yeah,
You
do
know.
that. Learn.
I don't know
Do that
everything.
on your own time. But you call. You
I
said
thought
you're
you was gonna drop
Muslim.
it on me now, man. Come on
You
now.
said you're Muslim, and you're an Israelite. I don't like Israelites, bro.
This is true.
So why are you hiding the fact that you were Israelite this whole time?
I never hid that, brother. Everyone
You
pretty much
did.
knows that.
You keep calling yourself Afro-Asiatic, Asiatic lion. You keep switching up. You don't
Oh,
know
hey,
what you are.
Afro-Asiatic. I did not know that was you.
You don't stand on shit.
Hey, Sister Moonflower, how you doing?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm good, sis.
That's good.
You from Asia or you from Africa? Where you from, bro?
If he say he's Afro-Asiatic, that means he's
You
a
don't know where he from.
African and
You
Asian.
don't know nothing about himself.
What?
You don't know. He doesn't know nothing about himself.
I mean,
He's
he just
Asian.
told you about himself. How you gonna tell him he wrong about his own self?
The clown calls himself Afro and Afro Asiatic.
Okay,
Are you
those
Afro
are Asian
or
people of
Asiatic?
African descent.
Okay, but look at the tectonic plates,
What about the tectonic
the
plates?
puzzle pieces,
What about it?
the puzzle pieces,
What about it?
and it all connects to Africa, the black woman.
Okay, that doesn't mean he can't be Afro-Asiatic.
But this clown calls himself Asiatic.
So that
Calls
means he's
himself
of African and
A
Asian
Muslim
descent.
Israelite. Anytime someone tells me that they're Israelite,
Bro, that
automatically,
means he's
I
of
already know they don't know
African descent.
they don't know where they come from. They don't care about where they come from. They want to thump shit and make up shit.
You the one that's always making up shit. So how you gonna tell him about what he know about
I don't
himself?
even know where I come from. Think
Well,
I
if
come
you
from
know where he
Nigeria?
come from and you don't even know where you come from,
I
what
don't. I'm
what room do
Nigerian.
you have
I
to
don't
talk?
come from. I don't come from Nigeria. I don't claim Nigeria.
You don't come from where?
Nigeria,
Okay, where you come from then?
Africa, or the continent.
But you just
That's
said you
where I
don't know
come
where you come from though.
from. Do you know where you come from?
You just said that you don't know where you come from. So
Where
how
you
you
come
gonna
from?
ask me where I come from when you don't even know where you come from?
Are you from Memphis? I think you said that before.
Why are you worried about where I'm from?
Memphis was in Upper Egypt. Sorry, Lower Egypt.
I know what my city
Lower.
was named after, bro. I know what my
Memphis
city was
is
named
in Lower Egypt, which is Northeast Egypt. Where's
That doesn't
Northeast
mean I'm
Egypt?
from Egypt, big dog.
I'm saying. I didn't say that. I'm saying
You're
Lower
not making
Egypt is
any sense.
closer.
You're
Lower
just
Egypt is closer
rambling.
to Europe. Are you an
Thank you.
Asiatic?
He meant Nigeria, but he talking some niggeria. What the
Are
fuck is
you are
niggeria?
you
He don't
are
even know how to
you
pronounce words.
are you an Asiatic?
I know I don't have Asian descent, but I do have Caucasian descent. I have
And where do you
African,
think those Caucasians
Caucasian,
came from?
and
Where do you think they
Cherokee
came
blood.
from? Caucasians are albinos.
As I said, I have African, Caucasian, and Cherokee blood.
Okay, Caucasians are they are albinos. You said you have Native American.
Caucasian and albinos are two different.
Native Americans are sand people from Southern
Caucasian
Africa.
and albino are two
Remember
different.
when I said? Remember when I said Southern?
Albinos
Hold on,
lack
mama.
all melanin. They don't even have
Remember
brown
when I
colored
said
hair.
South America is linked? Is a puzzle piece to Africa.
You sound
Native Americans come from Southern Africa.
you sound dumb.
So you're African, but you
Yeah.
still you.
Didn't you
What
just
do you
hear what
claim?
I said? Didn't you just hear what I said? How are you gonna tell me where I come from when you don't even know where you come from?
I come from. We all come from the motherland.
I just told you where I come from. I don't come from no damn motherland. I wasn't born in Africa. I was born in America. I am American.
I was born in America too.
And I'm American. You're American too. You are from America.
I'm talking. Yeah, that's
You're from America.
nationality wise. Yeah,
But you're from America.
but I'm saying
But
I'm
you're from
talking
America.
about.
But you're from America.
You don't know what I'm saying, mama.
But you're from America.
You're a
You're
little
from
girl.
America.
You little mama.
But
You little
you're
girl.
from America, though. But you're from America.
Yeah, come on,
Right. I didn't say
Sean.
But
that
you're
I
from
wasn't. I was
America.
born here. Yeah.
But you're
But I'm
from
saying
America. But
you
you're
too
from
little.
America. But you're from
You too
America.
young. You too young
But you're from
to understand what I'm
America.
actually saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just letting you know that you sound like a fucking dummy.
Cause you're too young.
Every time you come on the panel, all you do is ramble bullshit.
The shape of Africa is shaped like you. That's
You
why I
need to
call
take
you
a
little mama. I say mama to every black woman. You're speechless now. Why are you speechless? So if you look at the continent, let's talk about geography. Look
So
at Africa.
Afro-Asiatic, I got a
Look at the
question for
shape of
you.
Africa. That's a black woman.
Afro-Asiatic, I have a question for you.
Yeah, sis, what's up?
How's your day been?
It's all right. It's going cool. It's all right. How about yourself? How's your day going?
It's going quite well. You got plans for Christmas?
Nah, I don't celebrate it, but do a few things, I don't like for, children to just be totally discounted. So, we do some things, but I don't really celebrate it all. But
Me
for
neither.
I don't
those that
celebrate that
do
shit either.
enjoy.
Fuck that
Bernard,
shit.
ain't nobody talking to you. Don't interrupt him.
European shit.
Don't interrupt him. He's answering my question. Shut up.
Yeah,
Continue,
but
Afro-Asiatic.
for those who do, enjoy, enjoy your time with your family, your loved ones, anything that's going to bring the family together, is ultimately a good thing, because the love is real, between our people and our loved ones, whether we believe
What,
in symbolism or not.
what about New Year's? Do you celebrate that?
Muslim.
I didn't ask you, Shenard. Ain't nobody
No,
fucking
not you.
talking to
Not
you,
you. I'm talking to
Shenard.
Asiatic. You're Muslim
So,
Israelite Asiatic.
so
Celebrate that shit.
I'm asking if he celebrates the coming of the new year. Damn it! I'm not asking him nothing about his religion. Now, Afro-Asiatic, what do you have to say about New Year's?
Yeah, I mean, I do indulge a little bit somewhat because a lot of my family does, in the different holidays, so it's always a good time, to get with people and be around them and stuff like that. So to some degree, I do indulge, I ain't even gonna lie to you. But, it's not in the
Cook
symbolism
yourself.
and stuff.
Cook
But the family,
yourself. How you
is
cook
real.
yourself?
It's
Bro,
real.
shut the fuck up. But yeah, my grandma celebrate the New Year's. I really don't. I be trying to go to sleep, and she be coming in my room, waking me up, talking about some Millie. You gotta come make a toast with us, and then don't even give me no champagne. Give me some dang sparkling grape juice, girl. I don't want to make no toast if it ain't alcohol.
Oh, yeah. The good sparkling grape juice, sparkling cider, and all of that. I remember
Yeah,
that. Yep.
yeah. I be like, sis, you better pour me some Jack or something.
Well, she's probably see you as a little grandbaby.
I sure told her about a bottle of champagne. She said,
Right. Yeah. Still a grandbaby.
Afro, you
Sound
see,
like he live in the basement.
oh God, he do. He live in his mama basement. But Afro, have you seen my new kitty?
I
Afro
had went out.
Asiatic.
Yeah, I had went out for a minute.
I said, have you seen my new kitty? Maybe your
Yo,
audio.
in Boston, there's
We
a
don't care
house
about
in Boston.
Boston. We don't even care
In
A
about
what?
you.
house. No, no. Let me say a house in
No,
Boston.
shut your
It's not
mouth,
really a
bro.
house. It's
Ain't nobody
fucking
talking
fort.
to you. I'm talking to Afro Asiatic. I'm trying to know if he's seen the kitty.
Oh, the kitty. Oh, what you got? You
Yeah,
another
have you seen
kitty?
the new one?
No, no.
Yeah, I got two now.
Oh, okay. I know you had one before.
You want to see the new one? He's a baby.
Yeah, go ahead. Put them up. Let us check them out.
Yay.
Are you trying to deflect, Asiatic?
Man, no, let the sister show her kitty, man.
You came up with that topic. Like you
Oh, you know
running.
I'm ready for that, bro.
You ain't ready. I
Let
can
me
hear
get
it
a
in your
chance.
voice. You're not ready. You scared. You scared
Okay.
money. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay. You
respect
got a
cats. I love
black
cats.
one too.
Cats make me money.
Oh man, pretty.
Yeah, he's so cute. Even his whiskers are black.
Yeah. Yeah, I like black cats too.
But I can never own a cat. I can't own a cat.
His
I
name is
like
Salem.
to feed stray
What's the
cats.
name?
Salem.
Salem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. What you pick that name for? What's the significance?
Stop
It's like the
deflecting.
kitty from Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's gonna be my little witchy cat. Aren't you, my little baby?
Cats are not witches, mama.
You practice Wicca?
He's a familiar.
You practice Wicca
A
or
black
something?
cat is not a witch.
It's a familiar.
A black cat should be revered and respected.
A cat is a familiar.
What is a familiar? What you talk about?
It's the pets that witches own to help them with their spells.
Who created that witchcraft doctrine?
Well, witchcraft was created first by Africans, which is what you call voodoo, and then
No. Oh no 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 no. You too
other
young.
cultures
You too
adapted it and
young.
changed
That's what I
it over
said
time.
before. You too.
That's why you have multiple. That's why you have multiple branches of witchcraft. You have voodoo, you have hoodoo, you have pagan witchcraft, you have tarot. It's a whole bunch of different types of witchcraft, but it all originates from the original, which is a
Stop
voodoo.
thumping that European shit, mama. Don't
No,
do
because
that.
I am a pagan witch, and that's what I practice.
So you thumping European shit? That's why you're divested?
No, I'm divested because I like white men and I think they fine.
This shit is crazy. You're a divester.
And
By the time you get 25, how old are you?
why?
By the time you get older, you ain't gonna be a divester no more.
Yes,
I
I
already
will.
tell.
I will be married to a white man with 2 kids.
So why you following Taz?
Because I like Taz and I like his message. The fuck? A male witch would be considered a warlock, Tanjon. A male
You were
witch is a
divested.
warlock.
All those divested women on Taz's shit, they're not really divested. They're disvested.
Well, no, most of the women on Taz's channel aren't divested. They just choose not to be dating anymore. They don't want to date outside the race, yet they still don't want to date black men.
You
So
love us, mama.
most of
You
them
know
aren't.
you love us. You
I know
know
I
you
don't.
love. You know
I
you
don't
love us.
though. I don't though.
You do. I can
I
already
don't.
tell.
I don't.
Stop cooking yourself.
I don't. Y'all aren't even attractive to me. All y'all are fucking ugly and disgusting.
You look like Africa.
I look like my daddy. Them motherfuckers say I look like Africa. How the fuck I look like a fucking continent? You see, this nigga is so fucking
Look
stupid.
at
He always say
look at
dumb
the
shit.
continent of Africa. That's a black woman.
I look like my
A
damn
bald
dad.
headed black woman. You know how many bald headed black women are in Africa?
A
You know how many
continent
bald
can't
headed
give birth, dummy. A
you
continent
know
can't reproduce. I look
you
like
know
my
how many
fucking
black
daddy.
women are in Africa, mama?
I look like my motherfucking daddy.
You're a queen.
I'm a witch.
You keep thumping that European shit.
And I'm a witch.
Voodoo is not witchcraft.
I don't practice voodoo. I just told you I practice
You
pagan
said you
witchcraft.
told me you think my memory is dumb? You said you believe in voodoo. Remember when I asked you that?
No,
You remember?
I said I believe in it, but I didn't say I practice it, dummy. I practice pagan
So
witchcraft. I
you
don't
think
practice.
voodoo is witchcraft? You think voodoo is witch? That's your problem.
Religion is witchcraft too. When you go to church, you're
Religion.
doing a
What is
fucking
religion?
ritual.
You're too
God
young. What is
is
religion?
witchcraft. Bro,
What is
witchcraft is the ability
religion?
to call out spirits. Every time you pray, you calling out to a fucking spirit. All of us is witches in one way or another.
Am I a wizard for smoking a cigarette?
What?
I said, am I a wizard for smoking a cigarette?
We wouldn't claim you in a coven, so you're not a witch.
How
Peace,
you doing,
melanated
melanated?
goddess. Peace.
Melanated goddess, how you doing?
Mel in the building. What's good, MG?
Peace. How's everyone doing this evening?
Good, good, good.
We gravy.
Hey, sis.
I figured let me join the panel so my
Look at
spirit
hold on,
can.
mama. Hold on, mama. Look at melanated goddess's avatar.
I don't care, bro.
It's shaped like Africa.
Don't be using my
Oh,
avatar to come at her.
you can't look like a fucking continent, you dumbass. I look like my daddy, who is a person. You can only look like other people. You
You
can't look like
mother
a
Africa.
continent.
Your mother Africa. You're
Sis,
the
you look like
motherland.
a strong African black woman, but
Nigga, I'm
Y'all are
American.
the
but that doesn't
motherland.
I'm
listen.
American, nigga.
What you call it? What's your name? Shenard. Let her be into who she into. You know what I'm
Call me
saying?
King Money. Call me King Money.
No, I'm not calling you that. What the fuck? Listen, Shenard. She came to her understanding of who she's into, who she's attracted to, who she desires as a partner for a reason, right? In the same way that, our men are doing that, making that choice, it's not much outcry for, them to change their mind. You know what I'm saying? Just let her rock. You understand? Like, I mean, I truly wish, what was it, last night? I guess it was last night that whole conversation with his name Akmalak and Battle Axe was going down. Was that last night, Suave?
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, I listened to that shit this morning and I was like going crazy in my mind because them dudes sound like they need to
Israelites.
be in.
Israelites. Say that.
They sound
Say
like they need
Israelite.
to be in Cynthia
Israelite,
G.
mama.
No, Shenard. I'm not coming at the Israelite doctrine. Praise Yahweh Shai. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that with you. I'm not jumping on your
You
bandwagon.
Israelite, mama?
All I'm saying is, let me finish my point, is
You
that
Israelite?
they sounded like some pro divestment bandwagon dudes that was basically saying you don't need two black people to have a black baby. So they should be really pumping up and hyping up Cynthia G's channel and everybody else who got a divestment type of promotion and movement. Battle Axe and Akmalak need to be like right on board with them because
Those
they would
Israelites
don't
divested
they
from Africa.
basically
They
don't
divested from
care.
Africa
I was still
spiritually.
speaking, Shinar. Let me just wrap it up and then you can jump in with your Israelite bashing, right? I'm not joining you with that. But all I was going to say, Shinar, is that they need to support those women who are on board with divestment because if they say mixed race people are black, then it shouldn't matter if their mother or father is black as long as the mixed race person is acculturated to black culture. Because that's what I was getting from the conversation, Swap. But did you get anything different?
Suave.
Melanated though.
She not talking to you, shit tar. She talking to Suave.
Suave is speechless.
Swab.
Fuck
Swab was on the
Suave.
panel while they was talking.
Oh, I'm
So
muted. My bad. Yeah, that's what I heard.
You mean
You
them
know what?
swine
Shut
chops.
the
Shut up,
fuck
bro.
up so Suave can fucking talk. Damn.
Yeah, that's what they was on, man. They were just saying you could acculturate blackness if you're mixed, but then when I asked them what kind of white person acculturate blackness, they said no, and that didn't mean no sense to me. Then they said if you're 50% of something, if you're more than 50% of something, then that's what you are. But I pointed out that majority of
Yo,
white
brother, you
people,
come from Africa though.
majority of white people have
Stop
no
pushing yourself,
African
Suave.
DNA.
hold on, you
Eat
gotta
the
let him
swine
finish,
chop.
Shinar. You gotta
White
let him
people come
finish,
from Africa.
Shinar. Shinar the troll, please let him finish. Please and thank you.
Yeah, I was
Or
pointing out
you're acting like
that
one.
if a black person and a white person sleep together, that black person has more white DNA than that white person has African. So the child will be majority white
A puzzle piece.
if you deal with
Connected to the
percentage.
whole world, bro.
Let him
What you
finish,
talking about?
Shenard. Stop it.
I don't care what he has to say.
I'm done.
Hey,
Oh
you
my
done? Shut
God.
up. There.
What?
What?
So go ahead and say your stupidness, Shenard. Go ahead and say your stupidness so we can tell you how stupid it is. Go ahead.
You an
Go ahead.
Israelite, mama? Queen, are
No,
you an
don't ask
Israelite?
no questions. Say what you had to say because you had a lot to say while somebody else was
It's a
talking.
yes or no question. Are you
No,
an
no
Israelite?
questions. No questions.
Do
Not
it
question
matter if
time.
she's fucking Israelite, you fucking race, are you religion baiter, bitch?
Yep, I'm an Israelite. I'm an Israelite.
You said I'm racist? Racist against
No,
who?
you're a religion baiter.
Oh my God,
You're a
you want the
religion
attention
baiter.
on you. Is that what this is about?
Do you think voodoo is a religion?
You're
Is
a
that what the
religion baiter.
Shinar, you're not allowed to talk about voodoo because when it's time
You
to teach
said
about voodoo,
voodoo
you're
is
silent. No,
witchcraft.
no, no, no. I'm not gonna allow you to talk
Moonflower.
on voodoo. No,
Moonflower, you
no,
said voodoo is
no, you
witchcraft.
You
cannot
don't
talk
even
on
practice.
voodoo.
You don't even
Shenard.
practice voodoo. You just talk about it.
Yes, shut the hell up with about voodoo. Okay, what else you want to talk about, Shenard?
Money.
You're not allowed to
Okay,
talk
so
about
like
money.
I was saying, we're not gonna change the subject. I was saying last night was kind of crazy because them dudes or they come again, they was like, oh yeah, the black woman wants to go be with the white man. Let her go and whatever she gets, that's her problem. And I was like, wait a minute, you got a whole non-black
Those
woman
are
with you.
demons. Those are
You got a
demons.
whole non-black baby mom. And you saying that? Like, I don't get it.
Like,
Are
those are
we
demons, mama. They're demons.
I don't know what demons is. I don't subscribe to none of those kind of
You
terms.
don't know what a demon is?
Be
I
quiet.
don't subscribe to none of those
They
type of
got
terms.
blue
No.
eyes. They
Be
got blue
quiet,
eyes.
Shitari. Be quiet.
That sounds biblical to me. So you can't reject the Bible but then
Biblical.
accept those terms like
Biblical. Cause you
demon,
thumping that
heaven,
European shit.
hell.
That. Come on, mama. Don't do that.
Did you hear what I said or were you just running your mouth?
I heard you. Ben heard you.
So what did I say?
You said that's not. I'm following some biblical shit. What does the
No,
Bible
that's
come
not what
from?
I
What is the
said.
Bible influence from?
That's not what I said. Are you ready
It's
to listen?
influence
Are you
from
ready to listen, Shenard?
talk.
I said you cannot reject the Bible, but then accept those terms like heaven, hell, demon,
Who
prayer,
said I?
worship, all those other kind of terms.
Who said I accepted that?
So you're using them. That's how you accept it. You're using.
I'm using them. They're using that from Africa.
I don't use the term demon. I never talk about call someone
I
a
didn't
demon.
say you. I didn't say you. I'm saying they're the whites. They're using that from Africa.
Why are we talking
terms.
about the whites? Who's white on this channel? What are we talking about? I mean, Shabo, but Shabo know what it is.
We got more than Shabo out there that's white, man,
Oh.
or a non-black and persuasion.
All right, who else is non-white? Who else is non-black?
What do you mean? Who else is non-black? Like, who else is in what?
On the channel, I don't know. I don't know anyone who else is
No, I'm
non-black.
just assuming, not to point him out. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure Shabo ain't the only, white person fucking with us.
Okay, well, whoever else is white, they know what it is too.
Well,
I'm saying, like,
melanated. This white guy that I'm talking to, he supports the channel.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, white guy.
Oh man! Shout out to the minorities.
That's a crab. That's a crab. That's a crab supporting your channel, Swap.
Man, bro, what you want, man? What you want, Shannon?
Suave, he like your talking points. He like to listen to Blue and Domo, and he watch my videos.
No, don't do him like that.
That's hard. That's what's
don't
up.
Do that. Don't do that.
What's up?
You're too young, mama.
Yeah, I'll be sending him links to
Stop,
your
listen. Listen, troll, Shanard. Your trolling is like you're really a troll because you do it at the most inappropriate times when it's not warranted, when no one has the patience and the tolerance. That's when you turn your troll even more up.
It's the argument league, though.
That doesn't mean that we want to argue all the time. I didn't jump on a panel to argue.
This
I
clown suave put
definitely. I'm
this
over
clown
here
suave.
grieving. I'm over
He
here
put a
grieving and
wallpaper up.
shut
He put a
up. I'm
wallpaper
over
up with
here
the
grieving
onion
the
rings.
loss of my grandmother right now. Right, I'm remembering her during this season.
Our
My
condolences.
condolences.
Yeah,
Thank
my
you, thank
condolences.
you. It's been 3 years, so it's not like she just passed,
Bro,
but
but still,
when
we
you
celebrating with
yeah, when
Swab,
you
you
think
see what
about
Tangiron
like the
said?
things
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, melanated.
Tanjon,
when you
join the
think
league,
about
mama.
like
Join the league.
around this time of the year what you was doing with that person or what was important to them, the my little memories thing pulled up a whole video of my grandmother, and that just really fucked me up, right? And yo, like I just like went outside and poured some rum out for my ancestor. Like I really like if you got a grandmother that's still alive, like go visit them. If you got a grandfather that's alive, like and when you go visit them, make sure you record because I was able to watch a video of my grandmother dancing. Make sure you record, you ask them questions, you get them talking. Like I'm saying, don't take life for granted, yo. It's not a fucking joke out here, and I
Melanated.
really miss her.
Do you
Yeah,
mind me
those.
asking, was it of natural causes?
Oh yes, my grandmother died. She passed away, I should say, or transitioned one day before her 92nd birthday, and she spent about
Oh.
two full weeks in the hospital. My grandmother was not a woman. She always cooked from home. She didn't like to eat out. She
Mhm.
wasn't all to restaurants and going up Fridays and Chili's and nah, she just wanted some food from her house where she know if the oil was clean and how things was cooked,
Yeah.
and that's the kind of grandma she drank tea for everything. Tea was her healing thing. Um yeah, so she passed just I guess out of old age, and they said she had like some sort of like infection, her body couldn't fight it. But it
Right.
was before
Well,
COVID.
melanated.
hmm
What helped me was you just have to remember that death is a part of the natural cycle of life, and that helps me not be so sad when people die. But you have to see it as not them leaving you, but just completing their natural cycle of life.
Yeah,
And
I mean, and I definitely try to, think about that. It's just like that human part of me that just misses her. Like, like I bought a house and I would love to share that with my grandmother. My grandmother was an immigrant to this country. I would love for her to see what her hard work resulted in. Like those type of things make me feel sad.
Yeah.
But overall, I definitely, feel like I can still connect with
Why
her.
you think I call? Why you think I call all of y'all women? I'm sorry,
Shut
mamas.
up. Shut up, shit tard. Ain't nobody on this fucking panel your fucking mama with your weird ass. Quit calling us that bullshit.
I miss my
Shut your
mom.
No, because
stupid ass up.
if
I'm
you
not your
listen,
fucking
Shenard,
mama, bro.
If you really trying to be in touch with your African side, what you could be calling us is auntie, right? Because that's one thing they do is they call everyone auntie. So don't
Don't
be
call me
calling
no
me mama
auntie.
It looks
because
like my mom.
I don't
no,
give a
that
fuck
I'm
if
not.
I look like your mom. The fuck?
oh
Shenard, I
no.
know. Listen,
Don't make me go off on your mama.
Hey,
Shenard,
Shamar, bro, you got to
He keep
pump
talking about
your
some
brakes,
motherfuckers look like his
man.
mama. Baby, fuck your
we
mama.
listen. That's that New York stuff. I'm from New York. He can't pull that bullshit on me, right?
Yeah.
He can't
New
pull that
York is
bullshit
New
on me.
York. New York is immigrant city. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So then shut up and let this immigrant offspring talk. That's it. So because her energy is not destroyed, it's just transformed into another form, I try to connect with her energy in other ways. So one of the things that my family did was do like a real thorough deep cleaning, from like December 22nd, 23rd all the way to the new year. Like everything is changed, everything is cleaned, everything is new. You even change around your room, your furniture is moved, all of that kind of stuff. Like that's what I'm accustomed to. There's lots of music. There's certain foods that they make. Right now, I'm sipping on some sorrow. For anybody that's Caribbean and knows about sorrow,
Yo, I love curry goat, rice and peas, or oxo gravy on the rice from King Barker in the Bronx.
no, I didn't say any of that.
I'll go
But
back to the Bronx right now. I can't. And
shout
get
out
that plate
to the
and
curry
come back
goat
to
and all
Bronx.
that kind of stuff. I feel you, Shenard. You know, you tapping into your Caribbean culture. I feel you. I feel you.
I'm not Caribbean though.
But anybody who knows about sorrow, they know that shit is for real,
I
for real.
taste the
Hell
flavor
yeah.
of Africa
Hell yeah.
when I eat Caribbean food.
I remember when my daddy died, and it really didn't process to me for like a couple months. And I was listening to this song on this radio while I was in the bathtub. I got out the bathtub and went to my room, and I just broke down crying.
Mm-hmm. It be like that sometimes, you know, it doesn't register right away. You know, I could tell you, I don't know how many years it was when I realized about my father passing, but when I met my brother, who was my father's child, um, I really felt like very mixed feelings because my father was really a father to him.
But he wasn't to you?
No, he wasn't to me. No.
Yeah, sometimes these men pick and choose what kids they want to deal with. At least I didn't
Yeah,
have that.
I mean, I will say I was my father's child when he was really young, right?
Right.
And he matured and got, it was like, you know what, I'm tired of the fuck shit. I'm not gonna be a fuck boy all of my life and be a real dad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he kind
Growth.
of got it together, right?
Yeah.
So
To raise his son, mama.
Bro,
instead
shut
of
up. Fuck
He loves you
your mama.
also at the
Quit
same
calling
time.
folks your fucking mama, you fucking weird ass
what
dirty
did he talk?
bastard.
What did he say?
Hold on. My phone is gone. My phone is gone. It's done.
Well, your phone need to fucking
What?
die. We tired of fucking talking to you. Let that bitch die. Damn.
What is she not talking about? Like,
He said something. He said something along the lines where he matured to be a father to his son and not to you, basically.
duh. Thank you for pointing that out, Shenard.
Right. And when my great grandma passed, me and my mom, we were spending the night at her house because she had to go to dialysis the next morning. And when we woke up to wake her up, she was gone. And by that time, I was like, well, I think I was like 17 when she passed, and so many other family members and friends had passed. So I had got to the point where death didn't really phase me. And so, like, when she passed, you know, I had to be the one to call 911. I had to be the one to speak because everybody else was just, you know, they were hysterical. So I had to handle all of, you know, the day of business type stuff.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, when my grandmother was gone, they freaking was trying to ask me to speak, and I was like, dude, I can't. I can't handle it. Like I can't even. I mean, you know, I feel like she with me right now that I'm even able to talk about this. Like
Yeah.
I still be like crying, talking to her energy, like whatever, like. But I was not able to speak at her funeral. That was not even about to happen. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't speak at funerals. I don't know. I don't be trying to go.
Well, I mean, it's, and I'm not saying that like my grandmother. I think the experience was just different. But my best friend in life was tragically killed in a car accident, and I had to speak at her funeral. Um, I didn't say too much. And the funny thing is, like, you know how it is with your like your best friend. All of the stories I was trying to tell, we were all like drunk, and I was like, I can't talk about us being drunk at her damn funeral. So, like
But you
every,
can though. You
I was like,
celebrate life.
damn, yo. I don't have all of our adult memories was like, yeah, when we went out, we was drunk there. Or when we went out, I was like, fuck, like, what the hell am I gonna say at her funeral?
I mean, you can talk about that because you're celebrating her life. And you talking about all the good memories y'all had together.
Yeah. I don't even know, to be honest with you, I couldn't even tell you what it is that I said on that day. But I know that she was up there with me because I would not have been strong enough to get through it without busting out in tears crying. But um yeah, I mean, shout out to everyone in the chat that, has ancestors now in their life or has grandparents or someone elderly, their parents or whomever. Make sure you put in that time. Make sure you take pictures, you do video recording, and hey, just honor those people. Like, don't only be with your kids and your boo or your husband or your wife or whatever. Them elders need y'all for real, for real. That's all I came on panel to say.
Facts. You 100% right though.
Yep.
But that sounds like a nice funeral. I don't like going to funerals with my family because folks get up on the podium to speak and they be all types of fucking fake. Didn't fuck with that person in life, but now you want to come up on the podium and fake fucking cry.
Cause see, like, I'm really outspoken, but when it came to talking to guys, my best friend was like the awesome wingman because I would be shook. I'd be like, "Oh, I ain't talking to that dude." And she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go say something." Like, that was my bestie. Like, she was on it. She'd be like, "I'm gonna find out if he got a girlfriend." I was like, "Oh wow, damn, you just went up to him and said something." She was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Damn." She was a Capricorn, by the way. She had that Capricorn, like, matter of fact, like, I gotta listen, we gonna figure this shit out. Um, yeah.
All right, y'all. That interview started, man. Tanjan is entering the league.
What?
So we finna go over there and kick her in the nuts, huh?
Why you don't never play the interviews and stuff on your stream instead of ending the stream?
Well, I'll never play the interview on my stream.
Yeah, like share your
'Cause I would
screen.
like for Solar to get those views.
Yeah, he gonna. But Moonflower, you're gonna you're gonna go in and on the hound. You gotta go jump in on the hound. Don't let
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
It depends on what she say. If she don't say nothing that spark my interest, then I'm not.
Something, because there's gonna be a bunch of dudes hounding. They gonna hound her now.
Got a challenge her on cooking. When she come up there and talk that shit, you know she been wanting that cooking debate for so long.
What she want to debate about cooking though? Like, what about it?
I don't know, but she want to say who got the best recipe or some shit. So.
How we gonna debate on the recipe to cooking? Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I eyeball my shit, so I don't even know how much I put in what.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. Let me tell you, my grandma, the same grandma I'm talking about, when it came time to learn how to cook rice, I said, "Grandma, how much water you put in the rice?" She took a tablespoon, not a teaspoon. She took the tablespoon, you stir it around in the rice, and you put it in the middle, and you make the spoon stand up.
Yeah.
That's how you know if you got enough rice and water. I said that is not a mix. I need to know numbers, Grandma.
Well,
what the hell?
I learned to cook by watching. I never really had I didn't really have recipes when I first started cooking. I just used to watch my nana cook. So that's how I learned.
So if the spoonful, you got probably too much water.
Right.
You feel me? You gotta add some more rice.
Or you can always
you got to take some water out.
Yeah, you can always get the little rice cookers. That's what the Asians use when they make their rice.
Welcome to the future, Grandma.
My family
Get
tell
you
you
a
that's
steamer, cook you some rice like the future, man.
A rice cooker is not cooking rice. My uncle is not using no freaking rice cooker. And I would say Caribbean men be in that kitchen cooking like a motherfucker.
Facts.
Caribbean men cook more than the women sometimes. For real, for real.
I mean, that's how I grew up. My pops was the cook in the house.
They cook. They be like, what? Men not depend upon no woman. They don't want to depend on no woman. Fuck that.
No woman. Yeah, I hear that shit.
There you
At
go.
the end of the day, you got to. You can cook all you want. You can clean all the fuck you want, nigga. I know it's something.
It's something you
You
depend
need
on
a
her for, but
motherfucker. Yeah, hopefully, nigga. Shit, sick motherfuckers, man. But we going over here to Solar Vision debate meeting,
yes,
man. This is boy Swab. Shout out to Moonflower, Melanated Goddess. Shout out
peace,
to
everyone. Peace,
Nard.
peace.
Shout out to everybody came through, man. Solar Measy. Yeah, we will be back because that's how we live. Rock. Been another episode.